Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news, and it seems as though we have to do another live stream talking about the Africans, Nigerians, whoever it is who decides to talk and open their mouths about Black Americans. So we're at it again because we had a very disrespectful African, of which I have talked about on this platform before, and I've showcased a lot of the things that he's had to say. That's going to come a little bit later on. So, the first portion of this live stream, we're going to listen to what some of these Africans have to state that is going on in the world or their point of view about certain things that is specifically going on with them. Yo, Ty, what is up? What is up? But before we get there, I just want to read off just let me see a little bit of things about let's say Nigeria, right? Because those seem to be some of the most vocal groups or peoples directly out there. So at this moment in time, I'm not clearly looking at the screen. I am looking at the screen, but I'm not looking at the chat, right? So this is some of the information that I got at the moment in time dealing with Nigeria. Economic issues, high inflation and unemployment, especially among young people, widespread poverty, despite being rich in oil and natural resources, heavy dependence on oil, making the economy vulnerable to price swings, governance and corruption. Corruption, a lot different levels of government weakens the public trust, poor accountability, and inefficient public services, slow or uneven policy implementation, security challenges, insurgency in the Northwest, Boko Haram, ISWAP, banditry and kidnappings in the Northwest and Central regions, armed clashes between farmers and herders, separatist tensions in the Southeast, infrastructure problems, unreliable electricity supply, poor road networks and public transport, limited access to clean water and sanitation in many areas. Note that one because we're going to come directly into that a little bit later on. Education and health. Millions of children out of school, underfunded schools and universities, weak healthcare system, and medical brain drain. Social issues, ethic and religious tensions, gender inequality in education and employment, rapid population growth, putting pressure on jobs and services, right? And he stated that all these problems are connected, which makes them harder to fix. But there are also lots of Nigerians, quote unquote, working on a solution. But when they say working on a solution, we don't really see that, nor do we hear it online. We tend to see a lot of these Nigerians, especially from Africa, from the UK, and also from the United States, deciding that they just want to be a vocal voice and speak specifically on Black Americans and really pretty much have nothing or very little to say about their own issues back home. Again, runners, fleers, and track stars. So let's get directly into this video and listen to what this woman has to state.
I am worried. I am really worried for our people, and I think we need to do better. My heart is heavy. As you know, I started making inquiries about Japanese language schools for people who are interested in coming to Japan to study the Japanese language. Before now, Japanese language schools used to be one of the easiest ways to relocate or migrate to Japan. You were not required to pay your tuition or hostel fee before coming to Japan. All you needed was the admission, the application fee, enrollment fee, and once your COE is out, you go get your visa, and then when you come to Japan, as you start studying, you can pay your tuition and accommodation fee. But now everything has changed. In fact, getting admission into the Japanese language school is now one of the most difficult procedures in Japan right now. And guess what? This is only for Nigerians. Yes, only for Nigerians. This week, I reached out to 10 Japanese language schools, asking them about admission procedures for international students, overseas students, people who are planning to come in from outside of Japan. And 8 out of 10 of those Japanese language schools told me that they do not admit Nigerian students. I was shocked. I started doing my research. I started asking questions. I asked some of the language schools. Some of them were hesitant to talk. And then I think one of them told me that Nigerian students have abused the privilege. Nigerian students will come in from Nigeria. As soon as they land Japan, they would abscond. They will not attend language class. They will not pay their tuition. They will not pay for the accommodation. Everything that had been preserved and prepared for them before coming, they would, even from the airport, many of them would abscond. They won't even go to the language school where they got admission. Initially, they changed their rules and their requirements and asked that you must pay tuition before coming into Japan. You must pay your tuition fee, your accommodation fee before you get visa to come. Even at that, when they pay, is that how many of them are not attending classes. Is it that they don't, they just attend for a few months and they abscond? Is just horrible, to the point that they had to ban Nigerian students from getting admission into language schools in Japan. And before you start saying, oh, is it not their money, so long as they paid, it doesn't work like that. Japan is a very strict country. The Ministry of Education is actually supervising those language schools who have the privilege to admit students from abroad. There are only very few language schools that have that opportunity, that privilege of bringing in students from abroad. And the Ministry of Education is highly interested in those schools and supervises their activities, monitors and supervises very strictly. If you do not have up to 90% of attendance, like your students do not have up to 90% of attendance, they will withdraw your license. You won't be able to bring in foreign students anymore. And many of these schools, their major, clients are usually international students from China, Vietnam, the surrounding surrounding Asian countries, and a few other African countries. So you see, withdrawing license from them is such a big deal, because many people who are already in Japan already understand Japanese language to some extent. So they make their money mostly from international students. Now imagine you coming to spoil their business for them. So they had to reach an agreement with the Ministry of Education by telling them that they're no longer going to accept Nigerian students. How shameful. I am really embarrassed and sad about this development. Why can't we do better? Why? Is everything about money? Is everything about money? You come in through a door and then you shut that door against your brothers and sisters? You shut that door for the remaining people who should use this same opportunity that you use because of your selfishness. It's very bad. We need to start doing better as Nigerians, as Africans, to start, projecting a very good image and integrity. Because I'm sick and tired. We are the first to complain, oh, they hate us, they do this, they're discriminating against us. But check yourself. What has led to their decision or their stereotype against you? We really need to do better. Please and please, for those of you contacting me for language school and admission into Japan, if you know that you're not ready to study, you don't want to come, at least that 1 year, sacrifice it and learn the language, go to the school that you actually came in for. Then after that, you can do whatever you like. You can continue to live in Japan after studying for as long as you can. Why do you want to spoil the chances of other people? And then you don't know that learning the language gives you an edge. If you know the Japanese language, you have more opportunities than people who are even PhD holders in this country that do not understand or read and write the Japanese language. You have opportunities and access to so many companies who are looking for people who are proficient in Japanese, because this is a Japanese country. They don't care about your degree and all of that if you cannot speak their language, because you'll be useless to them. So you don't know that learning that language actually gives you an opportunity. That money that you are looking for, that you think you can get on the streets, you will actually get double and triple of it if you actually go through that language school that you actually came for. So please, this is a plea to all of us Africans, my brothers and sisters, wherever you are. If you're planning to come into Japan through language school, please and please endeavor, try your best to see that you attend. Not only attend, you have a very good record of attendance. Meet the 90% attendance. Be there. Learn and graduate like others, so that we do not close the opportunities for others who are. It might be your brothers or your sisters tomorrow trying to come in, or even your children, and you have shut the door against them because of your selfishness. Please, let's do better. Thank you.
So we heard it, right? So this is an African woman. I want to say more than likely Nigerian. She specifically is speaking to her people, stating that they are scammers, that they will opt. And I didn't know this about Japan. I didn't know that people could go to Japan as a student, basically learning the language, and you don't have to pay any type of a tuition or anything like that. Again, you have these Africans that are abusing other countries, right? Things that people want to actually use to better themselves and to get a leg up to do something more. They're abusing this to get a free doorway or to get a free opening into a whole nother country of which they don't belong to. And what did she say they decided to do? Is like, okay, well, they'll get the plane ticket or however it is directly over there. And then the class or the school that they're supposed to go to, they opt not to go to it. Why? Because they're going to the areas of which these Africans are already residing in. They're like, I don't need to sit up there and do that. I already got like friends or family or, people from the village, whatnot already in Japan. So I'm going to skip that. I got my free ticket. I'll just be there and I'll just figure out something. So you're in a whole nother country of which you don't belong to. You're not going to respect anything because you didn't earn nothing. So you're going to trash the country. You're going to trash the culture. You're going to treat people a certain type of way. You have no type of respect or value for anything that is there because you didn't establish or build anything there. You were given a free ticket, a free ride, and you abused that free ticket and that free ride. And now other Africans have to suffer the consequences because you want to sit up there and cheat the system. You want to get a free ride somewhere of which you ain't even really supposed to be because you don't even really want to be there. You're just there because it's, hey, it's something I can do. You could decide to go to other places in Africa. Why you got to go to Japan and potentially mess things up there? Like I said, if people don't know what I'm talking about, look at a guy, an African by the name of Johnny Somali, and look at what he was doing in a lot of the Asian countries, going through Japan. I think he might even went to China, also South Korea. I think at this moment in time, he's still in South Korean custody. And he was running amok, causing all types of issues to the point where the UN know his name. When you're at the point and you're African, Arab, African, whatever you want to sit up there and call Somalians, when you're at the point where the UN knows who it is that you are, that's problematic. That's an issue. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why it is that if the Somalians always say that they are a family, they're a group, that when you have an argument or whatnot with one Somalian, you got to sit up there and fight a billion of them, right? If it's like that, then why is it that when Johnny Somali was going through all of these countries, causing all of this ruckus and all these problems, Somalians didn't stand up and basically set him straight? I thought everybody was one. I thought it was a whole family. But I guess if one of your own is doing something that y'all don't really want to, come into contact with, y'all just abandon it. That's crazy. But yet within the same vein, when it deals with the Somalians here in the United States, and they want to parade around and act like they're, doing this and doing that, and then we later found out you scamming the system, now you want to sit up there and say that everybody in America is xenophobic and we're against Somalians because of religious beliefs or because of who it is that you're scammers. You're scammers. Just like she called out her scammers. And she specifically stated how those Africans are messing it up for everybody else. But this also goes into the other conversation on why it is that you have Africans in other places around the world trying to cosplay as Black Americans, because they know that they're messing up and they've already messed up their image. So it's like, it's time to put on a different costume so that people really don't know who it is that I am. So let me just sit up there and get some J's. Let me sit up there and, be braggadocio. Let me get a little bit of jewelry. Let me start wearing a cap sideways. Let me get my hairline straight. Let me use a little bit of slang. Bow, Black American. Because that's how simple a lot of y'all think it is. And because you can't deal with your own circumstances and what it is that you specifically have done and created for yourselves, that brings you right back to us. And this is where Black Americans and Africans have a problem. Because it's seemingly it's not enough that y'all are messing it up for yourselves. Y'all want to mess it up for everybody. So it's like you made a sinking ship and you created this. And now you want to sit up there and connect that sinking ship to something else and just bring everything else down. Nah, go down by yourself. This is why, in a sense, for Nigerians, this is why you're not accepted everywhere. This is why in a lot of countries, it's like it's a no-go. It's like we need to get them up out of here. This is happening to a lot of other Africans as well, too. Because I keep trying to tell people, and I told y'all for the longest time, the few will mess it up for the many. And for whatever reason, a lot of Africans don't understand that. Black Americans, we understand it. We know exactly what that means because we've been raised in this system. But when it deals with immigrants, y'all don't understand that. Y'all don't understand that fat meat means greasy. Y'all don't understand none of those terminologies. So it's like when we try to give out, some warnings, smoke signals, to try to be friendly like we naturally are as Black Americans, y'all decide to turn a blind eye. Y'all want to suck y'all teeth, whatever. Y'all want to hold y'all noses up and do whatever y'all feel that y'all want to sit up there and do. And now when a lot of these countries start closing their doors and pushing you directly back out and give you a one-way ticket back to Africa, now y'all want to say that people are xenophobic and racist. It's like, nah, last time I checked, Africans never believed in racism because y'all never actually faced it. And I'm talking about for the greater majority of the Africans. The only ones that actually technically, realistically, actually know about some racism will be South Africans. The rest of y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing about nothing. So this is exactly why when y'all come to these United States, y'all always amongst white folks, y'all, oh, there's no racism here. I've never faced any racism. No white person was ever racist towards me. And then y'all turn around and start saying what? Oh, well, the most racist that I've ever set up there and run into is Black Americans. Y'all are the most racist out of the whole planet. How? How? 1 second. Like I said, how is that even possible? How could it be possible that Black Americans are the most racist out of the whole planet when you yourself as an African have never met everybody on the whole planet? Okay, cool. Maybe you might have traveled, but the whole planet? And because you got a clean slate and you're coming from a whole nother country and you went through all of these hoops and loops and white people sat up there and told you that, hey, all you got to do is not work with Black Americans. All you got to do is just, push them to the side. We'll hand you a little Happy Meal and some little trinkets and some toys, and you'll be set. You'll be fine. We'll let you know and acknowledge you and state that you are a little bit better than them. And y'all were like, okay, that's cool. We're a little bit better than the Black Americans. They played the same trick on you that they played directly on white Americans. That's crazy. I understand white people sitting up there falling for it from their own people. I get that because they did the exact same thing in Europe and they still fell for it a second go around. I understand them. I get that. It's still ignorant, still stupid, but I get it because you're looking at your own people, right? But when it deals with Africans falling for this trickery, and it's coming from the same group of people that are stealing the resources on your land at this moment in time, that's diabolical to me. That's 100% crazy. You're believing a fairy tale and a dream from the people that's been robbing you since the very beginning. And you're going to believe them when they tell you that you are better than Black Americans in these United States. You still got slavery over there. You got fields of prostitution over there. You got organ trafficking over there. You got what was it? I think I had the number came up to around like 17 million kids that are orphans. How is that even Nigerians? How is that possible? How do you have 17? I can't even show you 17 million Black American kids that are orphans just on these streets. I can't even show you that. Y'all can talk about all the dysfunction that y'all want to sit up there and speak on when it deals with Black Americans. I cannot show you 17 million Black American kids that are orphans on these streets that don't have no place to go, don't have no clean water, don't have no toiletry, don't have no clothes. I can't show you that. Nor can I sit up there and show you 300 Black American kids that all got kidnapped all at once. But y'all got the gall, the nerve, and the audacity to get on these internet streets to speak about Black Americans. Wow. That's crazy. And then not to mention Nigerians, the defecation that still goes on at this moment in time. Matter of fact, let me just go out there real quick. Where's my information at? Let me go to this real quick. Open defecation in Nigeria, right? So when I originally looked at that, they said that the estimates suggest that around 20 to 25% of the population may practice open defecation through Nigeria. Nigerians, I need y'all to explain to me, why do y'all have in 2025 still, and we went over this the last 2 years, why do y'all have in these years open defecation? How is that even still a thing? Because I'm highly confused. I'm very much highly confused, right? So when I had looked up before, they said how many people practice open defecation. They said about 48 million Nigerians still practice open defecation, meaning they regularly dispose of human waste in open spaces like fields, bushes, water bodies, and streets instead of using toilets. And this is based on a 2021 Water, Sanitation, and Hygiene National Outcome Routine Mapping, or WASH Norm Report. So again, I'm a little bit confused. when we end up hearing as Black Americans, we hear all of these other folks from a whole nother landmass deciding that they want to speak directly on Black Americans. And 48, let's say as a whole, we got 50 million Black Americans. Let me go back to that number real quick. You mean to tell me that you got 48 million Nigerians practicing open defecation? You pretty much got our whole population over in Nigeria defecating. And you mean to tell me that you got a leg to stand on? You mean to tell me that you can with everything, with your full chest out, 10 toes down, while walking through feces? You mean to tell me that you're going to open your mouth on these internet streets and talk about us? If I'm thinking about and looking at this open defecation that I've seen by way of videos from Nigerians filming this, your kids can't even really go outside and play. It's like every single time within about a good few feet, it's feces. You walking down the street trying to go to the store, feces. Somebody got a market on a corner somewhere in the neighborhood, feces. It's like, what's happening? That's crazy to me. And y'all got the gall and the audacity to come on these internet streets, especially on TikTok, and y'all want to run y'all mouths. And y'all think for a second that Black Americans are not going to see this and have something to say. Really? Word? That's diabolical. And then, like I said before, y'all flying all over, the world, I guess, to defecate. I guess you got to find a new place to, find a toilet. It's on the outside. You want to go probably to Thailand and you want to go into the, the nice thick forest, instead of dealing with your dirt roads and side streets. You don't even have, proper waste management. And you got the nerve to sit up there and say that you guys are so high and mighty that you're doing better than Black Americans. You can only do better in the United States. And again, even while doing better in the United States, any and everything that you're doing, Black Americans have already done first 1,000 times over. Whatever businesses you've created, we've done that. Food and clothing, we've done that. Different industries dealing with electronics and other businesses, we've done that. Investment, we've done that. Building, we've done that. Ownership, we've done that. Colleges, we've done that. Degrees, we've done that. Becoming entrepreneurs and making money for ourselves, we've done that. Buying up the block, we've done that. You're not doing anything new. It ain't nothing brand new here that any Nigerian or any other African, for that matter, can do that Black Americans haven't already done, historically speaking. Because remember, we were here before you. Like I said, it's crazy how the same disrespectful people are online running their mouths and they want to turn around and tell Black Americans we need to be respectful. We need to humble ourselves. Y'all ain't humble about nothing, even while standing in your own fecal material. You can't even humble yourselves. Chances are very great that's probably even how you take baths. And I love a shoe bill. I'm not sure if people even seen what a shoe bill looks like. I love those birds because the way that they look. But last time I checked, in order for them to keep cool, they defecate on their legs. And I feel as though that when the Nigerians are basically speaking about Black Americans, that's pretty much how they take showers. Maybe that's taking it a step too far, but I feel that when you are disrespectful to Black Americans, we're just going to put this to the center of the earth. I feel like it needs to get that hot because people don't understand. So let's continue.
Of attendance. Meet the 90.
Let me just speed this up just a little bit. Pull this back to the 5-minute mark? Let me make sure. Let me see, 5:08.
Amendment.
Of attendance. It might be your brothers or your sisters tomorrow.
The 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves. He did not mean that he was supporting your FBA black behind.
She's talking about Trump.
FBA people are the biggest coons I've ever seen in my life, and it's embarrassing. Why are you out here on the internet talking about Donald Trump said that the FBA moves, that the 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves? He said something so spiritual. He really is sticking up for us. That's the truth. Y'all keep trying to cosplay our culture. Look, African Americans, we have a culture. We have our own African American subgroup culture. We do. Anybody who tries to deny that is weird. But just because African Americans have our own culture does not mean that we don't have ties to Africa. African American culture literally originates from our ancestors who are displaced West Africans, and we created a land here. We created a community here. And the more you guys try to
I don't
dishonor
know
your
who she is.
ancestors by coming on the internet and saying we have no ties to Africa, we've been here for 400 years, we're not African anymore, we're American, you sound slow. You don't know why you sound slow? We built this country by force. We were forced to build this country. We were forced to do this. We were forced to become entertainers. We were forced to do it, and we did a damn good job doing it. We did. That's why I love being African American, because we pushed through some shit. But to deny your ancestral heritage, to deny where you really come from, is so annoying to me. Being xenophobic towards all these Africans, I see y'all like, well, yeah, deport the Africans, deport them, send them away. They're xenophobic. They don't like Black Americans. A lot of Africans love Black Americans. And if they could send you back to Africa, if they could find a way to do it, they would. Liberia, prime example. They tried before. You don't think they'll try again?
Notice how she had to say if. And I've noticed with a lot of these folks out here who want to sit up there and state that, oh, I'm African American. You're probably right. You are an African that is in America. Just like Elon Musk, who is South African, European, is an African in America. And I told people about that. I tried to many times. I've said that throughout many videos dealing with Elon Musk, and I tried to get that through to a lot of people that Elon Musk, regardless on how people want to look at it or the lack of melanin that he is an African in America, which makes him an African American. It ain't up for debate. It is exactly what it is. But like I said, people don't want to pay attention. So now you got this person here wanting to sit up there and say that, oh, everything pretty much that, that Black Americans are, all of that is directly from Africa. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that because, the funniest thing about this is I've never not once seen an African on these streets, on these internet streets, ever try to sit up there and claim Asians. I never see them try to claim the smartest of the Japanese and the Chinese and the South Koreans to say that, oh yeah, everything that the Asians are doing, that's African. They got that straight from the motherland, that's straight from the soil. They've never done it. They've never tried to claim the Europeans either. They've never tried to sit up there and claim any folks from the islands. They're not sitting up there claiming nobody from South America. They're not claiming any of the Aboriginals that are in Australia. It's always weird to me that I always see these Africans online out of all of the many groups that they can go to and try to claim on this planet. It's always Black Americans. And I'm like, that is the weirdest thing. What is the fixation? So you mean to tell me out of all of these other groups that are directly out here that have wondrous cultures, technology, inventions, entrepreneurs, they got all of this money, they got all of these cultures and great food and traditions and religion. You mean out of all of those things that you can try to go out there and claim, you're like, we're not worried about none of those. We're not worried about the other 99.9%. We're worried about this 1% here in these United States who are Black Americans. Y'all need to know where it is that y'all from. Y'all need to understand y'all roots. Y'all need to know the ancestors. Y'all need to actually know y'all history. But yet, factually speaking, if you look at Africa and the amount of people that have been displaced and the amount of relocations and the amount of areas and lands that have been broken apart and separated and re-put together and all this other type of stuff and rebranding, do a lot of these Africans actually know specifically who it is and what it is that they are? Like case in point, the Somalians. Do they really know who it is that they are? Because they've been all up and through. A lot of folks done touch Somalians, so I'm like, I'm not even really sure if y'all even know who y'all is. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because all the times, a lot of people always try to come through online and speak on Black Americans. Like, Black Americans, like especially the ones from the UK, they be like, Black Americans, where are you from? And then a Black American was like, I'm from the United States. I'm American. It's like, no, where are you from? Where do you like? And me as a Black man, I'm like, what do you mean? Where you from? They're like, no, you got to be from somewhere else. You can't just be from, America, Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Africa. You got to be from somewhere. So you mean to tell me that out of the whole place on the planet where melanated people could exist, that there could never, ever at a point in time ever be Black people in the United States? And you know, the craziest part is for a nice amount of years, you will see a lot of Africans online parroting this exact same talking point. And when they would get challenged on, you know, the geography, when they would get challenged on the demographics, when they would get challenged on the history, they would just clock out. They wouldn't know what to sit up there and say. They would move the goalposts, they would scapegoat, they would go everywhere else. They would even change the subject. And I'm like, that's a bit weird. So I'm like, so y'all all just seemingly follow the exact same talking points and nobody actually has a real answer. Nobody did any real due diligence or research or anything like that. And y'all just move just with this exact same stupidity. I'm like, that's crazy. But then if I were to sit up there and blatantly state that I feel a certain type of way and deem Africans as a whole a certain type, people would view me as ignorant, dare I say xenophobic, right? People tell me to get more education, that all Africans aren't the same. But yet, when you look at Africans and you ask Africans about Black Americans, they will consider all of Black Americans a monolith. But I'm like, that's impossible because those who are in Memphis speak the way in which Memphis speaks. They move in that way. They have their own type of dance styles. They got their own types of food. They got their own types of way that they wear jewelry, that they dress. All of that. They got their own culture. The same way that you got Black folks in California. Same way that you got Black folks in Oklahoma. Same way that you got Black folks in Detroit, in New York, in Chicago, in Florida, in Georgia, and everywhere else around these United States. It's like, yeah, we are all Black Americans, but we all have our own different specific ingredients. Right? We got our own twist directly to it. And it's crazy to me that you got to, you know, try to explain that because Africans don't really know that. I'm just going to generalize that because that's the way that I'm looking at it when I'm online and I'm looking at vocally Africans in Africa speaking on Black Americans, or I'm looking at Africans that are outside of Africa living in the UK speaking on Black Americans, or I'm looking at Africans outside of Africa within these United States speaking on Black Americans. And it's the same exact generalized point. Africans can be, you know, individuals, but still a whole tribe and a group. So within that, you don't consider all of them the same just because they're on the same continent, right? But then when they look at Black Americans, like, oh no, we're not going to look at you as individuals. We're going to view all of y'all in all of these 50 states as the exact same. And I'm like, that's wild. That's weird to me. But you want Black Americans to respect you. You want Black Americans to value you. You want Black Americans to have a conversation, a type of camaraderie. But yet all we receive day in and day out is this type of disrespect all over the place. Like I said, the Shade Room is run by an African. Last time I checked, or at least somebody that's not Black American, I'll put it that way. It's a melanated person, but they are not Black American. And yet they're making money directly off of selling the negative stereotypes of Black Americans, especially when it deals with Black women. And this is why I try to tell people, like, hey, you gotta stop sitting up there feeding into a lot of that stuff. You got to understand the ownership and who's the one peddling a lot of this negative stuff directly out here. I wouldn't be too shocked if it's the same thing with a lot of these networks that have images of Black women up there, and they're only selling you the negative images, the stereotypical images of Black women, of which the negative and the stereotypical, that is what is acceptable. Africans will accept it. Those from the islands will accept it. Other places around the world will accept it because it's palatable. The point in time that people can't digest certain information is when you go against the grain and you're showing positive images of Black Americans, because it's going against that wiring. It's going against what they were specifically indoctrinated to specifically. Oh, Black Americans going to college. Black Americans, they actually created their own college. What? Black Americans, investors. Black Americans have money. Black Americans have Black neighborhoods, and there's no crime, and Black people clean up, and Black people take care of this and take care of that. What? Black? It just burns them completely out, and then they revert to their factory default setting, and they go to the colonizer's mindset. The exact same thing that you saw this woman sit up here and do, where she wanted to be like, oh yeah, the only reason that Black Americans here even did anything was because they were forced to. What are you even talking about? You do know that Black Americans created and did things without force. That we just did it because we wanted to do it, because we were just that smart, because it was God given. It's just a universal talent that was blessed upon us. We got the Midas touch. Like, it's crazy to me how it is that folks out here want to try to diminish what it is that we have created in this country. And we are the only group out here where this continuously happens day in and day out, where all of these folks directly out here who are not Black American will continuously make content around us, talking about us. But notice how none of these folks can make any type of content dealing with them. They can't really make a plot. Let me tell y'all something. I've been on social media for a very long time. And any time, and I'm talking about, let's look back at like 2006, a very young YouTube. Even going back then, and you had a few Africans that decided to make, YouTube channels and stuff of that nature. Wasn't nothing happening. Nothing was popping. Let me let y'all know, before all of this, like this social media where people just like, oh, I'm a prankster, I'm a jokester. Let's do the gold digging, and let's do this, let's do the dating shows. Before all of this stuff even happened, Africans weren't doing nothing online. Wasn't nothing popping, wasn't nothing moving. The only thing that they could talk about was local stuff. And 9 times out of 10, they weren't speaking English. They were talking in their own language. And like I said, I respect that. I'm hearing you in your language talk about your problems, of the things that you're observing, and how it is that, corrective measures need to be performed. You're talking about the corruption, things going on with the economy, things going on with the people. You're talking about worldviews, beautiful stuff. That's the type of stuff that I like, because I get to actually learn something, right? I get to see something. I get to have an actual understanding. The Africans now, I can't learn nothing from them. There's nothing to actually understand, because every single time I see an African now, all I see is a copy and paste of a Black American. And that's just facts. Originally online, when I saw Africans, I actually saw Africans. When I look at Africans now, it's a copy and paste of Black Americans. I'm looking at the clothes. I'm looking at what people want to consider the vibe, the swag, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. I'm looking at the fashion. I'm looking at the vernacular. I'm looking at everything. And I'm like, yeah, ain't nothing here talking African to me. I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, you're not going to tell me that you're proud of being African, but when I see you, I don't see you being proud to be African. I don't even hear the voice. Like I said, there's a lot of Africans in the United States, and they just sound like a counterfeit version of Black Americans. I'm like, how do you do that? You don't have a lick of an accent at all. And we all know, like I said, even going to high school, I was around Africans. I was around at least two out of all of my lifespan. I was around 2 Africans that I went to school with. And the one thing I learned about Africans is that whatever goes on outside is outside. And those kids, those African kids, they leave all of that American stuff outside. When they step inside the house, that is an African household. They got African traditions, African beliefs. The parents will speak in an African tongue, all of that. And they will also sit up there and tell their kids, you better not bring no Black American home. They really don't even want their kids associating with Black Americans. So I'm like, knowing all of these things is very weird to me, seeing a lot of these Africans here have a type of Black American accent, a stereotypical, a fake Black American accent, because it ain't real, because they're not Black American. It's crazy to see them, doing and acting the exact same ways, right? Taking on the mannerisms and all of those things. I'm like, you grow up in a strictly African household. How does this happen? How does that happen? I'm like, you would never sit up there and see me going to Africa and emulating. I'm not doing that, because that's not me. That's not my culture. For me, I would find that to be, I would be disrespecting you. Now it's different. Like if I go to Japan and I'm abiding by the cultural norms that are there, right? That's me respecting the culture, right? When Africans come to the United States and they're quote unquote cosplaying as Black Americans, they're not respecting the culture. They're both copying and making fun of, and also trying to figure out a way to monetize. Because just like the video that I brought to you guys before about the African woman, she said that whenever Africans show up to a place, they come to take. They don't come to build. They don't come to formulate a bond or a friendship or find a middle ground. They come to take. And when there's nothing to take, they move on to another place and take somewhere else. Like I said, it's crazy. So it's like, how am I supposed to respect a group of people that are nothing but like common thieves, criminals, scammers? Like I said, all of the things that I normally hear Africans say online about Black Americans, I'm like, that's y'all normally. Like in Nigeria, it's a whole bunch of scammers. Whole bunch of scammers. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Matter of fact, let me go over something else. Let me go over these STDs out here in Nigeria. Right? They said while exact nationwide statistics vary by region, on group studies, the following STIs are known to be present and relatively common in Nigeria. HIV and AIDS. Relatively common. The prevalence is among adults aged 15 to 49 and several percent, and millions of people live with it in Nigeria. Gonorrhea, right, has historically been one of the most prevalent STIs in Nigeria and can lead to infertility if untreated. Chlamydia, trichomonas is common. Crazy work. Syphilis, HPV or the human papillomavirus. You also got the herpes simplex. Less common, but it is still detected in some studies. Then he also said in common samples of Naswara state, over 60% reported having had a sexually transmitted infection at some point, with trichomonas being common. That is diabolical. Among female street workers in different areas, they said that they have a high rate of HIV and other STIs are reported. So you got HIV at 22%, gonorrhea at 19%, trichomonas at 18%, and chlamydia at 12%. Nigeria. So now that begs the question that whenever these Nigerians come directly over here to the United States and we hear that there's an uptick or a surge in Black communities with HIV, AIDS, and other STIs or STDs, it makes me wonder who is the leading cause of that? Because it's like before a lot of these folks started really coming into and highly populating Black communities such as Houston, before they really started coming in, the rates were not as high as they normally are. I've also caught wind of people online stating how a lot of these African men have been gloating online about passing around a lot of these STIs and STDs throughout these communities. So I'm just trying to figure out, and again, this is not to, and I don't want people to take it this way. This is not, trying to get directly on Black women, but to the Black women directly out there, this is why I have specifically stated that you need to be very careful of the types of men that you decide to deal with, because just because somebody is foreign doesn't mean that they're going to treat you better or do better for you. Whatever is foreign is going to come with a foreign virus. It is going to come with something that you did not necessarily have before, but now you have it and you cannot escape or get away from it. It is a permanent resident. Because it wasn't too long ago, about last year, where I went over the high rates because I guess some nurse or whatever somewhere down in Texas decided to release some numbers dealing with the amount of STDs and whatnot that were being passed around. And the main thing that people were trying to get online and say was like, oh, yes, these Black men out here, these Black men. But I'm like, y'all do realize that there's a huge African population down there in Texas. And I'm just going, and again, I'm going over a lot of this information in these numbers. So again, I'm just sitting up there saying, if in Nigeria, they commonly have these STIs and STDs, and they're just passing these around like candy during Halloween, what do you think that means when they come here to these United States, and specifically when their men come here to these United States and they come directly into Black communities and they get into contact with Black American women? What do you think that means? What do you think that means? And what do you think that means for the community? Like I said, you have a lot of disruptors that are currently here at this moment in time that is meant to impede on a lot of progress, that's meant to be very much divisive, that's to kick up a lot of dust so can't nobody tell nothing, so that nobody can see anything, so that everybody is blind. They're not blind because they got infrared and they can see. And they're the ones sitting up there laughing because they're the causation of a lot of the things that are transpiring and happening. Like I said, this is why delineation needs to happen. This is why it needs to be a permanent staple. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Black Americans don't need to apologize, don't need to sit up there and feel sorry. It's treated like Sodom and Gomorrah. When whatever old girl's name was, when she was told not to look back, that's what you do. Black Americans don't look back. Because the moment of time that you want to start to empathize or sympathize, you want to look back, you're going to end up getting turned to salt. You're going to get turned to stone. It's over for you. You're already caught up. Like I said, if somebody tells you not to look at the sun, you don't look. If somebody tells you not to look Medusa in the face, you don't do it. It's that simple. Like I said, that's crazy. That is 100% diabolical. And not only that, there was I'm not sure if I have her video directly up here, but there's a video that I have of a black woman that was stating that I think it's in one of the videos that I'm going to go over a little bit later. There's a Black American woman in a clip that I have where she was specifically stating that in the 80s and the 90s, you would have these Africans coming directly over into Black areas to offer Black Americans money for their businesses. And she was stating because she's in California, in a certain area that she was in California, that area is hot now. And she was stating that a lot of those Africans and whatnot, they knew what it was going to be. So that's why they specifically bought, that I guess you could sit up there and say monopoly board piece, that land or that business, specifically at that point. And she was stating that, all right, we messed up then. The main thing now is for a lot of Black Americans, no matter what money that they sit up there and show you, do not sell to these Africans because they do not mean you well. This is how they try to get in. This is how they try to get a foothold. This is how they want to try to lay claim to something. Because once they sit up there and do that, then they're going to sit up there and bring in 20. And they're going to sit up there and do their numbers to outnumber you. Because their whole thing is to replace you. Again, I gave you guys a live stream where the African was sitting up there saying, even though we all know that it's not going to happen the way he was like, by 2063 of the United States is going to be African. I'm like, yeah, okay. You would have a World War IX before that ever happens. That's not happening. If you ever within whatever African mind that you have out, if you ever think that you could come to these United States and you're going to make this into a second app, you are losing it. Nobody in their right mind is going to allow you to do that. And I for sure will be right there on the front lines to make sure that would never happen. We're not doing that. We already got our problems here. We got too many things here. We already got our whole thing with race and the government. You are not about to bring any type of defecation, trafficking, organ harm. We're not doing. No, we already got our own problems. We're not doing that. We for sure are not doing. I don't care how xenophobic that sounds. You can call me xenophobic, all you. This is not going to be no Africa 2.0. We are not doing that. And I'm saying that as a Black American. Like I said, this is my home. If you want an Africa 2.0, go back and redo yours. Go back and fix the bed that you made. Go back and fix your country, fix your government, fix your people, uplift your people, rise them out of the defecation that you left them in since you're a runner and a track star. That's what you do if you want an Africa 2.0. Get China out of Africa, get Russia out of Africa, get the United States out of Africa. Get Europe out of Africa. That's what you do if you want an Africa 2.0. Get the corruption out of your governments. Get proper waste management, proper electricity. Get a gold currency that's actually backed. Like I said, we're not doing that. We're not doing none of that. So now we're going to go to this next video here. We're going to hear what this African woman has to state about her people. You might have to. Nigerians holding Nigerian passports as a whole. So I will say that you may have to turn this up on your phones. It's a little bit low. I forgot to actually try to correct the volume so that it's a little bit louder. So my apologies. This is just the normal lowness of the video. So I'm just putting it out there. I did put up the subtitles so that you could actually, read it. But yeah. So let me just restart it real quick.
Something is happening all over the world against Nigerians holding Nigerian passports as a whole. But many are not aware. Now, Trump saying that he's adding Nigeria to the list, it's nothing compared to what is already going on. Sometime last year, I'm trying to remember the country I was trying to apply for visa. Either Mexico or Portugal, I can't remember. But in Mexico, when I went to their websites, because I was looking at people, I can't remember the country, I don't want to be wrong. But that country, I was trying to check Nigerian passport holders with British residency, whether you can apply or whether there's some special conditions that allow you to go without visa. When I opened the country's website, they were allowing other country nationals who require visa to that country but have British residency. Yes, you can go with your British residency, except Nigeria. It was written in red. I said, why except Nigeria? Now, last year, I went to Qatar. Hey God, Nigerians don't understand what is going on. There has to be an uprising. I went to Qatar last year. My visa, I applied as a residence because they ask you, are you a British resident, whatever. Yes, apply under A3. I applied under 24 hours. I got my visa. I did 2 times to Qatar. 24 hours. I got my visa. Guys, Qatar. They're not giving Nigerians again like that. Oh, hey, Father Lord. As Dubai denied me, I said, okay, make I just go Qatar now. The plan was to enter Qatar with the kids. Then being Qatar, their dad will come in and take them to Dubai so that Jenny can go and see the tallest building in the world. That was my plan. I've applied now. It's been 3 weeks. Qatar never answered me. I'm asking somebody, an agent. The agent say, it's the same thing for all the Nigerians that you apply for. Qatar, no, they answer again. Do you guys understand what is going on? The other day, Ghana. Very soon, Ghana is going to start. You will start requiring visa to go to Ghana very, very soon. Ghana, this country deported some Israel deported some 3 Ghana people, deported them to back to Ghana. You know what Ghana did? Ghana will get president, we get balls because I don't know what we get as president. You know what Ghana did? Ghana also did the same thing. Turned back Israelis at the airport. Back. You're not going to disgrace my country members. Israeli presidents, they had to talk. Israel had to apologize to Ghana. As it stands, before you feel go get Ghana passport, now they know they give Nigerians again. God, oh, if you never collect your British passport, just say, make God help us, make all of us quickly. 2027 is coming. You go still carry religion, carry tribalism for head. But the world is turning against us. The world is turning against us. A country that is filled with intelligent people. Now animals, they rule now. The world is turning against us. A country that is all over the world. If you see those who are carrying first, if you see those who are doing great things, those who are breaking ground. Nigerians. How come with such our brilliant mind, they see they turn their back? What is going on? Now I do not blame the world though. See, because some of una no good, Make we talk the truth. Make I speak our pitch in English because I get Americans where they follow me. As that's the shame. Some of una no good, Una go they carry una bad character. They walk around the world. They carry now. Nobody wants to deal with your shit.
Hold on. Right. So I just got to pause it real quick because for whatever reason, whenever I happen to relay a message, somebody gets offended or they want to start throwing on the cape. So this person said, brothers, keep your sausage in your pants and stop blaming women. It's a 2-way street. This is the thing I get tired of. If I give a message specifically to Black men, I'm not trying to hear nobody say that this can be applied to women. If I give a message specifically to Black women, I'm not trying to hear nobody tell me that it can be applied to the men as well. I'm tired of this. It's the craziest thing out of everything that I've gone over to get offended. I specifically placed a message out there so that Black women are safe. We couldn't have just left it as that. Because so now I gotta switch the conversation just a little bit, right? Because as a content creator that has gone over a lot of these different videos, let me just put it like this, right? So you got a lot of Black women out here that feel a certain type of way about Black men. So because they feel a certain type of way about Black men, they're like, we're going to just sit up there and go out and date and be with other people from around the world. So what I'm telling you is that I'm relaying a message to the black women out there that decide that, hey, they may be jaded. They may have a certain type of animosity or feelings about black men and like, hey, we're not dealing with you anymore, all this other type of stuff. I'm simply stating that, hey, be safe. Be very careful. You come up here with a cape and you decide like, this is a two-way street. We're not talking about a two-way street. I done covered enough content and seen enough videos and went to enough sites, read enough websites of black women being fed up and having a such and such opinion about black men and all this other type of stuff. This does not have to do with black American men at this moment in time. I'm specifically talking to the black women out here that feel a certain type of way about black men, and they feel that other men out there are going to respect them, treat them better, and they're going to look at their body as a temple. And I'm simply stating that if they're treating their women in their countries like that, giving them HIV and AIDS, giving them all types of STDs, giving them stuff that can deal with infertility, I'm just like, yo, you need to be careful. Be mindful. Be mindful. Oh, it's crazy. You said, I'm tired of y'all ninjas. You just weak. Grow up. I mean, I guess. I mean, if that's the best thing that class, I want everybody to pay attention, right? I want everybody to pay attention. I clearly sat up there and said that irregardless of the feelings that those black women have about black men, and I'm not any of those black men that they dealt with, I'm still looking out for the best interest of them. This clown right here wants to move it to a whole nother board. So now magically black men are weak. How do we even get here? I literally have a platform. We got about almost close to 200 people listening to me right now. And I conveyed a message, knowing the fact that even the black women I'm trying to convey this message to would never even listen to me, would never even really try to hear me out. They would think that I'm the worst of the worst. But I'm like, you know what? Let me still try to convey this message, because hopefully one of them out there may hear me and may listen. And then from that, they may pass that message on to the other women out there. Because it's cool. Maybe they might not listen to me, but they'll listen to another woman that's relaying that message. I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine with that. I'm 100% fine with that. But like I said, when you got clowns out here, this is what that looks like. Like I said, I'm trying to show the fact that, yo, irregardless on how I know I got some of my people that may view me or look at me, I still love you. It's all good at the end of the day. But you got clowns like this that want to pull up to the scene and try to, let me posture. I'm all tough. Like, yo, man, it's none of you clowns like me. You ain't come for the same cloth. Like, a lot of you ninjas out here weak, man. Y'all need to sit up there and grow up. All right, then how about this though, right? How about this? For what is it? Clarity, whatever your name is, right? How about you actually create a platform? How about you create a platform and you posture yourself up as an immortal man, whatever that, because I don't know what you are. I can't say that you're Black American. I know that I'm Black American. I don't know what you are, because you're just posturing online. How about you create a platform and you specifically do all the content possible to uplift for the betterment of Black women? You donate to Black women, help Black women build, and you propel them forward. How about you do that instead of actually being here doing this back and forth? Because you doing this back and forth ain't really doing nothing. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. And this is the other thing that I want to also get through to a lot of people as well too. That the moment in time, like I said, I have a variety of point of views on a lot of topics, right? But I also have a core at the same time. And a lot of the times, if we want to point out or give a type of message to try to help folks out, irregardless on how they look at me, this is what 9 times out of 10 happens. It's either the video gets no views, I have problems uploading the video, or magically I got clowns that want to come up into the comment section and they want to start, running their mouth, and they not really doing nothing. Because 9 times out of 10, people like them always want to run their mouth complaining about me, but yet they could actually be out there building. They could actually be out there trying to do something. Because I can promise you, hold on, let me see what channel this person came from. Let me see. Clear, because I think somebody said that he got banned already. So that'll make it easier for me to actually find who this person is. Because like I said, we just already had to do this for the last live stream. And I keep telling people, I don't know why people keep doing this. You want to come up here, you want to run your mouth, And then if I check to sit up there and see what you got as a platform, 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to see nothing. So now I got to figure out, like, I got to go through like 4 different lives in a sense. Okay, it's not there on the first channel. Let me go to this area of the live here. Let me see. Nope. Okay, so that's all one. So let me swap to the other channel real quick. Because like I said, that's crazy to me. I always love when people start coming on to my platform and start complaining as if they actually doing something. And 9 times out of 10, when I check, they're not doing nothing. They don't even actually have a digital footprint to even go off of. So let me see. Clear dimensions. This is go to channel. Let me see. So you said your channel is a space specifically for American women whose ancestry and lineage is rooted in the United States chattel slavery and suffered the true cost of Black identity, a place where we learn how our culture has impacted the entire world, right? 119 subscribers, 12 videos, 2,783 views, and really not doing nothing. I'm just going to be real. Like I said, I don't know why y'all come here and y'all try to really pull this directly with me. It doesn't make any type of sense. It makes no type of sense. Like that is diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. And like I said, so obviously you are, at least from what I can look at on your channel, you're supposedly at least, well, I'm going to say you're a melanated woman. Because nothing up here tells me you're not saying that you're a Black American woman. You said American women. That's crazy. That could be anybody. You could be an Indian American from Siberia. You could be an Asian American woman. You could be an African woman. You know, I mean, you got the chattel slavery thing, directly down there, but that's whatever. People can easily overlook that. It's the whole thing that you said, American women. That's crazy. That's like that Lifetime show, Designing Women. That could be anything, but when you look at the show Designing Women, one of the main lead characters up there was a Black dude. So it's like, it's a little bit misleading. That's crazy work. Well, that's for those who actually, remember those types of shows. But like I said, that's crazy. If you are a Black woman and you came directly up here to really do like this rah with me, that don't even make any sense. That 100% makes zero. Like, do you understand how stupid that is? Like that just blew my mind. Like, I would have rather your whole YouTube channel would have been blank. And it would have been like a troll page, nothing directly up there. It would have been like easy. Now it's this whole thing of like, yo, is this really like a Black woman up here that really wanted to come up here and have an issue with me because I tried to give a message to Black women out there? That's crazy to me. And this is what I be talking about when I say that you got a lot of women out here that don't want to listen to Black men, even when it's for their own best interest. Like I said, I'm not sitting up there trying to tell you like, oh, don't sit up there and date these other men out there. I'm like, yo, just be careful. Be very cautious. Even with me saying that, I guess it came off as controlling. It came off as possessive. I guess I'm the wrong person, because it wasn't that the same person that sat up there and said that Black men are weak, or more so specifically because they were replying to me. They were saying that they were tired of me because men like me are weak. That's some crazy work. And I'm a dude up here, like, dog, do you understand? Hold on. Who let me go back to your page real quick. Like, do you understand how crazy it is that there could have been a moment in time of which that I could have actually, even though I know that you're not the type to do it, right? Because I'm a Black man at the end of the day, right? I'm not your type, right? Cool. We know where both of us stand. You know that there could have been a point in time that, depending on the type of content that you do, I could have tried to do a collaboration with you in order to get more eyes directly on you. I mean, technically that might be happening already. So again, for the women who might be in this live stream that hate me secretly and never subscribed, you can freely subscribe to that woman that was banned. You might have to go through the comment section to find her name. Good luck on that. But it's like, yeah, that's crazy to me. You could have literally used this as a whole different angle, and I could have potentially placed your channel directly in front of people that are viewing me directly right now. Like, my live stream at this moment in time more than likely has more views than a lot of your videos. I want you to understand that. I got past live streams that have close to like 500,000 views. Like, this is why I try to sit up there and tell people, like, yo, be very careful about how it is that you talk to a lot of folks directly out here. Like I said, I may have my opinions about folks or the views, but like I said, I would love to sit up there and see black people flourish. I want to see black people out here making it. If you got black women out here doing something, hey, more power to you, depending on what you're doing, and if it can, correspond with certain things. I might want to sit up there and try to, toss you a lob or something, give you an alley oop. But like I said, this is what I'll be talking about. This is clear cut what I'll be talking about. So again, to any of the black women at the moment in time where y'all feel that I want to come at y'all negatively, let this be a very much case in point example of what specifically happens on this channel when I try to sit up there and inform black women. Like I said, y'all done seen my opinions. I done seen quite a few black women have their opinions about me and what it is that I'm speaking and how it is that I'm saying and articulating certain things and all. And it's all cool, right? I have an opinion. You have an opinion. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to put certain things out there because those things need to be placed out there, regardless of whatever your feelings are as a black woman. You still need to know the stuff is actually happening so that you're not just like blindsided. Like I said, I'm not like the other dudes directly out here, even some of which that may pop directly up into my comment section under a lot of videos where it's like, black women this, black women that, black women this, black. Like I said, I know where to put certain things. At the end of the day, I know how to play certain things. And I can more than likely for sure say that woman that popped up here is possibly older than me, which means that you should actually know better than to do something like that at your age. Like I said, my mother is still here, alive and well. Beautiful woman, love her a lot. And because I have love for my mom, that's why I have love for the black women directly out here. That's why I do the things that I do. Like I said, man, the one thing that a lot of people happen to state about the black community is that it's very difficult for black people to work with other black people. And that is true because you have a lot of black folks out here that will make it difficult on themselves. That woman by herself just made it difficult for herself. She just by herself made it very difficult because she wanted to come up here and just show her whole backside for no reason. And only just because I relayed a message specifically to black women because I've gone over the STDs, the STIs, and things of that nature. Because while I was talking, I was going back into memory from previous videos and live streams that I've done where there were European men who are specifically over there in other countries, and how it is that they talk. Like what's the European dude name? Nigel Rygaard or whatever it was. There was a video for any of my mods, that are here. There was a video that or a live stream that I showed off, and it was a fashion designer or whatever. It was two rich white dudes, and they had a whole bunch of black women sitting at a table, and they were playing this back and forth game of bartering on who could pay the least for the eggs of those black women. So I placed, like I said, when I try to give and relay information to black women, I think back to all of the videos that I've done and covered on how other groups of men with money, with little money, with moderate money have always deemed, seen, and looked at black women as these types of slaves that they can play like poker chips. And how it is that black women's bodies have always been deemed, seen, and treated even throughout the American medical system, right? How black women were experimented on, had surgery performed directly on them, no anesthesia at all, because they feel that you guys have a higher pain tolerance. This is exactly why black women have a three times the rate of their white female counterparts of dying in hospitals when it comes to childbirth. Because they don't take y'all serious, because they think that y'all have a higher pain tolerance, or they think that you guys are some type of drug addicts. So I send a warning, I try to send a message directly out there, and then I get women like this that'll pull directly up to the scene, messing up all of that. So this is now when I sit up there and go directly into the villain arc in a lot of the videos that y'all saw me do. What was it? about earlier from like earlier part of December to like November, whole villain arc. Because for whatever reason, I keep telling y'all got these women out here that specifically only want to see black men as that one thing. And I try to do, like I told y'all before, I try to do my best to be anything but that. But when it comes to that point in time, and that's only what people want to sit up there and see, I'm going to deliver on that eighth. I'm going to actually over deliver. And like I said, y'all seen the videos, y'all seen the views on those videos. It didn't even get a lot, and I did not care. Because if I'm going to make a point, I'm going to make that point to a fault. I don't care what I have to lose. Because I'm going to be exactly what it is that you believe, because that's exactly what you wanted. I keep trying to tell people, whatever you tell the universe or ask the universe that you want, you're going to get that. Like I said, it's crazy out here, man. That is crazy. And it's like, you know, it gets to the point where it's like, it used to be disheartening. It used to very much hurt. And then I just got used to it. I'm like, well, I expect it. I expect to see, you know, these random black women coming directly up here saying, again, like I told y'all before, calling me everything but a child of God. I'm used to getting comments from random black women calling me weak, calling me this, calling me that, and everything else, again, but a child of God. And I'm like, all right. So I'll be that then. I got you. I will heavily lean directly into that. So now what we got to complain about? Now I am what it is that you said that I already was. So now what's the conversation? And then now when I do that, there's no conversation now. And I'm like, oh, that's a little bit boring. I'm like, I gave you what it is that you wanted, right? This is what you feel that you deserve. So let's have the conversation. And people just magically clock out. They just magically don't see those videos, don't see the content. They don't want to engage in it. Like I said, weirdos. That's some crazy work. That is 100% crazy work. And I also want to note as well too, because I don't want people to get things like misconstrued. The exact same energy that I give here, if you do your history, if you do your due diligence through a lot of the content, well, some of the content you can't see on the first channel because I had to, you know, redo a lot. I had to you know, move a lot of stuff around because YouTube didn't want to specifically say which videos are problematic. I knew which videos are problematic, and it had nothing to do with the normal conversations that I have here. It was about a very specific topic, about a very specific group of people. Right. And again, that was me trying to give a warning to everybody. But anyways, I digress on that. But I don't want people to get confused on thinking that, oh, well, why is it that you only give this type of energy and you're going to be this certain type of thing when it deals with black women give you this energy? Why don't you do this to white women? I've done that to white women. I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're Indian. I don't care if you are Latin. I don't care if you're African. I don't care if you're from the Mediterranean, if you're from Atlantis. I don't care if you're a gray, a reptilian, whatever it is, an anamorph, Power Ranger. I don't care what it is. You will get that exact same energy. White people have gotten that energy as well too. Don't get that misconstrued. Don't ever think in your mind for 1 second that I'm afraid of white people up on here. Please. I am not. That, you know, that's the whole reason that we had issues on the first channel. It was because of white people. So let's not get that misconstrued. Like I said, let's not do that. Like I said, I'm not the same as every other content creator directly out here. You know, stuff happens and you got to sit up there and deal with what comes with, you know, certain information that you want to put directly out there. So from learning from that, I just tread a little bit lighter. But like I said, you know, the message will still get across if people want to look a little bit further, you know? So like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that, you know? But, oh, that's crazy work. You hurt my feelings. You know, that's not the first time. Hold on, wait. That's crazy. You said this sounds like brother who lived in a white neighborhood trying to sound black. I guess. I mean, what white neighborhood would that specifically be? I mean, are you trying to say that I'm speaking or talking white? Because I can tell you that I'm not pronunciating. I'm not pronouncing any words correctly, right? I say irregardless instead of regardless, right? I say Pacific instead of specific. I say ax instead of ask, right? Um, and again, I do that for a variety of reasons. So I'm just a little bit confused. Like I said, I've gotten from people before. Chances are you're not even Black American, but regardless of that, I've gotten that before, and I'm like, okay, so what is that supposed to what is that supposed to do? What is that supposed to do for me? Because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, right? You know, 179 people, if not more, know about you because of me. They don't know about you because of you. So, like I said, there's levels specifically to this. And to also make it better, I can decide to cut this part of the live stream of you talking, and I can make an easy $2 to $5 directly off of this while you're sitting in a comment section for free, giving me content. Again, there are levels directly to this. I can make money off of you. It's not the reverse. I can make money off of any words that you say directly to me and also blur those out depending on if you want to get stupid or not. It's not the reverse. Like I said, I don't understand why people keep doing this. I don't understand. Like this is crazy to me. Like, do you not understand where you are at this moment in time? Do you not understand where you are at this moment in time? Like you're dealing with a content creator here, somebody who can like make money off of whatever. I can literally make money off of you. That's crazy. That is diabolical nature, but I love it though. Like I said, shout out to all of my haters that want to pull directly through. Also, shout out and much love, respect to all of my my moderators. That pull directly up to the scene doing the Lord's work. Because I'm pretty sure that some other people probably, got muted, got blocked at this moment in time that I'm not aware of. Because I get tunnel vision every now and again when it deals with these live streams, and people deciding to pull directly up. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Oh, Sham said he got banned just because of the name. I don't even care about the name. Like I said, you got all of these people that don't really got nothing going, and in order for them to get any type of light or relevance, they got to come directly to Black Americans, and it goes directly back to the conversation that I said earlier when it deals with a lot of these Africans. In order for them to actually spend anything, in order to get any type of movement, Black Americans have to be in or around whatever's going on realistically in order for it to actually be known. That's just the way it is. Like I said, Black Americans have the Midas touch. Regardless of whatever it is that a lot of these folks got to say, can't none of them lay claim to having the Midas, to having a gold touch the way that Black Americans have. I done heard Africans really speak and say a lot of stuff. Even this African here, this woman here who is Nigerian, she's wearing like the shades. She think that she's like an African version of Aaliyah, and she's not. Crazy work. Like I said, when I see a lot of stuff, I notice who it is that they're trying to sit up there and symbolize and copy, and that's what I'm getting directly from this. And it's not working. It's not working. Like she got way more foreheadage than me. And like I said, I'm a guy. I don't know how as a woman that she has like a receding, like that's like some George Jefferson receding, fading away hairline. Like that's crazy. I ain't never seen a fade away on a woman. That's wild. That is wild. And this is when a lot of women would normally tell guys to let it go. She needs to let it go. Just let it go. This was just not you should not have been the one to try to deliver any type of a message. You should have just let it go. She's trying to big her people up. She's trying to say a lot of things about Nigerian, but yet she doesn't want to admit the fact that Nigeria is just not the place to be. You're trying to big up the wrong thing. Y'all got fields of STDs. You got tons of illegitimate children directly right there. Matter of fact, let me go, because this woman is Nigerian. Let me go directly into some of, because we went over the STDs, right? So we went over to some other problems in Nigeria. We went over to the open defecation. Let's also deal with the orphans in Nigeria, because she wants to big up Nigeria, right? Estimated number of orphans and parentless children in Nigeria. Many sources estimate that Nigeria has around 17 to 18 million orphans and vulnerable children. How is that possible? Some estimate specifically that highlight over 18 million Nigerian children are without parents and are living in vulnerable conditions in that country. How is that possible, Nigeria? They also stated that a survey found that about 6% of Nigerian children under 18 are orphaned, and about 8% live without both biological parents, with higher rates in older teen age groups. How is that possible, Nigeria? That's crazy. Like, you mean you got 17 to 18 million kids in Nigeria that don't even got one parent? Or then if these kids do got parents, like biologically ain't nobody even a part of it. Like, that is wild. Where does that happen in Black America? I'll wait. 18 million? 18 million. 18 million? These kids don't got nobody. They just out there on the streets wondering. So this now I understand why it is that when I've watched videos of when white folks go to Nigeria, you got the Nigerian kids on the streets and they chasing down white folks trying to get money. And they try to re-up on the money by going back and telling their friends and all this. Now it makes sense. Because y'all don't even take care of y'all kids. I wonder how many of the Nigerians that we got in Texas got kids over there back in Nigeria. I wonder how many of these Africans have abandoned their kids over in Africa to come to the United States, to come to Canada, to come to the UK, to go to other places in Europe, to go to Australia. I wonder how many Africans have abandoned their kids. Because again, like I said, it's crazy to me that when Africans always want to talk about the lack of a nuclear family or household in the United States when it deals with Black Americans, but yet they're just abandoning kids, like it's an old toy. That's wild. Now I understand. Now I completely understand why it's possible for a lot of these white celebrities to go over to Africa and just like pop up with like 4 African kids, because y'all don't care. Y'all just selling off y'all kids to the highest bidder. It's like, oh, Miss Madonna, you gonna give us $50 for our children? Okay. You just over there just giving them away for free. Sell them like it's Skittles, cotton candy, Now-Laters, ring pops. Like that's some crazy work out there. You would have thought it was just a candy store out here. Pick a child, any child. Everything is 5 cents. Matter of fact, you're white, it's half off for you. That's crazy. That is diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Diabolical in nature. So then we got another thing directly up here because I wanted to have a little bit of these stats up there. We're going to also touch on the homelessness in Nigeria. They said it's estimated to about 24.4 million people, Nigerians, were estimated to be homeless in Nigeria, and that's according to data referenced by the World Population Review in 2023. Some sources suggest a slightly higher figure of 25 million people lacking proper housing. That is wild. So you got about 25, let's say you got 24 to 25 million people that are homeless. You got about like 18 to 19 million kids that are orphans. And then you got a nice amount of folks over there in Nigeria with STDs, STIs, and all this other type of stuff. And then we didn't even talk about the trafficking. Right? And this is specifically dealing, how can I put this? This is dealing with the inside of folks directly out there, right? They said criminal networks and brokers target people from poor socioeconomic backgrounds with promises of money or false opportunities, leading to them to consent to the removal of the insides without fully understanding the risks. The victims are deceived with the misinformation, such as kidneys can grow back or it's safe without lifelong medical care. You got the illegal market. Reports suggest that Nigeria has been a key source in the country for illegal harvesting trade, with hundreds of organs trafficked and transplanted illicitly over recent years. The global black market, for trafficked, insides is estimated to involve around 10,000 of them every year, roughly one sold every hour worldwide. And that was figures from a Nigerian network. Wow. Woo, I see why Nigerians are running. I see why you guys want to go to the UK, go to Europe, you want to go to Asia, you want to go directly to the United States and elsewhere because y'all got a lot of stuff going on there that y'all don't want to face or actually fix or fight directly for. That's crazy. You got your people over there just losing left and right. I'm shocked that people not trying to, just run off with fingers and toes. I'm shocked. I'm like, what else do you got to lose? Realistically? But it's crazy to me how a lot of these Nigerians, again, want to come through and they want to talk about again, for the Black Americans that are currently here, all of the information that I am reading off to you, you can look up directly for yourselves. Forewarned is forearmed, right? Because we're at a moment in time that we have to really start going back and forth and shutting a lot of these folks down because, again, they're talking as if they're wise beyond their years, and they're not. They don't know nothing about nothing. All of and any of their things that are going on specifically here, the whole world knows about. The information is specifically out there. They have to really try to dig deep to try to find and understand anything about us. In order for them to even try to copy the image of, to cosplay as, they really have to study. And that's the thing that people don't even understand. And that's the craziest thing that I don't really see a lot of content creators on live streams talk about when they're speaking directly to these Africans, these Nigerians, and many others when they're on TikTok, is the fact that in order for them, like case in point, if anybody knows the Japanese, I will put them at the height of, in a sense, studying when it deals with like Black culture. Like they are critical when they want to study certain things and understand certain things because that's exactly how they are. So this is why when you go over to Japan, you see a lot of things that are, of Black American culture. You hear a lot of music or splices, of music. You even see, certain things dealing with gospel and hip hop and rap and all this. Even within Japanese music, you will hear Black Americans. Even in certain areas of Japan, you'll see them getting fades. You'll see them getting Caesars. You'll see them getting, lineups. You'll see them with locks. You'll see them with cornrows. You'll see them with coils. They'll do a lot of different things when it deals with that, right? And those are Asians studying Black Americans. So what do you then think that means when it deals with the Africans? They got to sit up there and do that, but they're not as meticulous. They're not going to go as in depth. They're going to go with the most basic of the basic of the basic. It's like, all right, this is the stereotypical Black American. This is what I'm going to do. This is how we're going to move. This is how we're going to talk. And it looks crazy. This is why when I showed y'all pictures of different guys in Africa, they're looking like they're dressing from like the early 2000s. When everybody was wearing, ultra baggy, double or triple XL clothes, when that was the style, they're sitting up there pulling up backwards jerseys. Like, dog, ain't nobody wearing this right now. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you trying to bring back some old T.I., some old Soldier Boy, Young Dro, Young Vic? Like, you stuck back in time. It's like we're in 2025 at this moment in time. This is not the style that we're doing. And I'm like, it looks crazy. It looks 1000% crazy. But again, these are the same exact folks who say that Black Americans don't have a culture, but yet you're copying everything that we're doing in your own homeland. A lot of times when you do your music, you do your videos and all that other type of, it's like, that's crazy. I'm like, that don't even make sense. Matter of fact, it's even to the point of the women where they are modeling themselves after Black American women. Like, this is my thing. For African women, why are y'all even sitting up there getting y'all bodies done? All of y'all basically look the same. Why would you need to get your bodies done? Why would you need to do a fat transplant of anything? Because last time I checked, y'all don't really have a lot of Western food over there. So how would y'all even have, any type of weight issues or anything like that? Like, I get if we got women here, Black American women here, who have weight, and that's due to the fact of all of the foods, the fast foods and all that. I get that, right? That's cool. That's understandable. Over there in Africa, dog, y'all don't got like a McDonald's or a Burger King or a Taco Bell on every single corner. Y'all barely got working lights and running water. So it's like how like that's crazy to me. It's like, so you got women over there getting their bodies done, but yet the rest of like the area, the neighborhood is like in shambles. I'm like, you still walking on like dirt roads. I'm like, how does that doesn't make sense? It's like you're getting your body done, you got like a wig and you got makeup, but yet you're still walking on dirt roads. I'm a little bit like, this is a bit too Flintstone for me. I'm highly confused. I'm highly perplexed. Like, what's the normal terminology that people say? You putting the carriage before the horse. It's like, yeah, that's that whole thing. Like, that don't make no sense. Like that's 1,000% crazy to me. It's like I'm highly, confused. Highly confused directly on that. Highly confused. Highly confused. Wait, let me go up. Oh wait, Ty in the hospital. Yo, brother, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation, brother. Get well soon, man. Get well soon, man. We don't need you, being directly staying up in there, man. It seems like everybody is excuse me, everybody getting sick. Also, to anybody else out there that might be going through, to Sham as well too. Get well soon. Please, for anybody who's watching this live stream, for my folks out there, please, make sure to take care of yourself. As Tippy will normally say, have like some teas, have some soup, have some water. Rest up. I gotta sit up there and do like the Tippy right now because she is not here currently at this moment in time. But yeah, please take care of yourselves. Because like I said, it's winter time. It's a lot of things going around. There's also other things that I heard that are taking place at this moment in time. But I will more than likely wait to say anything on that because things will happen. Because if anybody remembers, I was highly talking a lot during the pandemic. I keep saying it that way because that's how my brain was like wired to work after we started having issues on the channel, talking about the whole thing. And it's very interesting now to see a lot of news and information come up dealing with that time frame, dealing with that 2.5 years, seeing a lot of studies and information and mainstream media is talking about it. It's very, very interesting. So I'm like, well, technically I shouldn't have gone through the issues that I were going through during that timeline. But when people say that it's wrong to talk about or illegal to, in a sense do, or there could be, problems, be like that. So yeah. But yeah, for those who are here, I was heavily talking. I had stories probably every day, every week, dealing with the pandemic, especially during that time. Defending Black folks because we was going through a lot during that time. But again, to my folks out there, make sure to take care of yourselves, man. Because at the end of the day, you got to worry about you. You gotta worry about your health and everything like that. Like I said, I want y'all to be well and completely fine and everything. Wait, what? Excuse me. Leonard said, Seiji, why you a BS and I'm waiting for those Burner Boy rap snacks? Man, no. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Also, for the Black Americans out there, I just found out that they were trying to build a mosque in Toulouse, and you got fields of people directly out there. I'm pretty sure that they're going to vote against it. Like I said, there's multiple for me for everything that I've been talking about. There's attacks on a lot of fronts when it deals with Black Americans. So it's not a story when Black Americans are saying like, hey, we're being attacked from all different angles. No, we are. That's specifically what is transpiring, what is taking place. A lot of people just aren't going to see because it's not happening to them, and also for the simple fact that they themselves don't specifically care about the situation. Again, but yeah, to my folks out there in Toulouse and the many others, make sure to stay strong and make sure you better not let nothing happen up out there. Because case in point, none of those folks would allow you to sit up there and build whatever it is that you want to specifically build. And they would never, like I said, the best way I can sit up there and put it is that a lot of folks need to pay attention to Dearborn, Michigan. That is the greatest example. If you don't know about Dearborn, Michigan, again, Detroit born and raised. I've been up in and through Dearborn, Michigan, and I seen this when it was just starting. And now to look at where Dearborn, Michigan is currently at this moment in time, the United States should have been paying attention. They should have been paying attention. New York should have been paying attention. Texas should have been paying attention. California, Florida, like I said, the rest of the states around the United States, y'all should be paying attention. Dearborn, Michigan should be a warning. Oh wait, Sham said Tippy is here. Oh, Tippy is here. Hey, what's up, Tippy? What is up? What is up? Yo, the movement. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Jermaine said they already trying to make a Muslim city in Texas. Yeah. Yep. And this is why I brought you guys a video. I'm not sure if a lot of people even saw that video. I brought you guys a video where you had Somalians, and they were specifically asked on the street, would you rather live under American law or would you rather live under Muslim law? And they said they would rather live under Muslim law. They said they would rather live under their law. They would rather live under their people and be around their people. I'm like, if that is the case, if you, like I said, your pride, you love your people, your culture, religion, that's cool. I don't got no problem with that. Right? You love you. I love myself. So then be around your people. Why be in the United States? Because that's the thing that baffles me. Why is it that people want to come to the United States and they want to try to make the United States into what it is that they ran from? That's crazy to me. So you want to try to make it into a second version of where it is that you ran from, because now you're here and you're going to have some type of say so and a control. Nah, that's weird to me, dog. Because if it's really as great as you say or you deem it to be, then you would be doing all of this back home, but you're not. Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Wubba said, I have something to share with you soon. Rose says you, but I got to put it together. Yeah, like I said, I understand a lot of stuff. It takes time to, put together, get the information and everything. Trust me. There's been tons of times I done put together videos that are about 45 minutes to an hour. Trust me, I understand. And it took me a minute. I had to do some editing. I had to do, a lot of cuts. I had to do inserts because I wanted things to be specifically at this point so that it would follow with the story and everything of that sort. Trust me, I understand. I get it. Tree said, I remember when Dearborn was mostly white. Yeah, I remember that too. Petrus Farm remembers, but a lot of other folks don't remember. When you ask people now, they'll probably think that Dearborn was always, Muslim. It was not. Trust me. It was not. And I also want to state specifically to the Black Americans out here that they don't like you at all. I just want people to understand that, because this is the one thing I want a lot of Black Americans to realize. You got to understand that just because people tolerate you doesn't mean that they like you. A lot of folks will tolerate you so that they could be close enough to get what it is that they need. So you got a lot of Arabs that are in Black communities that open up stores, that open up gas stations. Again, they're tolerating you. They're selling stuff directly in those gas stations of which they don't sell to themselves. They're not selling themselves cigarettes. They're not selling themselves alcohol. They're not selling themselves junk food. They're not selling themselves anything that have pork derivatives or any type of red, yellow, green, blue, or whatever dyes in there. They're not selling themselves anything that's toxic. They specifically put themselves there and place themselves so that they can be a part of that toxicity, which is AKA polluting the Black community, so that they can basically legally rob the Black community by way of taking money from the Black community and circulating that money in their own communities. Like I said, for the Black community out there, you got to understand that a lot of these folks out here, they will tolerate you. And toleration does not mean love, does not mean caring, does not mean empathy and sympathy, does not mean a partnership. It's toleration for parasitic necessity needs. That is it. Like I said, I need for a lot of Black Americans to wake directly up to that. I get it. You might have some family, you might have some friends or whatnot or whatever. Tread lightly. That's all I'm going to tell you. Tread lightly, because at the end of the day, like I told every other Black American, I don't care who it is that you date. You can date whoever it is that you want to date, but I want you to sit up there and know this for a fact, that the person that you're with, that you are dating, they are playing for the home team. You yourself, as whatever Black American that you are, you can only play for your home team. You can't play or represent anybody else's ideologies, their home team, their belief, their cultures, their ethnicity. You cannot sit up there and play for their team because you are not of them. I don't care how much you love them. I don't care how much you care about them. I don't care if you even got kids with them. Again, that person that you are with at the end of the day is playing for the home team, which means that you should be playing for your home team. Like I said, people gotta understand. And I get and I understand that a lot of people are going to be like, oh man, that's divisive. That's some type of, hatred. And, they was with whatnot or whatever for the longest time possible. And that person was the nicest person. They donated this and they did that for them. That's great. They could have did all of that things. But at the end of the day, what team are they playing for? Who is their family that they go back to? What language do they specifically speak to? Whose culture are they specifically a part of and grew directly up in and raised upon? Who are their ancestors and their grandparents? I promise you 100% it is not you. And you are not them. Like I said, the craziest thing to me is that Black people are so used to pain and so used to hurt. But when you tell them something like this, it's as if it's something, a brand new, like sensory feeling or an emotion that they've never felt or understood before. I'm baffled by that. I'm baffled by that. You shouldn't be confused. You shouldn't be lost. You shouldn't be just emotionally so entrenched that you're just confused. Like, oh, I don't know what these. It's like, this is just, it sounds racist. It's not. It's not. Like I said, every other culture and group, the Africans have been the loudest ones about how it is that they are. They sit up there and tell their kids, you better not bring a Black American home. You better not bring anything Black American culture-wise to this house, to this African house. You better not speak like these Black Americans in this household to us or your elders. Like I said, it's crazy. But it's like, if I sit up there and say it, I'm problematic. Africans will sit up there and say it, oh, it's cool. the Asians will sit up there and say it, oh, it's cool. White people will say it, oh, it's cool. Arabs will say it, oh, it's cool. Latins will say it, oh, it's cool. The moment of time that I say it as a Black American, oh, it's problematic. But it's specifically problematic when it deals with me saying it to Black Americans who, some of which are going to disagree. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Like I said, I respect everybody for their beliefs. You don't want to mess with Black Americans. I'm cool. I'm completely cool on that. Like I said, you got your side of the street. I got mine. I mind my business. You mind your business. I'm not going to impose anything on you, and you shall not ever impose anything on me. But the moment of time that we start to have those boundaries, those lines get crossed, and it's usually by the other person, that's when we have a problem. And again, this is how we got directly to this live stream. Because you have a lot of these Africans deciding that they want to be habitual line steppers, and they want to always cross countless lines. It don't matter if they got to cross the ocean to cross that line, they're going to do it. And the main thing that Black Americans need to sit up there and do is they need to put down a line of respect. And it's like, yo, if you cross that, all right, we got you. It's now it's on site. It's directly up from here up until further notice. And we don't care if you back out gracefully. It is up until we say that it's not. Because if you don't pay attention, you will see. If you're not paying attention, you'll understand and see that, yo, they're just trying to be relentless, and they're coming together. They can be as separate as they want to be, as tribalistic as they want to be, but they're coming together in unison in order to come at Black Americans. Like I said, I done seen Nigerians and Ghanaians or whatever have their disagreements. I done seen people from the islands have their disagreements with Africans and all this other type of stuff. It's crazy work. Oh, look at that. That's so cute. You got a random racist directly in there, and that random racist is gone. Look at that. That is diabolical. See how that works? Now you got to log right back in to Google, and you got to use number 9,998 profile, in order to come right back up here just so that you can be racist. And the craziest part is like, yo, the conversation don't even have nothing to do with you, but because it doesn't have anything to do with you, you want to make it about yourself because, you're a parasite. You're parasitic in nature. You don't know how to just sit there and actually survive on your own. You need life and energy from somebody else because you can't host your own energy. Unlike most normal creatures on this planet or even humans. Like I said, parasites need a host. And usually the parasites are racist. And those racists tend to show themselves when you're not fixated and focused directly on them or when you deny them access specifically to your energy. This is what they like to do. They like to show up. They want to, gather some attention. It's a whole bunch of people here. Let me sit up there and do this so that I can get a little bit of limelight. How about you go back to the father or the uncle or the grandfather that gave you very specific attention when you were 5 years old, when you were 7, and when you were 10? How about you do that if you really want attention, especially from a man? How about you do that? And there's one specific demographic of which that I'm pretty sure everybody knows that I'm talking about because they're the main leading cause when it deals with crimes against families. One main hint that I'll give is that it's not Black Americans. So the door is open to whatever it is that people want to guess on that one. Doors open. Doors open. It's crazy work. Crazy work. But also, like somebody said Trump said that we are protected under the 14th Amendment. The funniest thing is I actually have that clip because it recently came up as I was going through videos. Now, hopefully, what took place was that I actually downloaded that clip. I didn't? Let me see real quick if I could. I'm not sure if I can go back and find it real quick. Let me see if I can. I might be able to do it. Give me a quick second. Take a little bit of time. Also to note that I saw a video out here. I can't say if it's true or not, but somebody said that some devastating floods have hit Washington, Montana, and Oregon. So expect on this channel that I will more than likely cover that news when I get directly down to it. Because for me, that's very interesting. And the person in the video that I came directly to was stating the fact that it was very interesting due to the fact that some type of explosions were heard, sort of akin to Katrina when the levees were blown, right? And they were saying that it was very suspicious. That was a very interesting. What's the terminology? Coincidence, right? Very, very interesting. Right now, I'm trying to see if I can actually find the video dealing with Trump and the 14th Amendment. But some of y'all know what it is. The video is up there. Wait. Is it underneath this thread? But yeah, basically, for the short version of it, Trump was saying that the 14th Amendment was for the children of chattel slavery. It was basically meant for Black Americans, right? It was our ancestors, it was our families, it was our people that went through the history that is a major and a critical part of the United States. And it wasn't meant for anybody that is African coming into America, right? Usually when I talk about these things, I like to bring the video directly up so that people can hear it directly from the horse's mouth. Let me see. I might have to type it in. You see Trump on the 14th. Let me see, 14th. Let me see. I gotta unmute this. Okay, I think this one is the video here. So let me just get this real quick. Sorry about that. I had to make sure that I had it real quick. So now let me put this directly up there because this will basically slide directly in with the Nigerian woman that you see directly in the screen. Like I said, we've been, you know, all over the place. Technically dealing with actually I did have it. Let me go through it.
Citizenship, which now comes to the fore, that was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves.
So again, it came directly from the horse's mouth. And I don't want people to get it confused, right? This is not me trying to say that the Trump administration is the greatest thing since sliced bread, because what I tend to get in my comment section when I deal with politics is that if I say one thing, people will interpret that, okay, well, if you're sitting up there saying this basically about Trump, then you're saying that we should have voted for Kamala Harris and da 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 and all this. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And I've seen this in a recent video that I did. And I'm seeing all of these people talk about Kamala and that's the wrong choice. Nobody said vote for her. Nobody said that. I've been the most honest person when it dealt with voting. And I sat up there and stated that I was not, I laid directly out of this because at the end of the day, nobody had the best interest for Black Americans. The Trump administration does not have the best interests of Black Americans because, again, I'm not hearing anything that is tangible. Kamala Khan, she did not have anything of the best interest for Black Americans. And I went specifically over both candidates during that time. I went over things that, stories dealing with Trump and all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. I did the exact same thing with Kamala Khan and the fact that she is, what was it, like Indian, Jamaican, whatever. She's not a Black American woman. She might have, quote unquote, went to an HBCU and all this other type of stuff, but she is not a Black American woman. Went over the whole fact of her parents, her lineage, the picture specifically there. I also specifically showed how an Indian reporter came directly to Kamala Harris and stated that, how do you feel being the first Indian such and such politician in the United States? And that's what he said to her. And she listened to it. She took her time to respond and she did not correct him. So that tells me automatically that she is not a Black American woman. So like I said before, I am not confused when I go over certain things because I make sure to pay attention or try to get the information that I need in order to prove or facilitate the point that needs to be made. Because there were too many Black folks directly out here that were like, no, Kamala Harris is a Black woman and, she's good for this. And like I said, I get it. Like we're going through the whole Obama phase where even I was there. Like, right. I sat up there and told people before, honestly, I voted for Obama because he was Black. I did that. I'm not misconstruing that. I'm not, in a sense saying sorry for that. It is what it is. Because in my mind during that time, I'm like, yo, this is the first time I actually get to see the image of something that is reflective of me in the White House. I will probably never see this again. I did it for that reason. My friends did it for that reason. I also did it for the fact to give my grandmother something to see that she was told that would never happen. Right. So she got to at least see that image in the White House for the time that she was alive before she passed. Right. So those are my reasons that I sat up there and did it. But did I go through and vote a second time? No. Because I was able to see during those 4 years what was going to potentially happen and what could happen. And nothing did. I saw things for the LGBT. I saw things for the Jewish community. I saw things for the the Asian community. Right. I saw things for the Hispanic community. I saw everything for immigrants and everybody else, but I saw nothing for Black Americans that was tangible. So like I said before, I can admit fault, right? I can admit, hey, that was pretty much, it is what it is. I gave the reasons why it is that I voted. I'm completely honest, directly in that. But I can also acknowledge the fact that, hey, when it goes with that first duration and the second duration, nothing specifically came out of that. It came out for everybody else and not for Black Americans. Right? It was a celebratory, type of thing. It was a type of high, a dopamine effect, right? But then you sit up there after that dopamine effect, when it's like now you can see and think clear. It's like, man, it's really nothing here. It's looking a little bit empty, but yet everybody else is partying though. They was partying even while you were partying, and I'm like, whoa, like word, like what y'all partying for? I'm like, that's crazy, and it'd be like that. So like I said, a lot of people disagree. People have their specific, feelings directly with that, but it is what it is. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Who was that? Patrick, the starfish from SpongeBob. Come on, buddy. I thought you were supposed to be happy all the time. I thought you were supposed to be happy all the time. And you are talking from the vertical, correct? You are talking from the phone. That's crazy. You know what? I'm not actually going to do it. If my mods, want to sit up there and pack you on up, they can do it. They can clear cut do it. But like I said before, whenever I get ignorant comments like that, those are folks out there that don't want Black people to be very intentful and very specific when it deals with their votes. You'll have a lot of these quote unquote, as people like to call them, the boule types, the gatekeepers that are on the internet streets that will try to goad Black Americans or fear, which I told a lot of Black folks that's one of the greatest weapons ever wielded by man. They will try to fear a lot of Black Americans into voting for a specific party. 9 times out of 10, it'll be Democrat. And the main thing that I've always stated as well is that if you're going to be intentful and very direct with your vote, there needs to be tangibles that should come directly with that, right? Because let's not get everything mixed up. Voting is money. Money is voting, right? Everything has an intent. Voting is very transactional. The reason why the Hispanic party the Hispanic groups are able to get the things that they need is because they can give money directly to these folks. The reasons why the Asians and the Jewish communities can get laws and things that they want is because they will raise money and give money directly to these people. So again, it's crazy how you got a lot of these boule gatekeepers, whatever it is, even some of these Black celebrities that'll tell Black people like, yo, you need to vote Democrat and all this other type of stuff and rah, rah, rah. But yet they're not telling you specifically what it is that you're going to get. So again, you got the celebrities who are already rich, who are already bought and paid for, telling you to vote for a rich politician who is already bought and paid for. Like it doesn't make any type of sense. And it's like, people, they fall for the exact same song and dance every single time. It's like, if you're going to fall for something, at least get something out of it. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to fall directly for something, at least leave out of here with something. Every other group can sit up there and fall for a trap, but within that trap, there is a list, a little bit of a silver lining. A trap is still a trap, but there's a little bit of a silver lining where somebody can reach and actually grab something that's tangible, right? So for a lot of the folks that were immigrants, they were able to get rights, right? They had, what was it, DACA, they had the Dream Act, and a lot of things that allowed them to, the Dreamers Act or whatever it was. They had a lot of things to enable them to be here that gave them a safety net for a nice duration, for a very long time. Even though it had an ending date, they still got something that was tangible that they were able to use, that they could actually see, right? That they can like wave around, but like, hey, this is us. This is what we got. When you look at Black Americans, when they vote, what do we have? The LGBT got stuff that they can wave around. The Jewish community got stuff. The Asian community, the Hispanic community, everybody got something that they can wave around and say that they got from the government. That's tangible. Even if it has an expiration date on it, they still got it. Black Americans don't got nothing right now to wave around, but you still got folks out here telling Black Americans to vote the exact same way or to just vote. Like that don't make no sense. So I'm supposed to give a vote, even though realistically the electoral colleges are the ones that realistically make the decision. And this was proven in at least from what I remember, at least two of the elections. Because back when Biden was the whole argument between Biden and Trump and everything that happened during that time, right? The electoral colleges, while everybody was arguing, was like, oh no, the Democrats really have the White House. Oh no, the Republicans have the White House. The electoral colleges, they was like, yo, we are fathers. We're going to tell you, as the smallest minority out here with the majority of the power, that Biden is the president of the United States. No more arguing, no more bickering. All of this conversation is done. And I'm like, nobody saw that. No, nobody that didn't raise like a red flag that the electoral colleges pretty much just threw water on top of a fire and just put out the whole thing. And I'm like, I'm the only one that realizes and sees this. I'm like, that should really tell you who actually has the power. It's the minority of the country, the electoral colleges, that literally make the decisions. Like, it's crazy. That is diabolical. Lazy journalist said, well, don't vote. I didn't. So now what? Now what's the conversation? What's the conversation? Right? What's the conversation? Because like I said, I told people honestly that I wasn't. And I didn't. So now where do we go from there? Now what's your new part of the conversation? You know? That's crazy. He said, what? Oh, let me go back up here because you just started randomly talking. What did you say? See, you said get what out of what, and then you said programs to help in getting ahead. You said I don't tell anyone how to vote. Then you said if you don't know who to vote for, then that's your problem. Let me see you real quick. Your name is Eric. Let me see something real quick. Let me just because I like sending stuff real quick. Let me see some real quick. Eric, you seem to be a Caucasian male. You made your profile back in December 13th of 2007, and it looks like you got a playlist of the first video seems to be of a white rapper. I don't know, or a singer, rock artist. Like I said, I don't know. I just know that he's wearing a hoodie. I'm like, that's a little bit weird because I thought that was deemed as negative culture from the urban groups, as people like to call it. But regardless, as you're up here with this nice family photo with your face kind of beat red, I find it very interesting that you decided to enter into a conversation of which does not actually have anything to do with you. This is a conversation that specifically has to do with Black Americans and what Black Americans are supposed to do, how it is to peer into or point of view or look at politics, and those who tend to mislead. It's a little bit weird to me that you would decide to peer directly into this. I mean, I know that my moderators basically already got you, packed you right on up out of here. But like I said before, to any of the other Caucasians directly out here, it's a little bit weird when y'all want to pop up to the scene and y'all want to start pulling up and thinking that you realistically have a voice or say so on this conversation. You're not Black. You're not Black. Let me repeat that again. You're not Black. You're beet red, right? You have some type of a color because you are able to change colors, right? You can go from blue to a purple. You can do to a cherry or a nice red. You can go to an orange, right? You can go to a fake tan because you guys like to use bronzer. You can go to a variety of colors. Through whatever phases of life that you happen to face. You are multicolored. You are the real multiracials directly out here because of the colors that you can actually go through. It's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. But yeah, like I said before, it's crazy that when I'm focused again, and this is to everybody else that is here, when I specifically focus in on my own people, this is when other people try to chime in and they want to throw their hats into the ring so that their people can get the attention and all this other. Y'all, you guys are weirdos. You guys are 1000%, weirdos. That's worse than kids. That's a wait. Larry. So what specifically racist? Because I said that white people are multiracial, or was it because I critiqued the image of Eric because I said that he was beat red? Which part that I said was racist? Also, when you say racist, are you saying that I, as a black American, have power over a white man to impact his life in any type of way, both by way of educational, financial, or life expectancy? I'm a little bit confused, and I need you to expound a little bit upon that, because if I were to describe racism and apply that directly to the system of the United States and to showcase different things that were taking place by way of those who are not obviously black American, I mean, it's going to look vastly different. It's going to look vastly different. That's all I'm saying. Ah, that's tough. That man Mo already got him. Like I said, I mean, I didn't say anything. I've seen enough white folks in my lifetime through, many different types of weather. Um, you know, Jokingly, what I could say is that technically, the racist part is the fact that white people use sunscreen. I'll just let that sink in. I'll let people do their research. I'm not even going to delve deep directly in that, because everybody, from what I can see, at least quite a few people are on their cell phone. So I know that you can pull up two screens on that phone, especially if you got like an iPhone or an up-to-date Android. And if other people are not on vertical, you're on a horizontal, which means that you're on the laptop, you're on a tablet, or some form of a computer, or maybe even your television. So yeah, I mean, jokingly, I can say that, what's racist is that white people use sunscreen. You know, when you actually see it, when you actually see what sunscreen, matter of fact, I'll go in depth because I know that people aren't going to actually do their research like they normally do on the channel. If you look at sunscreen underneath a certain lens, or the way that the sun sees it, the sunscreen is black. So color me surprised, something that appears to be white and goes on invisible is actually black in nature, which means that sunscreen is a copy of melanin, which is something that you would normally find in, melanated people, such as black Americans, in order to protect those who lack that necessary protection that the universe has obviously blessed those out here with. And that's not being racist. That is just pointing out a fact. Sunscreen is black. It goes on white. I'm sorry, it appears white, and it gets, rubbed in clear or invisible. But in actuality, underneath a different lens, it is black, or a fake version of melanin. So yeah, just saying. It's crazy. What is it? How do you have a name? First of all, you're going to try to come at me disrespectful, and your name is Barney. I know you're a troll. Let me tell you, a lot of y'all trolls, a lot of y'all Cockanites, I love y'all so much, because at the end of the day, you guys are the true MVPs. Y'all bring the numbers directly up on a lot of these live streams because of the engagement. I love it. I love it so much. You could be anywhere else in the world. You can decide to watch Fox News, or you can watch something dealing with Trump or the Republican administration. You can deal with your small town. You can even decide, which I know a lot of white folks don't like to talk about, you could talk about the Appalachians and the people, the hills have eyes, people that like to live directly up there, and the poverty-stricken and drug-ridden areas directly up there, along with the crime. Of course, the United States government and the police don't even want to talk about those areas or even go into those areas at all. They dare not. You can talk about anything in the world, be any place in the universe, because I could have sworn that Elon is trying to send y'all to Mars, but you decide to be right here. Thank you. Thank you for being here and giving me all of your energy. Give me all of your energy. If you know, you know. Let me see. Somebody said, if you heal, you become the enemy. Like I said, politics is to distract. Wars are for distraction. I guess so. Yo, that's some crazy work. This man named Barney said, "We are over the black victim stuff. If you knew how stupid you sound." I mean, I guess. But this is the thing, though, Barney. Barney is a dinosaur from your imagination. Da 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 and 1, 2, 3 and da 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 da. So if Barney is from my imagination and your name is Barney, that means that the only reason that you exist is because I imagined you. So that means that if I close my eyes and I count to 1, 2, 3, you'll disappear. And I'm just having fun right now. I'm just having fun right now. Somebody said, "What's the point other than being racist?" How am I being racist? This is the craziest part is we go over this so many times during a variety of live streams, and people still are not explaining how I, as a Black American, am being racist to white Americans. I have no power over white Americans. I can't impact their finances. I mean, that's obviously been proven because look at what was the white woman at the Cinnabon. She sat up there and talked to Somali, and she was using racial slurs, and then she raised what, like 100, maybe close to like 200 grand, and that was nothing but like white folks that supported her. So I mean, yeah, I can't sit up there and impact your finances. Realistically, racism makes y'all it makes white people richer. I mean, if we're going to be honest and truthful, especially from what I've been able to view over since like the pandemic, because I've covered a ton of stories, and either they ended up going to a GoSendGo or a GoFundMe, and they pulled in a lot of money. So I mean, yeah, it's some crazy work. I'm like, if I'm racist, it's not really beneficial. It's not financially beneficial for me at all. It's like I'm not raising, buku bucks. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Uh Wait, what was it you said? Check Discord. Do I got Discord? Excuse me, my bad. You said check Discord. Got me over here the funniest thing is I didn't even get to the main video that I was supposed to get to because getting sidetracked, having fun, trying to make things a little bit entertaining, and things that Apple is on Call of Duty right now too. That is tough. That is tough. Okay, there we go. Wait, is that today? Oh no. Okay, wait. Let me go through. Got to scroll down. You said daylight mode, true UV mode, and UV mode with sun cream. Oh yeah, I got you. So okay, shout out to Ty for bringing this directly up. Thank you. Let me just pull this directly on the screen. And again, for the white folks out there that may get offended, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you, but again, this is what it specifically looks like, right? In a sense. In this one, it looks kind of blue, but it's black. Where is the image directly right here, right? Right. So to the person that said, "What's the point other than being racist?" There's nothing racist about this. This is clearly a Caucasian woman. And this is what is specifically stated. Daylight mode. The image demonstrates what your skin looks like in the normal light, which shows some sun damage or freckles. Number 2, the true UV mode. This UV mode image shows sun damage that is not visible to the naked eye. The sun damage is mostly in the form of hyperpigmentation. Number 3, UV mode with sun cream or sunscreen. We apply sun cream to certain areas of the face. These areas appear black. Let me repeat that again. UV mode with sun cream. We apply sun cream to certain areas of the face. These appear black. Who in the United States appears to be black? Just wondering, right? As the UV light cannot travel through the sun cream. Color me surprised. Actually, I am colored. So, I mean, I guess I'm surprised. So, again, to anybody that want to say that I, going over this information, am racist, that would then make this white woman who specifically did this step by step even more racist than me, correct? Or basically the same. I don't know. Right? How is it, yo, for the white folks out here? Why are y'all pulling up here and y'all got pictures of like y'all whole families up here? I mean, I don't know if this is like, I respect the honesty. I don't know if this is just y'all being like honest or y'all not really thinking. Because, at a moment in time, the internet is forever. I can stand by the things that I've stated. Y'all, on the other hand, y'all tend to run and y'all tend to, walk back a lot of things. There's only so few rare amongst y'all will actually be standing 10 toes down. Now, to be honest, like I said, I respect honesty. Like, of course, a person can sit up there and be as racist as all get out, using all types of slurs, but I respect the honesty, especially if you're going to stand 10 toes down and you're going to sacrifice everything for it. I respect that. I like that. Because that's a reality. While everybody else is living in a type of story that they made for themselves to try to escape from what it is that they really are. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So again, to the white folks directly out here, not being racist. Just saying, people have different reactions to the sun. I clearly, don't have this reaction. Somebody was like, blacks are so racist. And you're saying this? Is this not you with your son directly up? You know this ain't Facebook, right? I want, matter of fact, let me go to the channel. What's your name? DR Burgess. That sounds just like Blackbeard off of One Piece. So I already know what type of time you're on. So I'm not really too surprised or shocked. Can't really say that I am too surprised or shocked. So we had Eric up here with, him and I guess his daughter, right? And now, who is this person here that we got directly up here? DB Burgess. I would have thought that you were actually a One Piece fan potentially. Wait, let me see if I could find that name directly up here. DB Burgess. Let me see. If I can't find you up here, it's whatever. I'm not even going to really try to even look, because I'm like, I don't feel like swapping to the other channel either. Man, a lot of people been getting shot down. Let me tell you something. There must be a lot of comments. Man, people been getting shot down row after row after row. Shout out to my moderators. Yeah, lucky. Who is that? Burgess, yeah, you lucky. Because I for surely would have went directly to your page real quick. But like I said, you're like, that's the stupid, like, yo, if you're going to sit up there and do this, like, dog, stop having your whole family up here, dog. Stop having your whole family up here. Like, because you think a certain type of way, now when people think of you, they're looking at like your little son directly up there, and they be like, oh, so this is how you got your son speaking direct. This is how you got your son, seeing and deeming black people. Oh, we can only imagine what you're saying behind closed doors. This is how that starts. And you can only have yourself to blame, because nobody, I for one, did not tell you to come up here and decide to leave a comment. You decided to do this yourself, being stupid. I need y'all to get smart. For the people that always say that they got high IQs, y'all be pulling some stupid moves. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. What are you talking about here, woman? Hold up. Where I could have sworn, didn't you say something about black conservatives? Where was that at? I could have sworn I saw you say something. Then you said something about some black liberals. Where are we going? He said black liberal Democrats are offended by everything. What are we talking about? Where are we even going here? Where did she go? Let me just let you know, for all cases, like I said, I don't even know who you are. Let me just be real with you. I didn't state any political affiliations. So I'm not. This is where the confusion gets directly in. People will hear one thing and then they'll think something else completely different. I didn't tell you anything that I even go with politically. for all given points that I have given. Honestly, I've set up there and stated that the United States government clearly does not care about anybody out here. So white folks, I'm specifically, let me be very specific, just like this video, this picture here is very specific when it deals with melanation or the lack thereof. To the white folks out there, the government does not care about you. I've said this time and time again. A lot of y'all are conservative Republicans, and then another portion of you guys are quote unquote Democratic liberals. None of these groups care about you because they're both rich. They both make money hand over fist directly on you. They both gold you and they both coerce you into voting or continuing to be a part of a system of which really, for all intents and purposes, has not been beneficial. Both groups are making sure that depopulation happens. For the white folks out there, go back if you're old enough. I'm pretty sure that this woman here is old enough. I'm pretty sure you remember the Georgia Stone, right? And it stated that the world population is to be, and this is not any type of chat GPT. Go look up the Georgia Stone before it was destroyed. It specifically stated that the world population, which is about what 7 to 8 billion, is to be no more than 500 million. So then you think about that, you think about everything that's going on with the food, right? And again, to the white folks, because I know that y'all don't happen to do research, especially about black channels like this. And the black conservatives didn't really even touch on this either. I did a video not too long ago. It should have been like 2023, almost like 2024. It should have been December of 2023 on one of my channels. And I specifically went over the fact that a lot of factories, it doesn't matter if it was milk, it doesn't matter if it was almond milk, doesn't matter if it was turkey, chicken, if it was beef, if it was pork. There was over 100 factories that were being shut down or in a sense impaired and or destroyed one way or another. And I told people earlier on that was going to impact food prices. I gave videos as well when white farmers were talking about the fact that, hey, they were like giving people a heads up. They were like, hey, we have to start paying a lot of money for the feed and different things. And what's going to happen is that it's going to impact the prices directly at the markets. So everything is going to start to go up. And the other reason that I talked about a lot of these factories getting destroyed, impaired, or whatever that was going on with them was the fact that if anything is debilitating to these factories, that was going to impact the market. So this is how they can be like, oh, we got an egg shortage, we got a chicken shortage, we got a beef shortage, we got a pork shortage, we got a milk. This is why you had all of those shortages. But like I said, people don't pay attention. So shout out to the white folks out here that always want to pull through and y'all want to say that I'm racist when I make videos and I give out generalized information for anybody to actually take in. Like I said, this is how dumb some of y'all are, that you can't even get past your own emotions. You got such irrational thinking that you get caught up on the words that I use or the things that I say, and you don't even listen to the information. But again, I can't be too surprised because this is how y'all got directly into politics. And this is why a lot of white folks think that all of these politicians are directly for you. And this is currently why at this moment in time, we have the economy looking the way that it is going. We damn near got like a housing crisis, right? We're almost like what, $40 trillion in debt at this moment in time. But yeah, you're worried about me and saying that I'm racist. Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're doing an impeccable job at this moment in time with this country. Like I said, this is what happens when you want to specifically just fixate on one group of people, and all of you guys want to get on X like, oh, it's the blacks, oh, the statistics, oh, the 1350, 1380. Look at the crimes in the Democratic run cities. Look what the blacks are doing. Obviously every other group is better than the blacks. Yeah, good job. That's not bringing down the debt. Any stats or anything that you want to sit up there, any per capita, whatever you want to do, that's not helping with the debt in this economy. That's not making your money grow any faster. That's not helping your fertility rate, dealing with your white communities, dealing with your white kids, dealing with your white population, dealing with your white culture, and trying to keep that up in the United States so that it is not basically a bygone era, because you got other people coming directly into this country and they're populating the areas faster than you can. It's crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. But like I say, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Like, that's crazy. Mm, mm, mm. That's diabolical. Like I said, try to sit up there and tell people some helpful information, no matter who you are. But people don't want to listen. It'll get to the point in time where Black Americans are not holding up the sign, talking about it's the end of the world, ringing the bell. Like I said, y'all going to get what it is that y'all want at the end of the day, and it's nothing that you're going to be able to do about it. And Black Americans are not about to turn around and get turned into stone, turned into salt. We are not going to be statues for you. You're going to have to deal with it, because this is going to be of your own causation. So again, for the white folks out there, no matter what you got to say about Black Americans, always know that you said that you created and founded this country. So the same way that it was created will more than likely be the same way that it will inevitably be destroyed. And that is internally, which means that it's going to be, if it was created by your hands, it'll be destroyed by your hands. Nobody else. Because only you can decide who comes into this country and who doesn't. Only you have the proper defenses to protect this country or decide not to protect this country. Nobody else. You are the ones responsible for that. So if any and everything has happened to this country, it is directly on your hands, or the people that you specifically voted for, the people that you put directly into office, the people that you think represent you. And again, you are really thinking as a white person that the rich are representing you. Shout out to classism. Shout out to the war on the poor, because there pretty much is going to be a point in time where there is no middle class. Shout out to that. Shout out to the rich versus the poor. Shout out to Elysium. If nobody ever seen that movie, shout out to Elysium and the Medusa Machine. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. Anyways, let's get directly back to the video real quick.
Nobody wants to deal with your shit. One motto that I have personally as a human being. One motto that I have. I know that Nigeria has bad name. So what I do, I feel is one person at a time. One person at a time. That's why when I'm dealing with international people, international partners, I go over and above to be straight, to be honest, to be timely, for them to say, oh, Nigeria has bad name. Oh. But there was this lady that I dealt with, her name is Choma. That lady made me start to think twice about the bad name Nigerians have, because I have dealt with her and she was good. You see, if all of us, one by one person at a time, can begin to do this. I have dealings right now with a Ghana person, and when he wanted to deal with me initially, he didn't want to do it because he said, I be Nigeria. He said, Nigeria. But the person that recommended me say, this one is different. And I made sure, just day before yesterday, I paid him the share of his money. For the business that we're doing. And some payments that he was not aware of that came in, everything, CSV file. I said that go the guy. I said, these are the payments that you were not aware of. This came through this other link. This came through this. He said, wow. You're so honest. I didn't even know. I said, you don't need to know. As long as you're dealing with me, I'm going to be honest. As straight as an arrow. Guys, you don't bad. We don't carry bad name. We don't carry bad name. It's all over the world. But we can change it. We might not change it completely in our generation, but we can start one person at a time. Begin to be honest. Begin to be straight. Begin to do the right thing. One person at a time. If we can do this, maybe, just maybe, our children, because our generation is over for us, but maybe our children can have a chance where the world will not alienate them, where the world will not give them a blanket sanction, where the world countries quietly will not give them special conditions. Imagine me calling the hotel in Dubai. Normally, when you book a 5-star hotel in Dubai, they go do visa for you. I called the hotel to help me with my visa. They said, what country passport are you using? I said, Nigeria. They said, I'm sorry. Nigeria has special conditions. Why? One person at a time. That fast money where you won't get, that thing where you won't do, where you know say, if they find that say you be Nigerian, it gonna make all of us look bad. Don't do it. It might not be for you. Think about your children. The world is turning against us. The world, this will not be giant. We not be giant ago, no. We ain't giant, no bullshit. We are not giant. There is nothing giant about us. Let us be honest with ourselves. One person at a time. We can change the narrative.
So you heard us say think about the children, but I just recently gave y'all information on Nigerian on how they got about 17 to 18 million Nigerian children that are homeless, that are orphans. So what are you talking about? Think about the children. Ain't none of these Nigerians out here thinking about these kids when they running and fleeing from Nigeria. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, that's crazy. Like, now she want to, try to go into some Holy Ghost spiritual, and she getting herself all hyped up. Like, oh, we got to do this. We got to do this. Nigeria, Nigeria. Da, 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 da. I'm like, you ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. What has been done is what will always be done, and it's going to continue that way. You like, oh, one person at a time. No, it's over. It's over. And this is why I told a lot of Africans out there, the few will mess it up for the many. The same exact way that people around the world, and especially in the United States, want to all deem and look at Black Americans, all is like one specific group. If somebody ended up in jail and got arrested, oh, that's all Black Americans. Like, oh, we saw a Black sit up there and rob a car. He got caught. Oh yeah, that's all the Blacks. That's all the Blacks in these Democratic run cities. That's all they do. And then you randomly come through with a story. Oh yeah, I got a friend of a friend, and he told me that he got into a fight with one of the Blacks, and it was a very bad thing, and they also set up there and jumped him and robbed him. Thank goodness he survived, and they didn't decide to leave the car, but it's still the fact that it happened, and this is what they do. Like they're anti-white. The amount of times that I've seen random white folks pretty much giving this same iteration of a story, and I'm like, really? So all of y'all got this exact same story? When if you look at the population, you think about a lot of people, 9 times out of 10 people tend to live around themselves, meaning that the reason you have Black cities and the reason why it's a high Black population there is because Black people tend to be around other Black people. The same exact way how white people in other states and cities have a high white population is because they tend to be around themselves. The same thing when it deals with Asians. Same thing as if you got, let's say, like Italians, Jamaicans, Haitians. It's the exact same thing. Like I said, it's diabolical. I even gave stats directly on that, which further prove what it was that I'm saying, where when people are within proximity of one another, you have more crimes of that demographic happening to itself. So that went for white, that went for Black, that went for Asian, that went for African, and whoever else. But like I said, people don't pay attention. People do not pay attention at all. Like I said, it's a lot of information directly out there, but people refuse to actually see it. But Ian, going directly back to the Nigerians, y'all got to fix yourselves real quick. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me pull that back. Nigerians and Somalis, and probably a few others that I'm forgetting at this moment in time because they're not as loud. But Nigerians, Somalis, y'all got a lot of work to do. Y'all got a lot of work to do because y'all real loud for no reason. Y'all acting all proud and ain't nothing to be proud about. Nothing to be proud about. Like I said, we already had what was it? Because it wasn't that long ago that Black Americans had issues with Haitians. I think that was a previous summer ago or a few summers back, and some Haitians here and there were saying some stuff about Black Americans. And then I just gave you guys a video about 2 Haitians who decided that they wanted to commit fraudulent activities directly in the United States when it deals with aka SNAP. Crazy work, diabolical. And I keep asking people, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Now you're locked up. You can't blame Black Americans for that. You did that yourself as 2 Haitians. Crazy work. Anyways, let's go to the Prime video. This is one of 2 of the Prime videos here. And this video, you're going to basically see this guy here who is African. And he always likes to speak on Black Americans because he don't got nothing else better to do, nor can he actually really speak on his own culture because nobody would actually care. It's not going to draw the eyes. It's not going to draw the attention. He's not going to get the views, the likes, or whatever types of donations that he may get on whatever social media platform that he's on. Right. So the main title of the video, he said, "What good is 1.7 trillion spending power if you can't make it past a stoplight?" Right? You see the response that he's the reason why he's giving a response. He said, "Do you realize that Black Americans are the wealthiest Black people on the planet, and we grew up watching you starve on TV?" Now, again, that is as Black Americans normally do, that is a jab, that is a shot for a shot, because you had a lot of disrespectful Africans directly out here, and this is one of the prime examples of a disrespectful African. And he is so disrespectful to the fact that he is also going to touch on a bit of Black American history, and he's going to make light and fun directly of that. So you'll see that, or I'll probably pause it at that point in the video.
Where is the money? Where is the money? If you're the wealthiest group of Black people on the planet, where is the money? Why
Always
you ain't
talking about
built
them.
up Tulsa back? Where is the money? You're the wealthiest group of Black people on the planet and you're still on food stamps. Where is the money? The wealthiest group of Black people on the planet, my black ass, where is the money? Where is the money? You're out here begging for reparations from white people. Where is the money? Your kids are still going through the school to prison pipeline. Where is the money? Black women cannot make it out of the hospitals when they give birth because they keep getting unalived. Where is the money? We just saw Trey Reed hang from a tree a few weeks ago, like Christmas ornaments. Where is the money? Jingle bell, jingle bell. Where is the money?
Right? So this is why, for any Africans that are directly in the background right now, and you see this smiling clown, as I stated before, this is why we have a very unique problem directly with you, because your people will get directly online unchecked by way of you, and you will proceed to make fun of historical things that have taken place with Black Americans, knowing the fact that when it deals with Toulouse and many other areas, the reason why certain things did not get rebuilt was due to the fact that a lot of those people may not even exist. There are only so few of that lineage that actually survived any of those riots, those race riots, that race massacre that took place to that Black community. And then for whatever reason, you as Africans will proceed to get online and you want to make fun and try to make it seem as though that Black Americans are weak, as if we're fragile, as if we're scared, when yet we still survived and we still thrived. But yet we can look at what you're doing clearly right now, and we know that you're scared and afraid of Europe. We know that you're scared and afraid of the Arabs. We know that you're scared and afraid of the UK. We know that you're scared and afraid of the Chinaman. We clearly know this at this moment in time. But yet you want to get up here and you want to make fun of everything that has happened or that is currently happening or that will happen to Black Americans in the future. You're also the same groups of people that have slavery going on over in Africa, which is diabolical to me. You still have slavery because you want to talk about the school to prison pipeline. Okay, cool. And again, that's something that we talked about because that's something that we acknowledged that went on and we did our research about. The only reason that you can even mouth off and list any of these things is because you learned it from us. You didn't learn it from nobody else. It's not like you were over there in Africa and you were just studying America and you just like, oops, I found this. Like I must be like Ptolemy or, Eureka. I just found. No, you are parroting things that you learned from Black Americans. And then you're trying to use that as a negative in order to hurt emotionally Black Americans because you yourself as an African are hurt. See, this is what it looks like when you have somebody that is empty on the inside and they don't really have much. So they have to basically fixate and focus on a whole nother group of people because they know within themselves that they are powerless to actually do anything for what is considered to be their home or their culture or their people. Proof of which is that if you go online right now, you search up Africans or the Chinese in Africa, you will see quite a few videos up there of African men whipping the living mess. You will see African men getting the living mess whipped directly out of them by Chinese men. Explain that to me. How is that possible? How is it possible that somebody from a whole nother area can come directly to your landmass, where you live, where you thrive, where you survive, where you raise your kids and your family, and they can put hands directly on you and you don't do nothing? How is it possible that you allow another group of people to come from another group of country and to tell you that we're going to take your minerals and your resources and you don't do nothing about it? Like, it's crazy that in Africa they got all of these minerals and resources, but yet that land is so rich, but yet the people are so broke. But yet you're online as an African trying to ask Black Americans, where is the $1.7 trillion? You need to be asking, where is your land? You need to be asking, where is your resources? You need to be asking, where is your money? Matter of fact, you need to be asking, where are the records for your birth? You need to be asking where it is that you actually really come from on that whole landmass. Like I said, it should not be a thing where you got fields of people in Africa where everybody's birthday is January 1st. That's crazy to me. You can't keep proper records. Nobody knows how to do that. And also, I brought you guys a video before where you had two African men giving praise to the European man, saying that there would be no life in Africa without Europeans. But you got the nerve to sit up there and try to pocket watch Black Americans and ask us, where is the money? You want to know where such and such money is because you want to make it seem like it doesn't exist? For the most part that you had, and I did a video on this as well too, you got some type of group or whatever over there in Africa that listed Black Americans as a sixth or a seventh region so that they can try to claim or take hold of any types of forms of monies or reparations that will be due to Black Americans. If we did not have any type of money or anything belonging to us, why would Africans decide to do that on our behalf? And it's a behalf that which we didn't ask you to do. Shouldn't you be worried about getting money directly from Europe and the many other places that have stolen artifacts and many different things directly from your lands? It's crazy to me that a lot of these Africans want to pull up. Hold on. Shout out to the Power Rangers. It's amazing to me that a lot of these Africans want to pull up to the scene, and you guys literally go to Europe. You go to the UK and you go to the museums of which they have artifacts from your country. And you're just in awe and wonder and splendor. It's like that you don't find that to be weird? That doesn't make you angry? You're just like sitting there nonchalant, like, it is what it is. That is wild. That is wild to go to a whole nother country to see artifacts or things from your ancestors in the hands of somebody else, and they're making money off of it. But you got the nerve to sit up there and ask Black Americans, where is the money? That's wild. That is 100% wild. Diabolical. In a sense, I should sit up there and ask you, where are the lights? Where's the power? Where's the electricity? Where are the concrete roads? Where are the waterways? Right? Where is the clean food? Where is the actual medicine? Because last time I checked, the main ways that y'all happen to get medicine, again, from a lot of places, you got the World Health Organization, you got the UN, other countries, supply you with a variety of things. Matter of fact, you also have other corporations that still experiment on you still to this day. Shout out to Kenya. And it's crazy that you want to try to go all in on Black Americans. You really think that you actually spitting something. You're not. The only thing coming out your mouth is the exact same trash of which you lay directly in, that you create, that you defecate directly in. Where are the toilets? Where is the waste management? Where are the actual parents to a lot of those African kids that are left orphaned because they don't have no parents at all? Huh? But you got it, though. You got it. Let's keep going, though.
You're the wealthiest Black. You must be thinking about imaginary money. You ain't got. Where's the money? We saw a lot of you crying about food stamps a few weeks ago. Where is the money? Where is the money? You ain't built nothing. 500 years, you've not built nothing. Do you know how much of a disgrace it is for Africans to come here, knowing you've been here for 500 years and you still ain't built? When the Mexicans come over, their people build something for them. They have a system. Chinese come over, they have a system. Irish come over, they have a system. We come over, we have jail systems. You just send us to jail because we look like you. All you've reserved for your people in America is the jail system.
So wait. So you're blaming Black Americans for the reasons that Africans go to jail? Can somebody give me the math on that? How does that make any type of sense? This African literally said that they go to jail because of us. How does that make any type of? I've never seen this. I have never seen this ever. So as an African that decided to come to the United States and you did whatever you did and you got caught, you were like, the reason that you're in jail or prison right now serving time in America behind bars is because of Black Americans. You can't even take responsibility for the crimes that you commit in other countries. What are we talking about? What are we talking about right now? How? Yo, like, yeah, okay. All right.
That is all. That is the only power you hold. The right to remain silent. That's the only thing you have. Miranda rights. You are the richest population of Black people. Where is the money? Where is the money? How come you don't finance your own people into office? You're crying about Somalis. How about you put that money behind a candidate that has your views in mind?
Now, I love the fact that he wants to talk politics being an African and he don't know nothing about America. Due to the fact of compromise, not compromising situation, not compromise situations. Due to the fact of situations dealing with candidates who may be compromised, that is why it is very hard for Black Americans to put money behind any candidate, because again, we're looking for tangibles. He would know about that if he would actually do his research. And again, people say that Africans are supposed to be smart, but I'm listening to this dude and he sounds dumb as a box of rocks. And it seems as though that he's just parroting the exact same points of views as other ignorant Africans directly out here, which again makes no sense because this is the same group of people that say that they are the most intelligent directly out here and doing the best around the world better than Black Americans. And I'm a little bit confused because if you're so smart, I would expect you to do research, but yet there is no research coming directly out of his mouth at all. Like I said, I can give you stats on Nigeria right now, and we can break those down in comparison, especially when it deals with the illegitimacy rate, when it deals with the STDs, when it deals with the poverty rates, when it deals with the homelessness, when it deals with the jobs. We can sit up there and do a tit for tat, and Black Americans are going to be on top. We are going to sit up there and win. But I know he doesn't want to do that. And like I said before, it seems as though that the only time that a lot of these folks that want to talk all high and mighty can really start talking big is when they leave Africa. They're not talking this big and high and mighty being in Africa. Nobody finds that a little bit fishy. Nobody finds that a little bit surprising. Nobody finds that a little bit weird. That's crazy to me. That is 100% diabolical. Like, what are we even talking about right now? And then I had somebody in the comment section that says something crazy. They was like, yes, it's called a few bad apples spoil the bunch. Then they are judged by our character because we suck. Our kids suck here in America. I don't know who you're even specifically talking to or about it. You better be talking about African kids, because I know you're not trying to sit up there and be up here talking about Black Americans at all, because I know that you're not Black American. Because like I said, there is a there's a certain type of way that Black Americans talk. This is not it. This ain't it. So I know that you got to be a bot troll, you know, some type of chat GPT, you know, all the other type of good stuff that, you know, people normally do. You know, y'all basically are, you know, sent directly out there through the algorithms, and you are specifically trained on human interaction. Like I said, this is why I don't get too surprised when I see certain responses in a lot of these chats, because I understand how a lot of AI works. It'll take in information and then it'll make a rebuttal. This is why you have people running with a theory of a dead or an empty internet, which basically means that at one point in time, the internet actually died in the early 2000s, and that it got to a certain point where they started training and using AI in order to make it seem as though that the internet is more populated than what it is. So yeah, crazy work though. Crazy work. But like I said, you got a lot of people out here that always want to say something, and they pretty much aren't saying anything. At the end of the day, if any African gets in trouble in the United States, in these United States, it is because of you. Like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. And for whatever reason, y'all think that people here cannot tell the difference between you and Black Americans, you're crazy. You are smoking. You are 1000% smoking. Anyways, let's continue.
Why don't you do that? Because you keep crying about what the white people did to you. How about you build something with the money? Where's the money? $1.7 trillion? Poof. Where is it? Where is the money? You all are broke. Black Americans are broke. You are broke. Go look at the list of billionaires you have and tell me how many African last names you see there. That's what you don't get. You're broke. Look at what they.
Now, notice how he did two things at once. He was like talking about a list of billionaires as a whole, right? And he said, Black, you're African. So wouldn't that mean that you should separate what it is when it deals with the billionaires and the millionaires? Shouldn't that be separate? It shouldn't be all in one. And the craziest part is it was a time I want to say about 3 years ago. I think I did a video because this was around the time I was like, yo, I see some of the stuff that's going. This is before we got to this point, right? And I did a video, and I specifically did quite a few videos detailing positive things about Africa. I listed all of the, the great, cities that were highlighted and all this, that, and the third, and all of these other things. And then I think I also made a list of the richest Africans that were there or whatnot or whatever. So again, the list should be separated. It would not be Black because Africans don't consider themselves Black. And this is a fact. Any Africans that are from Africa will tell you they don't consider themselves Black. They will consider themselves Kenyan or Zimbabwean or Nigerian or Ghanaian or Congo. However it is that people say certain, that's what they will specifically call themselves. So it's crazy how he's going to try to play this word game and know the fact that Africans don't call themselves Black. There's a clear-cut difference. Right? Let's keep going.
The richest Black man on the planet, a Nigerian, is doing is out there building refineries, creating jobs for his people, providing jobs security for his people, opening schools, businesses. You're out here pooking and ray-raying. Where is the money? You guys are upset. You're broke. The whole world sees you're broke. See, when we were in Africa, right, we may have thought you had something on us. Then we came over here and realized you ain't nothing but Section 8 crybabies. Where is the money? Where is the money? A bunch of coons talking about money you've never had. Money you've never had. Spending power you can never use to benefit your community. Where is the money? Where is the money when the government had to save your women from the men? Created a whole gap.
Now let's just pay attention to that. This clown really got up here and with a smiling face and was like, the government had to save your women. The amount of ignorance here is astonishing. The United States government has never cared about Black American women at all. The United States government has done everything possible to separate the Black man from the Black woman. They've done everything possible to break down the Black community, such as putting all types of narcotics, drugs, and other things in the Black community on top of guns. They've done everything such as taking control of a lot of visuals and audibles, such as music and television programs. Like I said, let's go back to the early 90s. He don't know nothing about this because he's African. Let's go back to the late 80s to the early 90s. The field of the positive Black television shows. Again, he's African. He don't know about this. Positive Black television shows that has such a large impact that all of these networks killed off those television shows. And those Black television shows were pulling in a lot of money for those networks. A Different World, again, he's African. He don't know nothing about this. A Different World was such a big hit in the Black community that it had generations of Black people going to college. But like I said, he wouldn't know nothing about that. He doesn't understand the power of seeing the image of you out there and how that would actually mentally impact somebody in a positive light, because he don't understand the psychology behind that. But America does, and they'll only let it go for a certain amount of time. This is why a show such as, let's say, like Lovecraft Country, which a lot of people all over said was a very great show, but it was so great to the point that the network was like, "Hey, we're going to cancel this. It's that whatever season that we're going to cancel this. That's it." Because once you start getting to a point where you're showing Black people during a certain point in time actually fighting back, being resistant, being strong, being powerful, they're like, "Oh, that's gonna send a message that they can actually do something." They don't want to send that message. They don't want to send a message by way of their network, by way of their money, to Black people, basically telling them that, yeah, you can sit up there and fight back. Yeah, you're strong enough to do this. Yeah, you can sit up there and be resistant. Yeah, you can sit up there and be leaders. Yeah, you can sit up there and do this. Yeah, you don't got nothing to actually be afraid of. They don't want to send out that message because they understand what that means. They understand what that's going to lead to. And they're not trying to be the causation of that. This is why the United States government themselves came out in those papers and basically said, what was that lady in red? Y'all know who I'm talking about. What was it? What was it? J. Edgar? He specifically said that the Black community will not have a Black Messiah unless they themselves, who are the white folks, aka the United States government, gives them one. So then what does that mean? That means that the United States government will do everything possible to derail or to take out any Black leader that is grassroots grown. What happened to MLK? Who took his life? It wasn't Black Americans. What happened to Malcolm X? It wasn't Black Americans. This is why his family is currently suing the United States government because of the hand that they had directly in that. Who also took down the Black Panther Party? Wasn't Black Americans. Again, the United States government. So it's very interesting to me that somebody of this caliber, right, who is African, can go online and state all of these things, but not have anything to back anything up. He's just talking. This is why we say that a lot of Africans are just very much disrespectful, especially when it deals with Black Americans, when it deals with our history, when it deals with the things that we went through. Y'all want to try to, trivialize and you want to try to, talk down a lot of those things and make it seem as though that it's whatever it is. Everybody that went through something, you're not the only ones, and all this other. We didn't ask you for any of that. We didn't even ask you to be a part of the conversation. We didn't even ask you to entertain the conversation. But yet, because you guys are so nosy, and due to the fact that you've been trained so well, and by way of the Europeans or the United States government or both, you guys think that you are the same as the people that trained you, that are walking you at this moment in time. And that's some crazy work. But like I said, slowly but surely, you will sit up there and learn, just as everybody else is meant to learn as well, too. Because there's only so many times that Black Americans can actually give you guys warnings and let you know what is specifically up without you actually learning the details firsthand. And a lot of y'all are going to learn those details firsthand. You're going to see the United States government. They're going to be in your face. They're going to be directly, especially if you're here in the United States, they're going to be in your face. They're going to be in your homes. The exact same things that historically that Black Americans actually went through. Now, a lot of other people are getting a little tiny taste of that, where you just see like these, what people like to say, the Gestapos or whatever it is. You see a lot of these folks coming directly through your communities, and they're pulling you out of your cars. They're going directly to your grocery stores. You're getting hassled. You're dealing with this and dealing with that. Yeah, now you got to sit up there and deal with that. And even within that, Black Americans are not going to sit up there and be like, kumbaya. We're not going to have a kumbaya moment, because it is what it is. And I also want to sit up there and state also as well, is just because you're going through this doesn't mean that it is the same or close to anything that Black Americans dealt with. This for you maybe means your whole life. It may be very much disruptive, very much traumatic. This for us is just a Tuesday or a Friday. So this is why we can sit back and just look nonchalant and be like, You got it. You good? That's why we're looking at this whole situation while everybody else is sitting up here crying. Because like we're historically, we've already went through this. I'm like, why are y'all losing your minds and crying? Y'all are the main ones that set up there and told us that this stuff doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. Nobody gets targeted because of their race, ethnicity, or whatever it is. You say that this never happens to Africans. It's crazy work, but let's keep going.
Them kick you out the house. Where is the money? Where is the money when kids were starving in America a few weeks ago when SNAP benefits got taken away?
Who said that kids? Who said that Black American kids were starving? Did I not just go over the information dealing with an area of Nigeria where they got 17 to 18 million kids that are homeless, which means that they have no food, no shelter, no type of clothing, probably no schooling at all, and they're sitting up there begging Europeans that come directly on that land for money, or they got to steal for it. What are we talking about? Somebody being homeless, or somebody begging, or not having food? What are we talking about right now? This is what I be talking about with these Africans. Y'all just be saying anything, dog. Y'all just be running y'all mouth for no reason. Also knowing the fact that a lot of y'all Africans be coming over here getting all types of government bonuses and assistance. And ain't nobody about to sit up there and tell me that immigrants don't get nothing. Like I said, I got a book upstairs. And just to even highlight just one group, I can highlight the Cubans. The first, second, and third Cuban waves, and how it is that the United States government sat up there and gave them all types of funding, all types of money, backed their businesses, gave them hotel and housing, government assistance, and everything else. You also have the CIA sitting up there back in their storefronts. So I'm not trying to hear nobody sit up there and tell me that immigrants don't get any type of help or assistance. I'm not trying to hear no immigrants, especially Africans. I ain't trying to hear y'all sit up there and tell me that y'all coming over here with a bag and the clothes on your back and a dream, and then you just made it. Nah, miss me with that, because y'all liars. You're straight liars. Like I said, and I didn't write the book. You got other folks, the main folks that allow you here, they wrote the books. So I guess you're going to call them liars. But I guess you're not going to do that, because you're not going to bite the hand that feeds you. So you're going to let that slide because you have to. So like I said, it's crazy work. Anyway, let's keep going.
Where is the money? Why are you out here begging the government for you can build for yourselves? Where is the money? Where is the money? A bunch of lazy, broke people talking about you got money.
Wait, what happened? Mo said he wanted me to read something. What you talking about? You said you wanted me to read something before you gave somebody the boot. You say, let's see, I don't know where. Still to this day, I'm trying to figure out who y'all specifically talking about, because I see Sham was sitting up there mentioning somebody. Africans need to look in the mirror. Somebody said preach. Another person said kids in America walk around big stomachs, malnutrition. But yeah, like I said before, this dude is always on social media saying something about Black Americans. That's more than likely his highest viewed content. That also deals with a lot of other Africans directly out here. They'll get around one another and they'll start having these conversations and these podcasts. And I'm like, this is why I said that everybody don't need a mic. The worst thing I felt that took place and happened was the fact of if you take the pandemic directly out of the situation at 2.5 years, there would not be a lot of people on social media with channels. There would not be a lot of people on social media with channels. And if I could make a time machine, that just needs to happen. Because like I said, too many people got way too comfortable. Some platforms out here are too popular for no reason. Like not saying nothing. And I'm talking about when they specifically are talking about Black Americans, they're not saying nothing about nothing. And they're talking about Black Americans while being dressed as Black Americans while using our vernacular, right? It don't matter if it's hand signs, vernacular, the way we dress and all. It's crazy. Like I say, even he was doing it. Like I said, calling people broke, that's not even nothing of Africa. I've never heard of Africans just naturally over there in Africa just calling for the last 60 years, calling people broke. Huh? Where did you get that from? That's not even a part of your vernacular. That's not even part of your terminology. And then there were other words directly in there that he decided to use as well that I know that didn't come from Africa. So I'm like, yo, it's crazy. That is 1,000% diabolical. 1,000%. Look at his post. It feels. I don't even know where that dude is even located. Wait, I'm trying to look back up. I got you. I mean, if y'all feel like it's a problem, y'all can get rid of people. Like I said, it's up to y'all. If y'all feel like a lot of stuff is questionable, and I happen to see it to be like that, people gonna be going directly into the shadow realm or the Bermuda Triangle. I'm not about to really sit up there and question. I mean, I can look back and see the comment if if need be, but a lot of times I'm like, it's to y'all discretion. It's whatever. What? That don't even make sense. Hold on, wait. Let me just make sure. Hold on. Let me just. Bam. Yeah, let me just do that. What was it? Everybody treats it as if we are merely a fixture in the American experience and have no agency onto ourselves. Yeah, that's true. Yo, Black King, what is up? He said all the reports on black spending proves is that with money, LMAO, that's nothing to be proud of. So this is the problem, Black King, right? I've touched on two different types of spendings here in these United States, and one that I've consistently talked about for over 6 years. Right. I've talked about, black spending, but the most interesting part directly of it is that a lot of people are going to spend the way that they're going to spend. But within that spending, the other side of that is that it works with the economy because black people are going to spend where it is that they live. So, yes, you got black Americans out here that don't have the best spending habits and they, happen to spend it on whatever, but that goes directly to the United States economy, which in a sense is a positive because again, it goes to the economy, it goes to the state, it goes to the city, it goes to the nation directly as a whole. Now, what could happen that could make this, 1,000 times better is if black Americans decided to, formulate, businesses, plans, and different things of that nature and whatnot. The same thing that you see other communities doing, right? If they decided to do stuff like that, that'll make it 1,000 times, better. That'll make the money, 100 times more worth it, right? Because this has been proven in a variety of black cities and different things of that sort. But the most interesting thing that I happen to see with comments like yours is the fact that when it deals with the United States as a whole and the spending, I never see people like you talking about the bad spending habits of the United States government or the people that basically run it. That's the interesting part. Black Americans are not in a $40 trillion debt or close to. The United States is, though. But it's crazy how people want to always fixate on Black Americans who are the smallest of the populations here. But obviously, we have such a big impact that people pay attention, I guess. But the most obvious elephant in the room is the fact that we have all of this trillions of dollars worth of debt that has nothing to do with Black Americans. We didn't cause close to $40 trillion worth of debt. We might have bad spending habits when it deals with our own money and how it is that we happen to save it or build with it or whatever or invest it, right? True. But what about that $40 trillion? I think that 40 trillion dwarfs whatever bad spending habits that Black Americans have because we didn't throw America into debt. We don't have control over that money. That's crazy. Oh, what Sonny say? He said, yo, what's up, Sonny? You said, I don't think we have a ballroom. Yeah, we don't got a ballroom either. Like, that's crazy. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Wyan said, Africans can pocket watch, but if they think that they can reach into our pockets, they will pull out a nub. Yeah, that's facts. That's bars. That is 100% bars. Let me see. He is a Rock Lee. I'm just gonna call you Rock Lee because I'm a Naruto fan, so I see the name directly up there. Rock Lee said, the African is a black racist coward. Why is he hiding his face with sunglasses? I don't know. I guess he wears his sunglasses at night. I don't know. I don't know. So now we're gonna go.
Yeah, my bag. I'm not jealous. I already have.
Okay, so that's gonna be. I'm gonna actually try to turn that down just a bit. So if I blow out anybody's eardrums, my apologies. I am so sorry. So now we're going to go to the creme de la creme. I'm not sure if I'm going to go through the whole video because it's about like an hour and something. And this was a live stream where you had a few Africans that were here, but this is a Black American live stream that took place on TikTok. I take it, looking at the screen or whatnot or whatever. So we're going to look at the conversation. The live stream actually would have been up earlier, but I had to go through and try to edit this very long video and try to do as best as possible to get rid of any of, type of curse words and things of that nature that, were specifically there. So I just realized that there's a part in the video that I know I'm going to have to edit. So I might cut it short because I'm not sure where that guy is going to come up, because I can remember and I can hear his voice, but it's something very specific that he said, and I'm going to have to try to catch that ahead of time. Let me see what else we got. Let me see. Okay, so y'all know who some of the folks. Okay. So we got some people that know some of the folks directly here, because I see one person, which is Buddhafly lady, who obviously knows who Halo is. So we're gonna take a listen directly to this, and she went directly off just to put this ahead of time. So hopefully I got this down quite a bit, because I ain't trying to blow out nobody's eardrums. So let's take a listen.
Cooking because my hair down my back. I'm not jealous. I already have bundles. I was born with that. Like, I don't understand. Like, first of all, put your teeth back in your mouth when you talking to me, bitch. That's what you do. We don't love you. We don't give a fuck about you. Geeked up. I don't know if you want to be a valley girl or what do you want to be in the hood with us. Make up your mind, you delusional ass, confused ass. What's wrong with this hoe? She probably sucking on a white tea man peeing down her throat. That's what it sounds like. Stay in Nigeria. We don't need you here, Steak.
Man, it's just been a long time. I've seen Halo. I've seen Halo on many different lives. Like, she even admitted to a train being ran on her by Nigeria.
Hey, NBS, I'm going to keep it real. You a BAN, and everybody know what that stands for. If you know, you know. I ain't even gonna lie. You a whole clown. I can't even call you a man. Boys like you are the reason why Nigeria is a shithole. Boys like you are the reason why the women and children of your culture have to outside, just middle of the road, just running, wiping their with their whole hand. They got their whole wrist up there trying to get it clean. No toilet tissue. Then they smelling their fingers. Go build something. Hey, what's up, Ronnie?
Hey, facts. He's his daddy's son. You disgrace. My seed, he don't conduct himself like that. You feel me? He can't make me look bad. You make Nigeria look terrible. And for that got up here, you make Nigeria look terrible too. The only person, foreigner that got up here that got some good representation that make their people look good is the Haitian that got up here. You guys are banned across the world. Y'all sitting here talking. You guys are disgraceful. We don't respect that shit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Your community ain't gonna get nowhere. That's why y'all over there on the streets. You feel me? I need to get a clue. And then also, why the fuck are you inside a foundational Black American space? Is it because y'all ain't got shit going on TikTok either?
Oh.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's true. Nigerians are getting banned.
Let me cook real quick. Okay, so what you need to be laughing at is your gorilla ass people back in your homeland that ain't vouch. What you need to be laughing at is the fact that you had to flee. Your parents had to flee. They flew here to even become something off the back of mom senses because you
They
got no
didn't flee.
because you have no opportunity. Yes, they did flee. Moving and leaving.
Can somebody calm the white Karen down?
Leaving your own land to come to somebody else's nation is fleeing. And another thing is, I wouldn't be too happy of the fact
Watch
that
your
my
mouth,
whole
dude,
culture,
at the bottom right. Matter of fact, I don't like your profile picture. Get your lame out of here. Your
Like,
broke ass.
I
Never
wouldn't
said
be
where
too
your
happy.
family was from. Your dirty. Go ahead,
I
Halo.
would be too happy smiling from cheek to cheek knowing that my people failed me. My whole culture is a failure. You failed every melanated people around the world. I wouldn't be too happy that everybody's kicking yokes out of everywhere because you're nasty and you're known for defecating in the middle of the streets. You come over here with animalistic ways. I wouldn't be smiling too hard if I came from a failed ass culture that didn't upgrade and still stuck in the cave.
Boring. Can we talk about something else?
You ain't smelling no more.
Stop interrupting people. You can talk after she done, man.
I wouldn't be smelling too hard.
Calm down.
I wouldn't be smelling too hard the fact that I have to adapt to other people's culture because my culture ain't get nowhere in life. I wouldn't be smelling too hard. You know what I'm saying? The fact that the colonizers have to go over there and teach you how to wash your is crazy. You claim to have power, but you come on TikTok crying about your resources getting took and the white T-man over there taking your resources. You gave your shot for a little bit of nothing. You failed everybody. All you bitches that want to claim that we ain't got you was supposed to be the motherland and you ain't mother nobody. You failed everything. You failed yourself and you failed your whole people. I would never say I'm African. I'd be ashamed to say I'm African. For you to sit around and call us slaves and the whole time we was in chains, you still ain't do shit and we got out them chains and still outdid you. I would be ashamed of myself. I would be smiling. I'd be over here feeling dumb that I'm talking about going to go visit. No, go over there and build something for your people. Stop walking past hungry toddlers in the street. Stop going past pregnant women in the street acting like that shit don't exist over there. Build a system for the poor to eat on. Instead, you over here eating off our system. I would never ever want to call myself African. Y'all embarrassing. I would never. The fact you came up here cheesing from ear to ear with your fleeing ass parents talking about they didn't flee. I'm sorry to tell you your hard reality. Your parents got up and left one nation to come to another nation. They are fleers. They didn't stay back. And they didn't take people back home.
Oh, get to Arlo. Don't go to the parents.
They left. They left. The dog was home when you left.
Hey, watch your
now see, let me just pause real quick. Now, see, you got the African to the lower bottom that decide that the main thing. Now, I want to know the black woman speaking. She's speaking all facts. She's speaking directly, 10 toes down, directly from the heart, and her response is specifically to the African woman. I think it's the N key, whatever her name is, the one in the white. Her response to her, because that was the one earlier sitting up there saying that, can we talk about something else? Because she don't have rebuttal. There's nothing that she can sit up there and say. She can't fix her mouth to sit up there and defend or even say anything because everything is factual that is being stated. So then you got the African man directly down there. The first thing what he wanted to do, he wanted to call a black woman directly out of her name. He didn't want to do a rebuttal. He didn't want to, do a tit for tat. He didn't want to do. He didn't even want to try to go over or list any type of percentages or facts. The first thing he decided to do, let me call a black American woman directly out of her name because I'm offended about hearing the truth about my people. Crazy work. Let's keep going.
You left. You packed up everything. You packed up all your rags. Your foo-foo slides, your foo-foo dashiki.
Damn, he crashing out.
And you left. Okay.
Damn.
So to come in somebody else's land and disrespect us when we built opportunities for you because you couldn't build it for your own people.
Soul.
The fact
My bad. Go ahead, sis.
The fact that you to come over here, we had opportunities for you, but you had no opportunities for nobody. You failed Haitians. You failed the Caribbeans. You failed the Black Americans. Since you so this and that, you got all these resources, you so rich. Why didn't you build the first melanated country for us to flee to? Bitch, it's more y'all over there than us. So why did the minority over here made cracking the little bit that we had? You know what I'm saying? We made it out of nothing. We taught you how to look good, bitch, because you was running around looking like neglect, running around in the Flintstone skirts, running around in a caveman ass fur. We taught you how to wear a wig right. We taught you how to grow hair, because you didn't know how to do slap clay in your head and then play in it. That's what you did. You put your head underneath the goat and let it piss on your head. We taught you so you could say thank you, and then you can apologize for failing every melanated person around the world. You don't show no type of leadership. You failed everybody, and then you come over here reaping everybody resources, and then want to claim everybody. You need to owe everybody. You need to pay everybody up. You rather do work with the white T-man and then come over here crying about the white T-man. You ain't give us. You didn't give the Caribbeans. You didn't give the Haitians. And you didn't give the Black Americans. Why should we trust you, gorilla back ape? All you think about is yourself. You are the white T-man. You are the white T-man. You have the same ways as him. And then you come over here and act like somebody owe you something. You entitled culture vulture. You think the things that we come up with, you can come over here and claim. And I don't need a copy and paste that like you coming over here mimicking me. Show me something new. Show me something that you can put in to make a first world building. I don't need you to come over here and copy and paste me. I didn't ask for a clone. I didn't ask you to come over here and talking like me. Show us that rich culture that you said you had. If your culture was so rich, why didn't you come over here and migrate to my? Why you sounding and talking like me? You said we ain't got no culture, but if we strip you of everything you are, you'll be a naked. Talking about we ain't got to take my off, take my accent off, take my vernacular off. You mean stop using Madam CJ.
Okay, hold on. You know, the crazy part is looking at somebody sit up there and say that it's angry babble. It sounds like you're offended because you did not once in your reply sit up there and state what she said was not factual, was not truthful, was not based in some form of this reality. You just said it was angry babble 3 out of 4. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. You're just basically saying that you're offended by what it is that she is stating. Is what she's stating incorrect? Let me know. Is what she's stating about the Africans who got all the stuff to say about Black Americans, and I'm talking about specifically to this person here, Commando, is what she's stating incorrect? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because that's crazy to me, because matter of fact, because let me just see something real quick, right? So let me see. Oh, seems that somebody pulled back their message. Message has been retracted. That's some crazy work. Yo, that's what? Nah, wait, is that what's the name in here? That's crazy. No, I don't think that's the. I don't think that's the same West from IG though. I don't think that's the same West from IG though. I don't think. That'd be crazy if it is though. That's some crazy work right there. That's wild. So to further back up what it was that y'all were able to hear this woman hear Halo basically speak directly on, right? So let's just go to the homelessness, back to the homeless stats in Nigeria, right? They said estimated number of homeless people in Nigeria, 24.4 million people were estimated to be homeless in Nigeria, according to data referenced by the World Population Review in 2023. Other estimates have a figure around 25 million Nigerians who lack proper housing, right? This basically means this includes without secure, adequate shelter, often living on the streets in informal housing or in unusable conditions, but do not necessarily reflect a single, right, formal definition used by international agencies such as the United Nations. They also said that homelessness in Nigeria overlaps significantly with housing insecurity and urban informal settlement growth, especially in big cities like Lagos, where many people live in unplanned or substandard housing. So when she basically was speaking and stating that as an African, she needs to stop, when she's over in Africa, stop overstepping pregnant women, she means just that. Because there are about 24.4 million homeless Nigerians. And again, that's just one part of that's just one little piece of land there in Africa where you got 24.4 million people that are homeless, and in some other estimates, it's about 25. Right. So then we can also go directly over to the poverty, because again, for whatever reason, people tend to have problems with the things that are out here. How widespread is poverty in Nigeria? Right. They said about 63% of Nigerians, roughly 133 million people, are right multi-dimensionally poor, meaning they experience multiple deprivations in health, education, living standards, and work. Children are especially affected. Around 2/3 of Nigerian children ages 0 to 17 are considered poor. Poverty is much higher in rural areas, 72%, than urban areas, 42%. Monetary poverty. Monetary poverty measures people living below a defined income threshold, often below national or global poverty lines. According to the World Bank, over half of Nigerians may be living in poverty, with one estimate projecting 54% by 2024. We're already past 2024, about to be in 2026, and rising towards 60% or more in 2025. Oops. This corresponds with roughly 129 through 139 million people in poverty by 2025 in some projections. So again, and again, these are just a few stats, right? So we dealt with what? We dealt with the homelessness, and we dealt with poverty. We talked about people in general, and then we also talked about adults and children. So again, even just looking with those few stats, what it is that Halo was stating was factually based. Some people may sit up there and say, well, she didn't specifically give the numbers. It doesn't matter. It's still based in facts. She knows exactly what it is that she is talking about, regardless on if she gave numbers or not. I, for myself, was able to look up these numbers and gather these numbers. So for other people not to be able to see this is 100% beyond me. And for any Africans that decide that they want to get mad when they hear a Black American speaking on Africans, you are 1000% ignorant about your own people. And you don't want to face the reality that you are in poverty. You got 122 million. That's well over any Black American population that we have in the United States. You have no rights, no realm to even sit up here and talk about Black Americans when you got that many people that are both. You got the ones that are in poverty and the ones that are homeless. That's crazy. That is diabolical. How you even allow that to be happening, and then you want to get online talking about, oh, Africans, we got the most billionaires, and how is that? How are those billionaires actually benefiting you? How is that working out? Where the roads at? Where the homes at? Where the apartments at? Where's the electricity at? Where's the waste management at? Where's the shelter for the kids that a lot of you Africans ran away from when you wanted to flee your homeland and start anew? Where's any of that at? But yeah, oh, we got all of these billionaires and we're doing this, and you ain't doing nothing. You got 122 million people sitting up there living just below normal means. You got another almost close to that living in poverty. What are we talking about? That you doing what? Nothing. That, like I said, that's crazy work to be talking with your chest out and you not doing nothing. You're not doing anything. And again, these are all numbers that anybody could look up. Anybody. Like I said, I did. But yet again, as I stated, when Black Americans talk about this, and we do it to defend ourselves, because again, we normally don't even care about this stuff. Whatever goes on in Africa is whatever goes in Africa. That's dealing with African people. But the moment in time that you let yourself be known that you want to be a problem and you want a problem, we are there to meet that problem. We are there to solve that problem directly for you. And that's clearly what you see Halo doing, or able to listen to Halo doing at this moment in time. Let's keep going.
Walker eviction to press your hair out. Maybe that you could take that off too. Put your back in the bro. Since we ain't got no culture, you hoes ain't dish for us. You ain't dish for none of the melanated people. You failure, fleeing ass. Always somewhere with somebody else's accent. Always somewhere in somebody else's culture. Always somewhere and then want to brag about yours. You ain't got shit to brag about. You ain't got nothing to brag about because you a copy and paste wherever the few go. You a nobody.
God damn.
Hallelujah.
She just took off.
Is she done?
I love Halo.
Can I go now? Do I get?
Gift the
do I
panel,
get to go
y'all.
on a
Tap the
rant?
screen. Tap the screen, y'all. Gift the panel.
Do I get to go on
Show
my
some
rant?
love.
Do I
What-
get to
hold on,
reply
hold
to
on.
that?
Nah,
Hold on,
hell
she
no.
just hold on.
She said I
just
wear
re-
weave. I don't wear no weave.
Hold on, y'all.
I don't
Give
wear
her a
weave.
chance to respond.
That's her.
She
She
just
don't
got
even look
walked
like
down.
her pictures.
Hold on,
You're
I'm gonna let
like
her
my
respond.
pictures?
Go.
Actually, I do. I
No,
care about
no,
all the
don't
time.
start, girl. Lord,
Bitch,
you
but you
foaming.
just said I don't look like my
Relax.
pictures. You're hating on me. That's what you are. You hating on me.
I'm not hating on you.
She do look like her
look like
pictures.
my picture. Red City came up.
Obsessed.
She
No,
do look
bitch,
like her
bitch,
pictures
no,
though.
you just said I don't look like my pictures, but I came up all the time. And
Girl, you talking
bitch,
about I wear
I'm sorry, you're jealous. You said I don't
like
look
my
like my
hair
pictures.
because you
As if you never. I got pretty hair. This is my hair.
you
my
think my
profile
hair
picture.
is weave, then you
Bitch,
like my
this
hair.
is my real
You
hair,
like
and
my
I don't press
hair.
it out.
You love.
Listen. This is my real hair on my top of my
If
head.
you think
bitch.
my
You
hair
know
is
that I
weave,
love
you
that.
love me.
And I don't
You
have
love
to
my
press it
hair.
out. I love
My hair is real.
Bitch, why
It's
did
from
she
my
be talking
scalp.
if my hair was weave?
My hair is scalp.
I said if you press your hair out with our invention,
Bust down my back.
Madam C.J. Walker
Never had a weave in my life.
Shut up. That's the only thing you can talk about is the weed, bitch. After I roasted your whole in being, I roasted your
Curse
whole
because you
fucking
don't
country.
have.
I roasted your whole country, sweetheart.
You're
and the
nuts.
only thing you can bring up is hair, bitch. You can't bring up no invention.
You're talking about
you can't bring up no solution to your people and building up a system to feed them funky people back home so they can stop catching flies with their
man
and eating it like a frog. No, I'm a fool.
Nah,
woman, bitch,
that's
with
a beautiful FBA
hold
woman.
on, hold on. I'm a
That's
little
an
sick
FBA
right
woman.
now, but at the end of the day, I got a beautiful voice, bitch. I can
Your
sing
ass look
my
like
ass off, bitch.
your ass look like a
So-
man. Matter of fact, your
So
face
why you
kind of
talking about
strong
look like a
over there.
man? When you come from a family
is
of women who
strong.
look like
Yeah,
men,
your face
bitch.
kind of strong.
No, hold on, I got this FBA red. But don't your
My
family,
face.
your family come from a strong face, gorilla looking family.
face with a
You don't know
Just
me.
say anything look like a man. bitch.
Your
You
first
we don't even know what the is,
vernacular
bitch.
with a man face.
Girl,
However the
calm
fuck I sound,
down.
hold on. However the fuck I sound, I don't look it like you. You look like a man in the face. I rather
Straight
sound
up.
like one than to look like one, bitch. You strong face, iron face, strong jaw, strong gorilla face.
I love you too.
What is we talking about? You is ugly as
I love you too.
Y'all are
she
deemed to be the
freaky. Like,
ugliest
hey, you
women.
trying to? This ain't the
You
love
are
boat,
deemed to
man.
be the ugliest women on earth. And
She
you got
loved
the
me
nerve to
first.
Tell me I'm a man.
Nah,
started. Her.
You a fan. You a fan for real.
Oh, sure,
Like,
yeah.
for
That's
real,
what
bitch,
you got
You
know
a
from
I'm
that.
fan.
better than you. I'm talking about this ain't me.
You a
You know
fan.
it. Y'all bleached to look like me.
Get your money up, babes.
Man, you showing a passport?
Got two.
First of all,
Which one you want?
it's $200 for a passport over here. I definitely
Right, that's
don't
not
want
even
the
a lot of
African
money.
So that let me just right. So the whole time you had Halo speaking directly about her grouping, her culture, her area. This African woman had nothing to say, couldn't make no type of rebuttals, couldn't even decide to take the time while Halo was talking to look up some stuff to even make a rebuttal back. Because again, there was nothing that she could actually say because everything was based in facts. Again, I went directly just over a few stats, not at all the stats that I looked up, but that was just two areas of which they got close to 200 million people that are living below necessary means. 200 million people living in a type of poverty, living in poor stricken situations, which can then also lead to people being very much ill because they're not also going to, on top of the fact that they're living below their means, they're not making a certain type of money. They also don't have the adequate housing, which also means that they don't have the adequate facilities, which also means that they don't have the adequate funding for medical treatment, which can lead to further health complications, which again also leads to the fact of the numbers that I gave you guys before about the rampant rates of STDs directly over there up and through. And then that's a whole nother number to get added to that 200 million. Like I said, that's some crazy work directly out here. And the only thing that she could sit up and do, number one, talk about weave. She was just stuck on the whole hair thing. And then number two, she wanted to start showing off passports, talking about get your money up. You're talking like Black Americans. You're African. Speak like an African. Like, that's weird to me. How are you African? Blood-wise, you are clearly an African, but you're talking as a Black American. How does that even work? Like, what? What are we even doing? What are we doing? Like, that makes no sense. Even if I was able to speak somebody else's language, I'm still going to speak it in a way of which that I'm a Black American. Like, do you not even like that? Like, y'all are weird. That's the best way that I can sit up there and put it. You're gonna wave passports like can't nobody, like you flexing on Black American. You know how many Black Americans got passports? Or they can decide to just get a passport like right now. Well, everything's closed. They can get a passport later on or next week, or like, you're not flexing nothing. You got 2 passports. Ooh, okay, all right, scammer, that's great. So you can fly to and from different countries and scam like you normally do. That's great. That's great. Matter of fact, to even take it a step further, even dealing with the whole thing of streetwalkers, because there are fields of those directly up and through Africa. This is another reason why you got the high rates of STD. So you got a lot of these African women that decide that let me get a passport and start, seeing the friendly skies. Let me go to these European countries and these other areas and see how much money, those men are willing to sit up there and give. Like I said, that's some crazy work. Like I said, she's flexing all of this stuff. She got whatever smile that she got in his hair, but I bet you she's sitting up there doing some other stuff. I bet you she's doing some other stuff for some money. Because that's what normally tends to happen. But let's keep going.
You're not the only person with a passport.
You know how easy it is to get a passport on.
Show us a toilet in your home.
What make you think that that's hard to get?
So how was that?
Okay, but when you done doing with your passport, your passport does and expired.
Hey, listen, the only reason you got your passport is so ICE can identify you.
Oh no,
because all the tethers walking around with their passports now.
We ain't fleeing nowhere.
All y'all tethers walking around with y'all passports now, so y'all can stay ready for ICE.
Our family is already here, bitch. We don't gotta do like you. Of course, you need a passport to go everywhere because you bitches ain't satisfied. You gotta flee everywhere to even get something in life. We don't.
I love the world.
I bet you do. You love everything but your homeland. Bitch.
I do. God is
you love
good.
Everywhere but your homeland. Bitch.
I love the world. I love my. I'm going next week.
Everywhere but stay. Why don't you stay over there? Take your parents with you.
And when you get over there, help your people get toilets because they're shitting on the streets. Don't forget that.
It, please. I just bust down your whole. Look, you ain't got nothing to say back about what I said about your whole community.
Crash out, baby.
I just bust down your whole community. You had nothing to say back. Fuck is you saying?
Crash out. I love it. That shit hurt me on.
You got 8.
Crash out.
No, that turns you on. You the one over there talking about you love her.
Yo, I mean, she clearly loved me. She went on a rant. She foaming at the mouth.
Honestly, you need some better material.
It's a rabid
dog. That somebody loves you, that's your go-to. That shit sound like a corny though.
Trans. You
but
trans?
what you coming here for?
I know that's a thing.
Ma'am, you look like a trans.
I don't look like you.
You know I don't. Let's not lie.
You look like
anybody foaming out the mouth for show people.
Don't lie.
That got rabies.
Not lie.
All these flags in your bio.
From eating no dirty monkey and people foaming out the mouth.
Ma'am, no, you're a global tether. You tether San Diego. Bars. That's what you do. You just hop, skip, and jump anywhere.
Tether San Diego.
Any country that'll take you. Ma'am, don't nobody want Nigerians in a country like that.
That's why you get banned.
All y'all do is scam.
You better hope that plane don't. You better hope that plane don't come back for you. From what I heard, you get banned everywhere. You better hope y'all don't go over there.
I'm an American citizen, so it doesn't matter.
Thanks to us, you're an American citizen. You couldn't fit off our 14th Amendment. You didn't. Your parents didn't make that happen.
That's a weird flex.
Thanks to my mom.
Hold on. Let me just see how that. See how the African decided to pull that. She was like, I was born here. So again, your parents are running fleers. Your mom was more than likely pregnant, and she decided to get on a plane, which you're not supposed to do when you're pregnant, and especially at a certain point. And you decided to be over here and then give birth so that you can sit up there and have citizenship. So therefore, now you can say that you were born over here. Of course, you're going to say that you're born over here, but you're still not Black American. You're still not Black American. Your parents are not American. All of y'all are tethers. Like I said, I gave you guys about 6 to 9 months ago, I showcased a video where it was at an airport. I want to say it was somewhere in Europe or the UK, and they had to have certain border checks. They had to have certain checks because what would tend to happen is that African women would decide that during their pregnancy, they would want to go abroad. This is the point that they want to take a trip because they want to stay over there on a visa for a certain amount of time so that when that pregnancy happens during the point of that visa, that child basically has citizenship, which then gives them access, right, to wherever place it is that they are currently at, because that child is considered a citizen because they were born there on that soil during that time, right? So these are the games that a lot of these African women like to sit up here and play. They want to get pregnant by some random African dude directly out here. They're not married. It's not even a boyfriend or girlfriend type of thing. They're just getting pregnant by any, Tom, Dick, and Harry directly out here. And then they want to wait a few months up until when it's close, 7th, 8th, whatever, month mark. They want to fly abroad to the UK, to Europe, to Australia. They want to fly to Canada, to an Asian country, or to the United States, and then give birth. That's how she got here. That's how she got here. She don't know how she got here, but we know how she got here. Like I said, there are videos on how these African women decide to move, how they do a lot of things. And as stated before, who even knows? We don't even know who her father is because she said her parents. We don't know who her parents are. That might not even actually be her father, because you have a lot of African men right now raising kids that are not even theirs. So it's like, do you even know that that's your father? Did you even do a DNA test? Because we know they don't do DNA tests over there in a lot of places in Africa, especially Nigeria. They have one of the highest, illegitimacy rates amongst the world. Is them and Jamaica. Jamaica and them, they are neck and neck. So realistically, if Maury could come back and somebody were able to give him 30 years, he should be going to places like Jamaica and Nigeria, and he would be able to do the Maury show for a good 200 years. He would have endless content. But like I said, she don't want to talk about that. She's not going to go in depth specifically about that. This is why she's flexing the dumbest things. Oh, this is my real hair. It's not weave. You must really love me. You must really sit up there and be a fan. Let me flex my 2 passports. And this is that. Like I said, just dumb stuff. She don't got nothing to actually say. She has nothing to add to the conversation. She can't even properly defend herself or her own people. It's crazy work. Let's keep going.
Talking to foundational Black Americans.
You might as well say thank you to us when you say that. We the reason that is.
I'm more Black than you.
We the reason that is.
I'm more in the community.
Anyway, tap the screen, share this.
You're more in the community than the community? Get the fuck out of here. That's just what we're talking about.
Anyway, what you come here to say? Because I'm getting bored.
FBA real.
What you really come here to say? What you really come here to say? Nikichi, whatever your name is.
Nobody's in their communities. You guys are talking about Africans and you don't like Africans. Wait, but if you don't like Africans, why do you care about what's going on with them? Just ignore them and then worry about what's going on in your neighborhoods. Because
we are focusing on our neighborhood, and that's why that's why we gotta delineate and get y'all out of our neighborhoods and away from us. Because y'all some leeches. We the reason y'all came over here and why y'all got anything.
Name them.
And we tired of y'all being over here benefiting off us. What? From now on, y'all gonna fight for yourself. And listen, that powerlessness feeling that you feel, get used to it. Get used to it. Get used to being powerless in this country. Y'all not gonna have no political representation. And you won't have us on your side. It's gonna get harder and harder for the melanated immigrant as the years go forward. And ma'am, you're Nigerian. Let's not forget how loose y'all women are.
Bars.
You understand? Y'all are very loose. Y'all don't even know who y'all baby daddies are over there in Nigeria.
So let me just pause it real quick. This is the same thing that I've heard somebody else try to state. I think it was within this exact same live. Whenever you give information to a lot of these Africans and you're Black American, the main thing that they want you to do is like, oh, show proof, put it on the screen. So you can't look this up. You can't verbatim listen to what somebody is saying, type it directly into your phone and Google that. You can't chat GPT that. You need somebody to physically do the information for you and put it up there. And even when the information is up there, you still disprove of the information because it's not this or that or all these other things. the same one that you see that's in the lower right hand side. Well, y'all see her sort of in like the middle. She's wearing like all white with the little smile or whatever it is. She's up there trying to tell them like, oh, you got black neighborhoods, prove it, name them. We can name black neighborhoods around the United States. I can name black neighborhoods in Detroit. That don't mean that you're going to know where they are. If you're based in Texas, why would you know about black neighborhoods in Detroit? Do you like, that's stupid. It doesn't make any type of sense. It's not going to go anywhere, because the only thing that then now you're going to say is like, okay, well, you named them, but I don't know anything about this neighborhood, so they must not really. Like I said, it's a whole game. But somebody else made a very good point as well too, that the more and more that we have these types of conversations and engagements directly with them, this is also another way for them to try to fish. Because again, in order to emulate Black Americans, they have to have certain types of information. And a lot of them, they're not really going to look for it, right? So they'll sit up there and troll for the information. So they'll ask, oh, proof, show me. So then when now they have a conversation with a whole nother group, they'll give us some time, let everything settle. So then they'll come back recharged and come into another conversation. Now they're trying to be like, oh, well, I'm American and my family came from, this black neighborhood in this place where I got family in this black neighborhood. And, we were in this black American farm area. This is what they like to sit up there and do. They like to masquerade. They can't show you any type of proof. They can't actually give you any type of physical information. They can sit up there and talk. Now, when you sit up there and ask them, okay, let's physically go to these spots, because you're talking about now you're African and you're from down south and you were amongst let's go down south and see if any of these people actually know who it is that you are. And 9 times out of 10, ain't nobody going to know who it is. Nobody's going to know who these people are at all. And especially, the folks I'm talking about, we're looking directly at your parents, because they're going to be talking straight African. And I'm like, yeah, y'all wasn't over here. Y'all was not over here. Like I said, be straight liars, straight nothing but fleers and straight liars. Like I said, I can name blocks directly in Detroit, especially ones that I grew directly up on. She ain't gonna know nothing about that. She ain't gonna know nothing. And I promise you, I ain't never seen her. I ain't never seen no Africans over there. Especially when I was growing up, I ain't seen none of them. Everybody was Black American. Anything from teachers, from doctors, people working directly in either for GM or for, what was it? Rob was one of the older Black fathers that was there. He did drawing work on the cars. I think what car? It wasn't it wasn't a Chrysler 300. I forgot what it was. But it was he did a drawing for the cars for like one of the big three, because that's what he did. Then we had my boy Chris, his dad, Mr. Thomas. He worked again in the factories for the big three, been working at for decades. Like I said, we got everything from like pastors and all that type of stuff directly over there. But she's not going to know nothing about that, being an African, growing up in specifically only one area. Like I said, a lot of these Africans like to sit up there and say like, oh, I got this passport. I see and travel the world. Yeah, you travel the world, but you don't know nothing about the United States. That's crazy work. Like you don't travel with your people to your old country of which y'all ran from. You don't even travel within the United States, but you'll sit up there and travel around the world. That don't make no lick a bit of sense at all. Crazy work. Let's continue.
Everybody broke, right?
Y'all the second in the world in paternity fraud.
You know who's broke? Your whole country broke. That's who's broke. You need to be saying brokey to the
Nigerians make
you need to be talking about them back in your bud hut back at home.
Google.
If you was making money like that, you wouldn't be, your economy would be
this
on
black
the floor,
man
bitch.
is
I don't care
Nigerian.
about but we got more.
And he ain't did, and he didn't buy no toilets.
Look
hold on.
FBA real
oil
look.
to the U.S.
FBA real look.
Now you see that, right? You see how these Nigerians always want to talk about like, oh, we got the richest black billionaire and he's a Nigerian. So what is he doing for Nigeria? So why is all of Nigeria broke? Or the greater majority of it? Like I said, we didn't read over the homeless and the poverty. If he's a billionaire, why is he not building affordable housing for Nigerians? Why is he not building orphanages so these Nigerian kids can get off the streets in these dirt roads and stop begging Europeans for money when they come through Nigeria in the streets, treating them like celebrities. Like, oh, Mr. European, please hand me 25 cents. Why isn't that billionaire sitting up there helping out the folks over there in Nigeria? I'm not talking about like, oh yeah, he's creating businesses. Oh, that's great. For what, 50, maybe 100 Nigerians? But yet you got over like 122 plus that are living in poverty and below minimum wage. What does that even mean? It means nothing. It just means that billionaire is trying to show you something nice, but realistically, he don't care nothing about you. He's going to perform this little good deed to make you think that he's actually about something, and he's not. That just further shows me that it's very easy for other Africans to trick other Africans. And that's crazy to me. That is diabolical. You would think that people would actually know their own people by now. I guess not. I guess not. And I wonder who that Nigerian billionaire is friends with when he goes into these rooms and he wants to hot knob and he wants to, shake hands. I wonder if he's shaking hands with other Nigerians or if he's shaking hands with Europeans. I wonder who's in that room with him when they talking about money. And I wonder how those rich Nigerians talk about their own Nigerian people when a conversation is about money. Because I can tell you it's not nothing good. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing because they don't want to listen. But like I said, Nigerians, y'all gonna learn. You want to be so high and proud of like a billionaire or a few that you got, but yet they not doing nothing for that whole landmass at all. You still going through STDs. You still got kids that are orphans that don't even have proper shelter, food, or clothes. You're still defecating directly in the streets. And oddly enough, the only time that you guys can actually, seemingly show of how great it is that you are is when you separate from yourselves and you move to other countries where there's less of you, so that now you can highlight yourself because you're one of the few directly out there. Because when you're amongst your own, when you're amongst the millions of the millions of the millions of the Nigerians, you seemingly are just the same. Nobody can tell the difference. You're not really doing anything different, or you really can't do anything at all. Like I said, you got to run and flee in order to get opportunities, in order to show the world that you're different, in order to sit up there and state that, yo, this is what I can actually do. You need help and assistance. Because if you were actually as great and as awesome as you say that you are, you will be able to do everything that you're doing in America back home, but you can't. But you can't. And those are the facts.
Look what they doing,
we have more millionaires and billionaires than you. So you can bring up one man, and we can bring up a lot of people. That one billionaire still ain't out there.
Bring up the list. Bring up the list right now. Bring up the list of the world's billionaires, black billionaires.
We got the most, ma'am. No, we got the most. Yes, we do.
Put it up on the screen.
I don't gotta put nothing up.
We don't have to prove nothing to you. The proof is in the
pudding. Everybody knows that. I'm sorry to bust.
I got a question for the panel.
I'm sorry to bust your funk ass bubble, bitch.
I got a question for the panel.
We ran circles around, yo. That's why we got opportunities for you to come over here. These opportunities.
Why y'all always talking?
You didn't build shit in your homeland. Your people ain't got damn near no opportunities back at home. The proof is in the pudding, bitch. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't even be over here. What do you mean, prove it? It's in the proof. It's in the fucking bitch. You have
we got several billionaires. We got Michael Jordan.
Frog face ass.
Girl, you are spazzing. Calm down.
You got hair, but you ain't got edges.
Bring up the black billionaires list. Bring it up. Pull up the black billionaires list.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. You just mad,
girl. You know you not.
It's the truth. You stank H. Your economy H. You can tell by your economy H. Fuck you. Your economy. Shut the fuck up for
you getting your eighth up.
I hope that plane go down.
Girl,
I hope that plane go down while you in that while you on your way to Nigeria. I hope your mother a tribe WAR.
Hey, come on.
Money up, not your funny up.
Hey,
talking like black Americans again.
Now you just crashed.
I'm from Atlanta. What the fuck you want?
Stop using our vernacular.
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead, do your thing, because she
right.
tweaking.
My whole thing is this gumbo teeth. Bring her up here, show the passport, and say she got money because you showed a $200 passport. Get the fuck out, talk about get your money up, not your. First of all, stop using my vernacular. Get your culture up. Get your vernacular up, so you can stop using my culture. Get your economy to stop bragging until you get your off the ground. When you get your culture out of Flintstone years, then you can could come from me. Talk about get your money up. Get your forehead up, you stank. Get your feet in some. Get your up and put it in some water, you concrete hard filled. I don't understand how these people bragging about having money, but your economy is in shambles. Your people, you still got toddlers in the street with flies on their face, like the fly going in their eye and the fly just sitting on their eyelid, and they ain't even blinking, like they used to this. They use their face. They use their face as bait. When flies hit their face, they eat that fly off their face because that's their dinner for the night. And you worried about me. You got some nerve, you ugly little head. Wrong with these hard face. Get your looks up. Go use some of that money, that fufu money, and go get a facelift, you ugly face. Strong power face. Rock hard, on concrete face. What's wrong with these? You better sit your steak. You Nigeria, steak turd. That is the most embarrassing thing to be, is a like you running around in zebra thongs. And you don't have a culture. Your culture's outdated. Upgrade your culture before you come for me. We are, like I said, we got the more billionaires than you. We got more and the proof is in the pudding, because you using our shine. Never seen a black American go over there and portray to be a funky Nigerian. I see you coming over here cosplaying unless I never cosplay a stank ass bell pepper head ass with an airplane nose. I would never cosplay some cotton ball peppers, seasoned pepper on top of their head, lit in the head. I would never cosplay. Come over here cosplaying us. How you gonna talk about the people you trying to be with and trying to be? I'm your inspiration. I gave you the beauty standards. Bow down. When you see a black American come in the room, you better bow down, because we birthing you, be slapping you on your like the doctors and giving you names. How the f you gonna talk about the person you trying to be? Out of here. You don't even got an African accent. You over here with an accent like us. I ain't never seen a black American leave and mock to have an accent like you, but that dumbass Ngozi ever in my life. You could take that funny head and Ngozi somewhere too, because that's embarrassing to the whole black American race. Anyway, back to your steak. You got soft nerves, you long toenail having a gorilla finger. You got them gorilla grips. Just, you ain't gonna, I know how you gonna get over there to Nigeria. You ain't gonna use a plane. You gonna use your arms and them gorilla hands, and you gonna be swinging from tree to tree until you get there, right along with the rest of your family, bitch. But now,
it's sort of like whenever she said that, I was immediately thinking about George of the Jungle. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Hilarious. And you know, the even more hilarious part is to see people directly in the comment section talking about that's racist. Nah. Like I said, that's how I know that ain't none of y'all black American. Y'all ain't never grow up in black American culture and households and communities. That's how I know. Because as stated before, if you are a part of the culture, you know exactly what is being said and what is going on. And how she is stating this is completely different versus how it is that anybody of a different demographic would basically say it. It's a whole different thing to it. Y'all don't understand it because you ain't meant to understand it. Everything that is being heard and seen ain't meant for you to understand. So you're just going to be sitting there left in confusion. Just to be real, just to be honest. Because like I said, that's crazy to me. Because a lot of y'all saying that that's racist, it seems as though that you're saying that because you know that if you were to say it, that it's going to come across differently. And it is. And it will. Because historically, we can prove that. And we know that. Like I said, all y'all got to do is just sit in the background and just listen. You don't got to say nothing. You don't got to say nothing at all. It seems like we got some people in here that's mad that they can't do that. That is crazy. Diabolical. Diabolical. Got some Caucanites and many others just pulling up to the scene. That's racist. So let me know how can so you know, because it's racist. How can black Americans keep Africans down? How can we impede on Africans, you know, growth and them getting money and college tuition and degrees and starting businesses and getting business loans and monies directly from the bank? How can we impede on that, since you're stating what this black American woman said is racist? That would also basically mean that she would also have some type of form, shape, or power directly over the African woman that she is making a rebuttal towards. The same African woman that wanted to be disrespectful towards Black Americans. Like I said, y'all just be sitting up there pulling, y'all be trying to land y'all plane on areas that y'all don't need to be on. Like y'all be trying to land y'all plane on like ice, on volcanoes. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why would you do it? You're going to try to land your plane in some shark infested waters? That's what we're doing. That's wild. That is 1,000% wild. Shan was like, yes, this is roasting. Yeah, it is. 100%. But like I say, you people of other cultures don't know nothing about that. They hear something, they automatically envision themselves. They put themselves directly into the situation, and then they come up with an answer. And I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. That's not how that works at all. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that other people can't have a rebuttal, a back and forth, and all this other type. Like I said, this conversation ain't for you. You ain't even supposed to be a part of it. So see your way directly out of it. That's, it's very simple. That's some crazy work. Lady said it wasn't racist when they came here calling us cotton pickers, and now that we are keeping the same energy, we're no. And the craziest part is it probably isn't even those who are quote unquote Africans. These are more than likely other folks, Caucasians, pulling up directly to the scene. Or the third option, these are more than likely trolls, AI, NPCs. I preferably like to sit up there and call a lot of folks NPCs because they just are. It's, like I said, they just show up out the blue. I sat up there and saw names that decided to pull up to the scene. I'm like, so during this whole conversation of how long we've been actually going at this moment, for the whole duration of the 4 hours, didn't pull up to basically say nothing at the moment. But the moment in time that this back and forth was happening, now people want to speak up. Come on. That's some crazy work right there. That's some crazy work. Also, I want to give a shout out and a much love and appreciation. No, but lady, I see what you're saying though. I trust me. I get what you're saying though. You are not incorrect, because trust me, I done covered quite a lot of comments here where you didn't have Africans pull up and trust me, I get those comments. Whenever I cover videos dealing with Africans, I will get Africans pulling up to my platform saying all the things that you be talking about. And they'll write that in the comment section directly towards me, or if it's not towards me, they'll direct it towards other people in the comment section or to my moderators. Trust me, I done seen it. And I'm like, and that's the only time that they happen to pop up. So if I talk about the Nigerians, if I happen to talk about the Somalians or anything else going on in Africa and it's quote unquote negative, they'll pull up. They got a lot to sit up there and say. But when I talk about any other race or group of people, they're dead silent. I'm like, ain't that strange? So I'm like, you want to say that I'm wrong on this, but when I'm putting the same energy and I'm forwarding that to other groups, now you're silent. You don't got nothing to say. You ain't trying to put no cape on. You ain't trying to peek and sit up there and say, oh, that's wrong. You shouldn't do this and that. Crazy. It's diabolical. Oh, Vince said, in quicksand. Yeah. Got folks trying to land in quicksand. Yeah. That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Don said they chew bones easily. Oh yeah, I seen those videos. I seen that one. Yeah. What'd you say, lady? You said that's crazy work. Yes, it is. 1,000% crazy work. 1,000%. But yeah, technically the whole clip is actually like an hour. I wasn't trying to keep y'all, here that long. We got a little bit sidetracked. Technically, the live stream was supposed to be about like 2 hours and 50, maybe about a good 3. But we made it to about 4 hours because, segues into different conversations. On top of that, we went over different stats as well. Let me see. Did I read off all the stats? These out. Let me see. We went over the trafficking. We went over the STDs. We went over homelessness. We went over. Did we go over defecation in Nigeria? Estimates suggest that 20 to 25% of the population may practice open defecation. You know what? What I will do is that I'll make sure to keep this information up, and I will just I'll do a recording. I'll do a recording and I'll upload this as a solo video when I'm going over all of these stats dealing with Nigeria. How many we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got about a good 6. So it's about the orphans. We got poverty. We got defecation, homelessness, STDs, and the trafficking that goes on. So yeah, I'll sit up there and make that directly for a handy dandy solo video. That's what I will do. Because the main thing I happen to tell y'all is that any information that is directly in there, you'll see it in the solo video. But sometimes I happen to forget because I get fixated and focused on other videos to showcase and make responses of or talk directly about on the on a platform. And also to add is that I do have another video in the background that is prepared and ready, and that one is dealing with Elon and is dealing with the fact that wait, let me just check and make sure. Shout out to Mo for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and almost pressed the wrong button. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me swap directly over because I got to check real quick because I want to make sure that for anybody who may have donated during the live stream, I want to give a shout out and a thanks. I want to be able to give my appreciation. Not sure if they might still be here, but want to just be able to do that. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the most that YouTube actually highlighted for me. I think I might have seen earlier. I'm so used to seeing Brother Allen's name. I think I might have saw Brother Allen. If you are here, Brother Allen, much love, respect, and appreciation for the donation. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation for the standard donations that you happen to give through a lot of the videos in the comment section. I guess you can call those like a super. It's not a super chat, or would it be a super comment? I forgot what it's called, but shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. For that love and support. Let me see. Maybe I got to go to the other version of the live stream. Okay, we got wait, was that right now? Wait, do I got timestamps on? Let me check this real quick. I do have timestamps on. I see Mahoko directly up here. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I think this is at okay, so it's at 6. Much love, respect, and appreciation for Mahoko. What is up? What is up? What's up? For the $10 donor, Mahoko said, can I highlight this? Wait, let me see. Jesus. Trying to get this straight. Mogul said, thank you for all of the content. Much love, respect, and appreciation, good sir. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see, because I'm trying to go through because I like to make sure that I get to all of you guys. Because I hate doing that. Okay, yeah, we had Brother Allen directly. They won't let me sit up there and showcase it on what's the name? Brother Allen gave a $5 dono earlier. Said, "How is it going? It's going pretty well, brother. It's going fairly well. Doing pretty good, pretty good. Hopefully, again, everybody else is doing pretty well. Hopefully everybody is healthy, or working on getting healthy. At this moment in time, because we are currently at the winter. During the cold, so you got to make sure to bundle up. Take care of yourselves. Make sure to have that hot tea, as Tippy will say, have the hot tea, the soups, have some bread, and things of that nature. So, make sure to, have that going. Also, shout out to because I'm not sure if he's here, but shout out to D Money. Man was sitting up there balling on a 3v3 last night during his live stream. I think the live stream went for about a good 4 hours. So, shout out to D Money. Also, shout out to who was it? I think it was like Mo. We had Tippy. We had Sham that pulled directly up to his live stream, to interact and to watch the brother play. So much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Somebody said that they want to call in. Well, call-ins at least don't happen at this moment in time. As I stated for people before, that the few will mess it up for the many. So at a moment in time, we did have call-ins, but then we had people that wanted to be massively disrespectful. And I have to be at a moment in time where I gotta, basically protect what it is that I've built. And I'm like, all right, so am I still going to risk it and have people that I don't know basically call in and potentially cause some difficulties with the channel? Or am I going to decide just not to sit up there and do it? and I would rather opt not to do it. So again, it don't have anything to do with you. Who is it? Who is it? The soccer star directly down there. Let me see. Let me just highlight you real quick. Because you said you wanted to call in. That really doesn't happen anymore because you had the few that messed it up for the mini some times ago. I mean the last time we had call in, it was all right. Ain't nothing really happened. But I'm talking about just in general from previous times. Then again, I got trolls that pulled directly up here. So just like I got racists and whatnot that want to write racist comments, and you got people that make fake profiles and this, that, and the third. It's a little bit tough. Like I said, the few will mess it up for the many. The few will mess it up for the many. Wait, what was it? Somebody said they'll land their planes at the gates of hell. 10. Wait, what was it? Tandria Williams said they know nothing about us. These people are the best examples of being like us. Damn insanity. Cold-blooded. Janetta Gad said, oh, look at that. Classic races. And it seems like you're Arab too. That's quite a shame. Anyways. Oh, and see, and that's exactly what I was talking about. So again, it was either NPC, a bot, or whatnot, or whatever. Because as soon as I talked about it, that's when they showed up. Oh, look at that. Y'all just keep doing it. That is crazy work. I mean, technically, both me and my moderators can easily just sit up there and ban you with no problem and no qualms. It's fairly easy to do. Like, do y'all not realize that I do have moderators directly in chat? Y'all do realize that, right? y'all do realize that, right? Like I said, easy work. It is easy work. So you go to live chat. Yep, look at that. Easy work. So the other ones, it must be coming directly from the other side of the channel. People getting shadow banned left and right. Shadow banned left and right. Like that. Trying to just end it on a direct good note, and you got people just, oh, let me pull out the ignorance directly at this time. Nobody's going to see you or hear you in space. Shan was like, basically, he got to log into each account. Yeah. I said they really think that bothers. I mean, yeah, it's just a slight annoyance. It's like a mosquito, because that's the only thing that they can do. They don't really have anything else. They regurgitate and repeat the exact same thing. It's like, let me sit up there and type out a racial slur. A pet rock can literally do that. It doesn't require much intelligence to actually do that. Doesn't even take any type of effort at all. Chances are they actually copy and paste and just do it that way. Or text to speech. Either was one. Again, something's lazy, when it deals with that. Because again, it doesn't take brains. It don't take no type of intelligence or degree to just put out racist slurs on a black channel. It doesn't. It's crazy work though. I said they really think that the word bothers us. Yeah. Sham said, LOL. I'm sure we've banned him a lot too. Probably so. Sham said it's a bot. Yeah, I believe it. Because like I said, it that shows you how a lot of things work, how they specifically target black platforms. Because when I talked about it, that's when it showed up. And I'm like, really? Could you just like make it like not so obvious? Throughout the whole live stream, you could have literally tried this and done it. Would have made more sense, wouldn't have seemed so obvious in a sense. But now it's like when I talk about it, this is when you do it. Also, I want to state to the Caucasian Americans, to the white Americans, this is exactly what black people be talking about when we're minding our business and we're in a sense having a whole nother conversation. And then lo and behold, here's people directly from your community to come directly onto our side of whatever existence that we're on. And this is the interaction that we get. But yet these are the exact same folks that would never say this directly to a black person's face. I'm sorry. Let me reword that: a black American's face. Crazy work. Crazy work. Sham said it shows YouTube algorithm is messed up because the majority of accounts are fake accounts. I mean, yeah, and the funny thing is YouTube did something, it was a while ago because I used to always see it on my account. They used to always say that they're going through everybody's subscription list to get rid of double or fake accounts or accounts that are barely used. And they had that on my profile for a while. And I'm like, why y'all still got this up there? And I'm like, I felt like that was just a way for them to like take down a lot of subscribers from folks, you know, who are specifically in certain areas in YouTube. That was that during like the pandemic when I want to say that should have been during the pandemic because I saw that directly on my profile for a while. It was in the background. Y'all can't specifically see it, but you know, I can see it on my background and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I'm like, it's really dropping. I'm like, so that was like 100 right there. That's another 50. That's another 25. That's another. I was just watching like numbers just drop. I'm like, really? So I'm like, all of these people. So what is it? These are just like fake profiles, just inactive profiles. But it's weird to quote unquote get rid of inactive profiles, or maybe some people forgot, or they just haven't logged in for a certain amount of time, to get rid of that from somebody's subscriber account, which again makes no sense. Because I'm like, that's a bit weird. That doesn't make any sense. I'm like, I can't really list another platform that does that or that has moved in that type of way. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stuff over the years, you know, dealing with you know, YouTube and things of that nature. A lot of things. But the one thing I will sit up there and say before I just so happen to leave out as well too is for, you know, folks out there, for Black Americans out there, the moment in time that you happen to see any of these Africans talking nonsense, don't listen to that African woman from earlier where she was like, oh, just ignore them and worry about what it is that you need to do. See, that's the problem. They want to tell us to ignore them and their bad behaviors, but we as Black Americans need to focus in on our community and our people. We need to fix this. And like I said, I'm not trying to hear none of that coming from an African. I'm not trying to hear a runner or a fleer tell me as a Black American what it is that I should be doing with my spare time, or what it is that I should or should not respond to. I'm not trying to hear none of that. Again, like I said, I still got the video of the African or the woman from the islands that was crawling on her knees to Prince Charles. That was embarrassing. I don't know whose bloodline or whose people that she is completely from. That is I was embarrassed for y'all. I don't even care if y'all weren't embarrassed. I was embarrassed for you. I would never have any woman in my Black American family ever pull no type of nonsense like that. I am standing you up and I am shaking you. We're not doing that. But again, I would never have to do that because women in my family would never stoop to such a low point. And that is low. Like, that shows that you have no value or no pride in yourself at all. If you're going to see somebody else and you're going to literally go from a standing position to getting on your knees to crawling to that person and then hugging them on their waist and crying, talking about, thank you, Jesus, thank you, God, thank you, that is crazy. That is embarrassing. I feel sorry for any children that come directly to that woman, because I already know who their idols are going to be. I know who it is that they're going to be made to worship, and it's not going to be anybody that looks like them or that comes directly from their community. I said they won't say it directly to our faces, and they know darn well that those teeth would come up missing. Goddess said that they have an inherent need to police Black lives. That's bars. That's bars. 100%. Janet said, we don't speak third world. Ooh. that's cold-blooded. Lady said that was utterly disgraceful. Yes, it was. 100%. Oh, wait, Sham, you sent a short of it? Oh, man, hold on. I got to get that one. I got to get that one real quick. Let me see. Okay, so I got to go So you must be on a horizontal string. That's the only thing that I have an issue with when doing the what's the name with the live stream. I got to figure out which one. Wait, which channel? Okay, I see lady. So she's on this one. Yeah. Okay. So wait, Sham, are you on the original channel? Or you're on the other one? I think you might be on the original one. Okay. Oh, okay. So you're on the vertical. I got you. Okay. Okay. Let me see. So I got to go back. I think. Okay, this should be the vertical. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Let's see. Okay, now I gotta get that real quick. Let me see. And the funniest thing is, I actually got more videos dealing with the African. So like I said, we probably only have like 2 videos directly up there. Let's see. Go to that. Take a little bit of a minute. Sham found that quick. Let me tell you something. That woman plays no games. All right, there we go. So we're going to put this up real quick. Shout out to Sham and Phil. Let's take a look at this clip.
Oh, that came out where you have King Charles and you have this African sister that's going to greet King Charles. But I want you to see this. Brace yourself, people. Let's roll that.
Do be careful.
She wants to know she should sign
Oh my God. In 2022, about to be 2023, on the Lord's earth, y'all are getting on your knees in front of your oppressor. That was the most plantation video ever seen in my life. And you excited about that? Seriously?
Yep. Got on her hands, got on her knees, and went directly over there to look at that. What is that? What is that? That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. And then she had her other people in there still like ecstatic and happy. Nobody picked her up. No, nobody was just like, yo, just stand like a normal human being and just go over there and just shake his hand. Nah, she had to have all of the theatrics. Oh my God. Like I said, this is why you can't trust people about here. This is stuff like this. I ain't never seen a Black American do, brother. And no, I'm not talking about Billy Porter. He does not count. He does not count, just in case anybody knows what I'm talking about. Billy Porter does not count. Billy Porter does not count. He does not count. He does not count in this conversation. Somebody said, what is the context here? It's clearly what you see. That is the context. What you just saw does not make sense. That should not be happening. You, as a melanated individual from wherever it is that you come from, should not be getting on your knees, crawling directly to Prince Charles, the same person that basically rules over or has had a hand in, the downfall of wherever it is that you're from. That's crazy to me. That's diabolical. You said, who was the dude in the suit? Do people not pay attention? She's a random. That's the thing. She's a random that specifically went. Look up Prince Charles, and if you don't know who Prince Charles is, look up Prince Charles. Mo was like, basically, she went meat level. Oh yeah, Sham. I see what you're talking about. One of the bots broke. Yeah, you say you can't see his face. Just shows his side profile, or I didn't know that's who it was. Yeah, that's Prince Charles. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But like I said before, it's just straight goofiness. 100%. 100%. I don't pay attention to the way I've always looked at it is that nobody in the United States should be paying attention to the royal family, but for whatever reason, there's always been media, American media, whenever something was happening, like let's say with Meghan Markle and I forgot Harry or whoever it was. When it was one of the sons with Meghan Markle, they had that all over the place. Magically, that was something that needed to be talked about. It had to be on, every front cover. It had to be all over everywhere. Like celebrities were talking about it, even in sports they were talking about. I'm like, dog, what? Come on. Can we does this not prove that everything is bought and paid for? That people are deliberately trying to put stuff directly in front of people's faces? I'm like, come on now. But like I told people before, the Coliseum is open. The moment in time that you start seeing like random news and celebrities and whatnot talking about, um, whatever relationships are going on out here, it's like, yeah, something's up. Something's going on. It's a major distraction. Like I said, if rich people have it, whoever, let's say Paris Hilton, for those who even remember Paris Hilton at the height of, that celebrity at that point in time, whoever Paris Hilton was dating should have been just whoever she was dating. She was a rich socialite and billionaire heiress, whatnot, or whatever. And it should have just been left as that. Nobody needs to know all of these people that, she's basic for what? It's not add nothing. It's not putting nothing into any average person's bank account. It's not better than nobody's lives. It's just a simple distraction. Again, the Coliseum is open. You know? Like I said, when it deals with America, American media needs to deal with American stuff. When it deals with certain things, when it deals with over there in England, that has nothing to do with us. I could have sworn a whole war was fought, and America won, and separation occurred, and that was the whole purpose. I get if Canada is focused on it because they're basically still a part of the whole thing, but the United States shouldn't be focused on it. So that lets you know that there's some other things at play. There's some other things at play. Let me just see something real quick. Carson, are you Black American? I'm guessing that you're not, but I just have to ask: Are you Black American? And before you say why does it matter, it matters. It matters. So that's all I'm saying. Are you Black American? That's all I'm saying. Because you're making it seem like this is just normal, as if you would have been doing the exact same thing. I mean, if you're saying that you would have had this exact same reaction as her, okay, cool. But I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. And like, what was it? Like CIA said, is like a king is still a normal person. Nobody to get excited over. That's facts. You said, I don't. Wait, what was it? You said I don't security for Roop Arena in Kentucky. I've met a lot of celebrities. I'll never act like this around a celebrity. Did Carson just magically disappear, or did they like bot out? Like I don't know. Is the AI not working for that one? Because it's like, it's crazy to me that when I highlight the people to let them know, like, hey, I'm specifically talking to you, that magically they don't have nothing to say. Because like obviously you had a reply to what it was that I was stating, and you disagreed with it. So I'm just, kindly waiting for a reply, I guess. But I guess that person ain't here, or there might be a slow typer. Phone fell in the toilet or something. Timmy fell down a well. Somebody go find Lassie. If you know, you know. But yeah. Anyways, like I said, it's been fun. It has been fun. Janice said magically disappears. Yeah. Every time. G.I. said he got scared and ran off like they do in their failed homelands. Sham said, I've seen live artists, famous people in my family, and I have never threw myself on the ground and crawled to a famous person. Facts. That is bars. And that's the way it should. Like it's like, all right, you want to sit up there and like shake the person's hand, or maybe it's somebody that you really look up to, that you idolize when you were younger, and it's like, wow, I really get to like meet this person. So that inner child in you is really showcasing. I get that part. It's cool, but to do all of these theatrics, that is wild. That is wild. And then for her people not to like fix her up and be like, yo, stand up straight. Like that's wild. That's wild. Because I promise you this though, let this woman here find the man of her dreams, or a man that actually treats her well. She's not doing that. She is not doing that. And that's the craziest part, that this woman will sit up there and do this to Prince or King Charles, whatever it is. But she more than likely, you would never catch her doing this to a guy that is actually treating her right, or better yet, somebody that is her husband. She would never do it. She would never do it. Yo, out the mud. What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? What is going on? CIA said that the only person I've asked an autograph was for Janet Jackson, and that was for my mom because she is a big fan. First of all, let me let you know something. Well, I'm not sure if you're a male or a female. Let me tell you something. I done seen videos of Janet Jackson at a concert. I'm not even looking for an autograph. I'm looking to be on the stage. That is my autograph. And if you've never seen Janet Jackson on stage, you might want to go look that up. Might want to go look that up. That would be my autograph. I would be completely fine and dandy directly with that one. That would be great. That is the autograph for me. Sham was like, yeah, it's like stay calm. Yep. Sham said, I've met Janet Jackson's sister. She is really sweet. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. CIA said, I'm a guy and it was a good experience. I bought a poster and CD and had her sign them for my mom for a BDA present. That's dope. That is pretty dope. I know your mom was probably ecstatic about that too. She was probably, high as a kite at the moment. Like, oh, Janet Jackson, she said she was probably really high. That's pretty dope. That is pretty dope. And again, that's the perk of having certain jobs. You get to meet the celebrities and things. And then the craziest part is, because you technically have access to a lot of these celebrities and whatnot, that also potentially opens up the doorway to opportunity for you to go into other places. Because sometimes the celebrities, they'll happen to notice you before you notice them, and they'll spot something directly within you to be like, hey, this is where you work? Like, are you trying to continue working here? Like, I got a job and all. Like I said, a lot of stuff can happen. A lot of stuff, a lot of different opportunities can happen. So I said she was happy as hell. It made me feel good seeing my mom that happy. Oh yeah, always. Whenever you can sit up there and put like a smile on your mom's face and make her happy, basically in a sense like give back into the exact same source that's always given to you. Oh yeah, it'll always be like a good feeling. It's the best feeling in the world, because the same person that's uplifted you and that has helped you and sacrificed for you, you're able to give something, right? You might not be able to give everything that she gave to you, but you're able to do a little bit of something, and it's like it's dope. It is dope. You also said it's a good networking opportunity, and it can open 100%. It can it can 100% open doors. That's how I got my security contracting. Woo, got a contracting job. Jesus, yeah, that's money right there. Yeah, that's money right there. That's what I'm talking about. That and yo, and the crazy part is from that you can then start, your own business, or work on, trying to build that up and have clientele and do, like, man, yo, like I said, the sky is the limit. Like that'll put you in so many different rooms. It would be crazy. It will be crazy. Sham said, yeah, but I just can't see myself falling out over celebrity. When I see people doing it, it's embarrassing. Even the artist is caught off guard. Yeah, I've seen that as well too. Like some artists be, well, they're only thrown off when if it's a guy doing it. And that's in both cases. If it's a guy that's reacting a certain way when they see a female celebrity or a male celebrity, it throws them directly off. But if it's a woman acting that way, everybody's completely fine with it. It'd be like that. CIA said it pays a lot better than being enlisted in the army still. Oh yeah, yeah. And the crazy part is I've talked about the fact of how you got a lot of people that say that they are, American patriots and stuff, but yet the only time that they celebrate those who are, enlisted or are part of the armed forces is, like Memorial Day and all of these other types of holidays that are specifically set out. But other than that, none of these patriotic people are really for anybody who is enlisted, sacrificing their life, being over, 6 to 10 a year and a half, 3 5 years, doing all of these tours and stuff in other countries. And like I said, to me, that's crazy for one, that there's no type of real love and support there. Number three is crazy still because the VA is a broken system. Number three is even more crazy because a lot of folks that serve, they come back broken. They come back half the person that they were before, and they end up on these psychotropics and different things of that nature, and they can't really find the support or even housing in certain situations. And then we have a lot of vets directly on the streets. And like I said, it's a whole problematic issue, and I've gone over this a lot of times directly on this platform. And that's why I don't like people when they want to, quote unquote, anybody who's American, when they want to say that they're just 100% patriotic and they really love the people that serve. I'm like, you only love them for a few days out of the year, because if the American people actually love the people who serve, the VA would not be broken. Like I said, we got a moderator that is retired, and she has to deal with the VA, and the VA is a broken system. I got somebody that lives close by the name of Joe, good dude, and he complains about the VA, and he's an older gentleman. Like I said, like it's crazy to me, the amount of stuff that y'all got to go through. What was it? What am I, Walker at Goodwill? I was speechless. Whoa, that's crazy. Y'all out here just like meeting celebrities left and right. I'm trying to be like y'all. I'm trying, like, the first time when I was younger, I could have met a celebrity was not JDF. What was the brother's name? Jesus Christ, the Black Ranger. I used to know the name directly by heart. I was at a school in Detroit. Was it Halley? I think it should have been Halley Middle School, because I think his aunt was a lunch lady there, and somehow, and this was during like the main start / height of Power Rangers. She sat up there and I guess pulled some type of strings and got her nephew, who is the Black Power Ranger, to come up to the school. Yo, I was so psyched, but I was so afraid at the same time, because I'm like, yo, this is the Black Ranger. Like, yo, this is like I wanted to always be like a Black Ranger. Yeah, I was just too scared to even go up there. I saw all the other kids, going up there. It was like a field of kids directly over there. I was too shook. And I never did it. I regret that, technically. I still regret that to this day. I'm like, man, I wish I wasn't so scared. But it'd be like that though. But you're a kid at the time, so it's nothing you can do. CIA said I've done 3 tours, Iraq once and Afghanistan twice, and I appreciate you. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. I appreciate everything that you did. Like I said, y'all got to be away from, friends and family. You got to be away from normal life, and you got to go into a hostile, territory in a lot of cases, and deal with, a lot of stuff. Like one of the gaming content creators that I watch, who is by the name of Brian Menard. He's a retired vet, and he talked about the fact that when he was doing a tour, how they were sleeping and there was just like a hail of bombs that were being sent directly over, and they were being bombarded. Luckily, nobody was, really too injured or anything like that, but it was a very, very scary situation, and people could have very much potentially, lost their life and stuff. So, it's that's crazy, because like I said, I appreciate, the sacrifices that y'all do. And like I said, everything that y'all do, in quote unquote for the freedom of America. Even though I understand that there are other things behind it, and when it deals in a lot of cases, y'all got to follow orders, even though you don't specifically believe in said orders, and y'all got to do some things that y'all don't specifically want to do, but because you are enlisted and pretty much the government got you, you gotta sit up there and deal with it. It's just very tough knowing the fact that you also got a lot of men that serve and they come home to, find in a sense a broken home where things not being the same, as they left it. So, uh I don't know, I wish things were different, for y'all out here. Thank you, Walter Jones. Thank you. That yeah. Thank you. Because I was trying to think of his name real quick. I'm like, man, what was his name? It was like Walter something. But yeah, yep. Yes, indeed. Patrick Shaw said illegal wars. Nice watch says salute to the FBA family. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Patrick said, I'm a vet as well. Got out by chance when my unit went to Iraq. Thank goodness I'm not getting PTSD from this corrupt empire. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you, Patrick. Like I said, to anybody out there that is a vet, hopefully I ain't suffering, any type of PTSD. Y'all not on any type of psychotropics. Hopefully, all your faculties and stuff is completely in order. And you came back home, a whole human being. Because like I said, it is tough, and it's crazy to note the fact that it's tough for y'all out there, and then when y'all get home, it's still tough. So much appreciation. CIA said once you're enlisted, you're considered government property. Yep. And yeah, it can be more scary than coming home. You don't know what you're coming home to. Appreciate your service, Patrick, and that is facts. You also said, I just smoke weed for my PTSD, if I'm being honest. No, I get that. And I told people about that before, where if they gotta, deal with anything with the mental, I'm like, I would rather people do that than be on psychotropics, because it just has too many bad side effects. It's like one of those commercials that you would normally see in the 2000s, like, hey, we got this we got this brand new medication for your ankles, but it'll cause liver disease, it'll shut down your heart, cause blindness in your left eye, cause twitching in your right eye, your ear will become deformed, your eyebrows will lose, you'll have male pattern baldness, you will start to grow female nipples. Like it's a whole bunch of defects in a medication that they say is good for you for this one issue, but it's going to list 50 different negative things. It don't make sense. Right. So, that's what I said before. I would rather people, if it deals with pain or anything else, for me, I'm an advocate for the usage of marijuana, when it deals, with that. Not saying that, people can't get addicted to it or whatnot or whatever, but the alternative dealing with, the pharmaceutical industries and all of those things that they, come up with. I would rather, people deal with marijuana. Just saying. But anyways, we got clear cut a good 85 people here. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm actually shocked because this is the slower part of the live stream. I'm actually shocked that we are in the 80s at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We're almost nearing 5 hours at this moment, and I remember I told you guys before that we weren't even supposed to be going that far. We were supposed to end this at about I think like 4 something, but conversations happen, and we can pretty much go from there. I want to give a shout out because currently at this moment in time we got about because I do like numbers, we got a good 18,661 that pulled directly through and peered in for a given amount of time into the live stream. So much respect and appreciation to all of those folks that pulled directly through. Which one? Let me see if I swap directly over. Let me see what we got. Let me look on the other side real quick. The other side, shout out to Adele. Wait a minute, somebody actually watched that value fish video that I did? That's crazy. I haven't placed a video on this channel in a minute. Let me see the analytics on here. Oh, that's it? Wait, 162. Wait, that's a little bit weird. Wait, hold on, let me go back. Oh, that one isn't. Wait, how is that one not? That's weird. All right, so let me go to analytics. Yeah, I guess it's the same on both angles, I guess. So I guess it's 162 on both sides on the other one. That works out. It's still pretty decent. But yeah, shout out to Joseph Woodward. I want to say that's probably somebody from Detroit that pulled up and watched an older video that I did. I want to say that should have been like 2022. And that was a previous video that I did on the Walmart value salmon. What did he say? He said, I really don't see the problem. So it's caught near Russia. Big deal. It's in the ocean and caught wild. STP is the only bad ingredient that you can find in most frozen seafood. Unfortunately, soaking it in water for an hour helps remove some of it. Processed in China means they head, gut, and fillet it there. It is still a very healthy option. People, I choose this over chicken or pork here that are fed GMO corn. Firstly, I don't really think that they do watch the video, because when I thawed out the fish and I fried the fish, which I normally do, it came out like cardboard. That salmon was trash compared to the salmon that I get from when I go to the market and I'm talking to, I'm not going to call him a butcher. I'm just going to say a fish salmon. Somebody can correct me in the comment section what the name would specifically be, because I know it's not butcher. I'm messing up right now. But when I get my actual pieces of salmon from them, it's way different. The feel of it is different. The texture is different. The smell is different. The way that it cooks, it doesn't even matter if I put it in the air fryer or if I fry it itself. It comes out beautiful. That Walmart value fish, whatever that was during that time, is trash. And like I told people before, do not buy that trash. I spent my money on that, and that was the worst amount of money. Basically, for anybody who grew up around like a dollar store or a Dollar General, you know what I'm talking about. It's like the fake version of Apple Jacks, where you put it directly in milk and it does not absorb the milk. It's like wet carpet or wet cardboard, and it tastes just like cardboard. Yeah, that's basically what that value salmon direct. Like, don't buy that crap. Please don't. And like I said, I made that video years ago, and this person is like, he would rather eat that than like, yo, you're smoking. I don't know who you're paid on, who is paying you, but that is not it. That is not it, man. And that's a video on the other channel, the original channel. Oh, yo, what's up, D Money? What's up? You said you was watching the whole time. Okay, I got you. Sham said I'm hungry. Wait, what? I don't even know what you're talking about. And yeah, for whatever reason, he decided that he wanted to come directly for you for whatever reason, which makes no sense. Talking about for CIA, like I said, I don't even know. Um, what is it? Original said can't even say it right, bro. The I and Simon is it. This is what I want y'all to understand. It don't matter. It don't matter if it's salmon or salmon. Again, when it deals tomato, tomato, aluminum, aluminium, vitamins, vitamins. It doesn't matter to me. However I pronounce it is however I pronounce it. If you got a problem with it, take it up with God. Don't bring that directly to me because you ain't gonna get nothing out of it. Just I'm just gonna let you know. That's not how that works here. I done heard people say this for over the years. Y'all just gonna be running on a dummy's errand. Because as stated before, if I pronounce something a certain type of way, again, I'm from a different area, just like everybody else around the United States. What is it? People in Boston say "ca" when it's car. It's "ca." Yeah. All right. So, like I said before, you're not about to be trying to, correct a whole bunch of white folks on the East Coast about pronunciations and how to say stuff. So, is keep it where it needs to be. And Sham said, not in all languages. The L is not silent. It is properly pronounced Salman. Sham said, LOL, yeah. I like to get mine fresh and be careful of farm fresh. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. I heard about the farm fresh. Let me see. Mo said the guy who says Toulouse. Hey, it be like that, man. Mo been getting on me about that for years. Let me tell you something. That man been getting on me about that pronunciation for some years. I'm like, man. I think I remember one of the videos that I did, and it was about Toulouse. I think that was back when I was trying to do the videos where I was giving information about like Black history, and I was doing it before Black History Month and stuff like that. I think it should have been, around one of those times, if I remember correctly. Like I said, it's been a while. It's been a while. Hey, Mo, like I said, it's how I pronounce stuff. It be like that. It's just like in real life, certain people can't really pronounce people's names correctly, even though it could be as simple as possible, and they have a different pronunciation versus how you were raised and how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. Like I said, Denzel Washington is not pronounced Denzel Washington. It's pronounced Denzel, which is crazy. Never knew that up until Denzel Washington said that. It was just for the longest time he just didn't correct people, but his correct pronunciation of his name is Denzel. Wild work. So, like I said before, everybody has different pronunciations of names. I think there's been a couple celebrities that have done that as well too. CIA said Denzel sounds goofy the way when he say it out loud. I mean, that's what his mom, called him, because I think his dad was called Denzel. And instead of them both basically responding to the same name, one was Denzel and the other one was Denzel. So that, that's how they did it. Wait, yo, that just threw me off. Wait. Wait, Vin Diesel's real name is Mark Sinclair. Yo, that is what? That's so uneventful. Like, that's the most plain name that you. Yo, Mark Sinclair. I can't. Yo, that don't even sound. Vin Diesel sounds like that. Just sounds serious. That sounds like a person. Like when you hear the name, you take him serious, right? Your real name is Mark Sinclair. What is that? Yo, that is wild. That is wild. Sham said, now I want some salmon, but I'm too sick to prepare. Yeah, trust me, Sham. Just take your time. You'll be there. You will 100% be there. You will be well in no time. You will be well in no time. But yeah. Anyways, like I said, I wasn't actually trying to keep y'all here for like a good fight. Wait, see, I said I had the same reaction when I learned that too. Yeah, that's uneventful. Like I expected more. I really expected more directly out of it. It's like, man, that's crazy. And then Sinclair, that's wow. I don't know what to do with it. The money said, no judgment here. I always pronounce the L in Salmon. If they didn't want it pronounced that way, they should have taken the L out. Yeah, that's bars. They should have just took the L out. That's bars. Yo, it's the same exact way when you look at Colonel. As in, like military wise, like Colonel. The way you say it is not the way that it is spelled. And that is always just like throw me. This is why a lot of people say that the English language is more confusing than a lot of others out there, because the way that certain words are pronounced are not how they're spelled, and then the way that words are spelled is not how they're pronounced, and then certain words have 3 or more different ways to actually say it. So it's like, yeah, like I said, I get it. I 100%. And then that's not even to go into the fact that people got like, like a type of a sub dialect or whatever you want to call it. It's crazy work. CIA said, hope you feel better, Sham. CIA or caramel. Everyone says caramel. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yep, caramel, Caribbean. Yep. I've gone down these roads a great many a times with pronunciations. I've gone down these roads of pronunciations a great many a times. Let me tell you. Funny things. Let me tell you. Funny things. Tippy was like, I'm back. I was busy. Of course you were busy, Tippy. Of course. Playing The Sims with Roman Reigns. We know. You know what, Mo? That's actually crazy. When you break down a word, I never realized that. That is wild. That is crazy. now that I see it, I can't unsee that now. That is wild. I never even paid attention to that. Wow. Sham said, "Hello, Tippy. He's leaving out." Sham said, "Who playing video games tonight? I need to watch." Tippy said, "I just got here." Technically, you didn't just get here. You were technically here earlier. You decided to dip out. Tippy said, "No, I wasn't. I was cooking, doing laundry." Of course, Tippy, you could have just brought your phone with you. I don't want to hear that. I ain't trying to hear none of that nonsense. Tippy was like, "What he say? How you don't know what I'm saying?" Tippy also said, "What happened?" Nothing happened, Tippy. Nothing happened at all, Tippy. CIA said, playing GTA right now. Yeah, I know you're probably getting prepared for that GTA 6 whenever it launches. Probably when the PS6 and the Xbox Universe 72080. Sure, it's going to be. Oh, I think it was called Project Magnus. Whenever the next when Xbox Magnus and the PS6 drop, that's probably when we'll see GTA 6. Tippy said Mo said something, right? Yeah, it depends on the stream that you're looking at. Mo said, I thought Tippy had her made for that. That's crazy. Shan said, I should pick up crab legs. I'm hungry for seafood. I swear. We don't need you trying to strain yourself, Sham, going to the store. Well, unless you're going to sit up there and do an order and have them send it to you. Like, what time is it? It's like 7. So yeah, the market will still be open. What was it? CIA said if it doesn't get delayed again, yeah, that's true. Because it's been ultra delayed. Back to back to back to back. Tippy said, I want to know too. LOL. This woman. Sham said, I'm thinking about ordering. Oh, yeah. If you ordering, yeah, you good. You can just have somebody, just deliver it to the house and then, you good. But yeah, make sure to, be covered up. Wear like a mask or whatever. Don't want the, the cold air to, hit your lungs and whatnot. I'm not sure if that might cause like some type of like inflammation or something like that. Dealing with pneumonia. Sham said I was thinking about ordering, and Tippy said, "What did Mo say?" Well, technically, Tippy, I can't exactly repeat that because of the wording that is there. But no, actually, I can. So break down the word therapist. That's basically what he was talking about. So basically, separate the word and then look at it. And I'm like, that blew my mind. And I can't unsee it now. I'm like, that's wild. That is completely wild. I gotta start having conversations with people about that now. I'm like, who are you gonna talk to today? That is crazy. D Money said, last I checked, GTA got pushed back to fall of 2026. Yeah, they might as well just sit up there and put that to like 2027 when the system's coming out. Because by 2026, when we have the next state of play, I'm not state of play. The next Xbox preview, probably during like January sometime or towards the fall, we're going to see hints or things dealing with the Project Magnus. And like I said, I'm waiting for that one because that by itself will have supposedly, if you pay attention to the Xbox app that is on PC, the Xbox app natively, you can start up Steam games. So it reads the Xbox app will read the games that you got on your computer, and that it'll put it directly on your profile. You'll see it to the side, and then you can click on it, and then it'll automatically allow you to click, and then it'll start it up, directly for you. So you don't have to just automatically 100%. Let me just open up Steam and do this and do that. So within that, I see where they're trying to implement Steam onto the next console. I can see that. So supposedly we'll have the Steam launcher, more than likely Epic. Of course, we'll have the Microsoft Store there as well. So you have all three of those things all on directly one console. So you don't even have to go directly to your PC. Like for me right now, I'm sitting at the PC talking directly to you guys. So instead of me, let's say if I want to stream a game, I can make it easy on myself by having the next Xbox, and I can stream my Steam games directly from that. And just do that. And then I can just have my computer focus on the streaming aspect. Because for whatever reason, OBS is ultra heavy on PCs, especially when it deals with streaming. It's crazy work. You might as well have like a dual PC setup, one side for gaming, the other one for streaming. Sham said they said that the sharp air triggers my asthma and makes the pneumonia worse. Yeah, so that's all I was saying. Like you might as well just like wear like a mask or something like that. So it's less of the the cold air, getting there. Tippy said, "Oh yeah, he read about that one," and Tippy said that's creepy. Yeah, she probably spelled it out. Yeah, it's like that's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. Only Mo, I swear, it's Mo every time. He'll spot these things and just bring them to your attention. You cannot unsee it. But yeah, for anybody who was here for the whole duration of the stream, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you for being here, listening to the rants and going through the videos and things of that nature. Shout out for those out there that were a part of the conversation. Shout out to the trolls, all those trolls that decide to pull directly through, bring your friends and your family and your little dead dog too. Shout out to all of my wonderful, beautiful moderators directly out there for all of the work that you do, seen and unseen. Shout out to any and all people that donate directly to the platform by way of Cashapp, who are part of the Patreon. Those who throw bits in the vertical streams, for the super chats, for the members as well too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And again, I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without people like you. And also shout out to any brand new subscribers that we have gotten at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I appreciate y'all every day. Wait, what happened? Somebody said stop trolling. I'm a little bit confused. Wait, who was she talking about? Starseed, who are you referring to? I'm a little bit confused. Is she talking to me? I'm a little bit confused here. Like, is she late on a live stream or something like that, or responding to a previous video that we had posted or something? Because I'm not exactly sure um who she's directly referring to. Let me see. Let me look at this real quick. Uh yeah, because this is when I got to start looking at people's channels again. Okay. So, uh Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Wait, what was it? D Money said, thanks to y'all for popping up in the stream. Hey, no problem, man. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. This man, this man just can't bypass the wordage. This man is like, yo, he keeps calling you beautiful every time. Oh my goodness, this dude. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Mo says, salute Tippy said your stream was fun and it was a stress reliever for me. Thank you at D Mooney. And that was from the words of Tippy Tipperton of the 99 Tips. Yep, man. The man was out there doing work. He was out there balling. I didn't realize that the game was actually multiplayer, where you had like 3 people on the same team of 3. I thought it was like you controlling all 3 characters. I didn't actually realize that. So it was like a full, 6 people actually playing and stuff like that. But yeah, the game is pretty dope though. The game is pretty dope. Pretty dope. This woman Sham, let me tell you something. Wow, that's crazy. Mo was like, "Yo, the money, you have more dubs than SEIJIHITO on Call of Duty." First of all, let's get something straight here. The highest matter of fact, let me go to my hold on because we got Mo talking all types of hot garbage. Clearly at this moment in time, I'm talking about like hot garbage. You gotta say it. You gotta say it with the utmost intensity because this man he be just talking sideways. So now I gotta log into my other account real quick. Where is Call of Duty at? Right there. Wait, Exodus, what? Wait, what game is that? Oh yeah, Exodus. I think that's that game that's like Mass Effect, I think, right? When is that coming out? Yeah, that's like the Mass Effect type of game. All right, so let me go to Call of Duty real quick. This man sitting up here talking a whole bunch of. I could have sworn the last time I checked, I had like well over 51 kills in a game. I know I recorded some of the incredible matches that I had. This man Mo just be talking a whole bunch of mess though. Tibby said, when are you and said you're gonna play? I never even played that the 3v3 basketball game. I ain't played sports games in a minute, actually. I didn't play sports games probably since like Madden. When was Marshall Falk on the cover? I keep talking about this throughout the years. What was it? 07? 08, 07, somewhere up in there. So yeah, it's been a minute. It was like PS2 days. Good old PS2 days. D Money said, I mean, I did get a lot of dubs until I started running with KJ. That's crazy. This man Mo was like, I'm calling Seji El DeBarge from that. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yo, J Hud, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? What is going on? Let me sit up here and roll over to my stat sheet here for career. Because this man Mo sitting up here talking a whole bunch of hot garbage. So what was it? Yeah. So let me see. What is my win-loss ratio? It's a 1.3. 428, and this is from like not playing for some weeks. So I got 428 wins, 329 losses. Highest kill streak is 17. Elimination ratio is a 1.24. That's only due to I was chasing my diamond camos. Elimination 16,329. Deaths 13,262, and my highest elimination in the game was 56. So yeah, Mo be talking some hot garbage, just some hot trash. I have yet to at any moment in time see Mo in any games pulling any type of numbers, but this man is always in the background. Let me tell you something. He is always in the background talking some hot garbaggio. Hot garbaggio. Let me tell you, at this moment in time, that man be talking. If this computer was actually hooked up to the what's name, I would probably actually play something at the moment in time, but it is not. This man Mo said SEIJIHITO, aka Rock the Guardian. First of all, Rock was a great father. Let me let you know something. No disrespect. We're not putting disrespect on a black father. That was a great black show. This man is disrespectful. This man is disrespectful. Some black American slander right there. Let me tell you something. That was a great show. Great show. Let me see. Didn't I just see what's her name was online playing? Oh no, I guess not. Guess not. We got I don't know who that is. But yeah, anyways, wasn't trying to keep y'all here for a ridiculous point in time. We actually made it to the 5-hour mark, so I guess it worked out. At this point, I guess it worked out. Again, I love always having conversations with y'all. Probably at a certain point we'll have some different conversations, more cooler conversations. Either that or probably do it on a different channel. Specifically dealing with gaming, which we currently do have. As I always stated, when I grow up, I want to be like D Money. I want to have a successful gaming channel. I want to be sponsored just like him. Big sponsors, big money, big cash, fully monetized out here in these streets. Like I said, that is the new goal. Like I said, I already had the channel up there, but now I got a goal to chase. I'm going to work on being like D Money. Gotta do that. Gotta do that. Mo said he still was a garbage man. LOL. That's crazy. Yo, Judah, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said big time bars. D Money said, thank you, Tippy, for not being racist in my chat. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that is crazy. That is crazy. Y'all silly. Let me tell y'all something. Crazy work, all right. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. I'll catch y'all in the next live stream or video. I'm gonna have the next video uploaded for you guys before 8 o'clock. So hopefully YouTube will give you guys a notification for that. That video will be on SEIJIHITO The Second Coming, which is the second channel. And you will see it, directly up there if you are subscribed, and also have all of your notification bells, directly on. Wait, what was it? Judy said, did I see your other comment? When I see the big time up there. Now, technically, when you wrote that, wait, you said I fell asleep. I'm so exhausted, brother. All drugged up on meds after my foot surgery yesterday. I'm gonna have to do a rewatch. Oh yeah, no problem. Hey, much love, man. Much love. I'm glad that your foot surgery went, all well and dandy. You just gotta, bear with bear with the medication for a little bit of time, but in due time, you will be completely healed up and back to normal and off of those meds. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation for pulling up. We got both you, Sham. We got Ty directly in the building. We got folks going through a lot of health things at this moment in time. Like I said, I need y'all to take care of yourselves. Stay well. Get healthy, get back to that 100%. Like I said, I appreciate this. Why I always, say that I appreciate, everything that y'all do, both seen and unseen, because y'all got lives, y'all got families and important stuff on y'all side that a lot of times I don't know nothing about that y'all got to take care of. So, I'm highly appreciative, whenever it is that y'all got the time to, pull up to any one of the live streams that I just so happen to do at any given, moment, when they happen and stuff like that. Because y'all got your own lives and, it's busy and stuff like that. So, I appreciate y'all, all day, every day, highly appreciate y'all, man. So like I said, I wish 1,000% I can, really do, a lot more. But most I can do is, send, all love I got and and positive energy, y'all way and in hopes that will, help with the, the healing and, whatever else is going on. Most said, all BS aside, everybody stay up. That is bars. 100%. 100%. So yeah, I'll catch y'all in the next live stream and whatnot or whatever. So enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. Well, I don't even know what day it is. Oh, it's Friday. Okay, yeah. Enjoy the rest of y'all Friday. Enjoy y'all weekend. Order some food, get your feng shui, directly in order. Catch up on some anime, some movies, play some games and things of that nature, and stay positive. So as always, peace, love, and stay tuned for the next video. Yeah, Tippy, go to Discord. I can't even sit up there and like end the stream because Tippy is always sitting up there talking about some. Hey, wait, Tippy, just go to Discord. Tippy was like, "What's the anime with all the animals talking?" I know what you're talking about. I just can't give you the name of it. Animals, Beastars or something like that. I think that's the name of it. It's probably Beastars or something like that. Tippy's like, okay, I will. I'm sorry. It's probably Beastars, Tippy. So try looking up that, and that should be the anime with animals talking. If not, it's probably like 100 or 1,000 animes like that. So yeah.